the
That's a
civilian
curriculum.
schools and stuff, yeah, it's a lot of pseudoscience. But
That's just
when you
bullshit.
go in the army, at the
And it matters,
academy, and
obviously.
study
Yeah.
ballistics, you will see it's a different kind of science. It's a science which is does not include the theories
So
and
what
all
you're
the
getting at is
theory.
that they are
Yeah.
basing their method of shooting for a flat Earth and
Yeah.
not for a curved spinning Earth, is what
Yes.
you're saying. Okay, yeah,
Yes.
I get where you're going. And I would entertain that if it was over the distance of like say 3, 4, 5 miles. But when you're shooting something that heavy with that much inertia behind it, it's that dense and it's able to destroy shit. When it's moving that way, it's very hard to get it to go the other way. Have you ever tried to stop a train? It's not gonna want to. It wants to keep going that way. Inertia means an object is either held in place and doesn't want to change where it's stuck there. It has to have a force greater than it being stuck there to get it moving. When something is moving, there's also inertia to get it to change direction or
Inertia
to stop. And
inertia means that a body has kinetic energy in it.
you're describing the same thing, just a different way. You're giving
Yeah.
different aspects of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So
So we understand what that is. If I'm shooting something super fast, I don't feel like,
yeah.
well, look, if I'm in a moving car and I'm just in the passenger seat and I'm a kid and I'm playing with a golf ball and I'm just throwing it in the air and catching it while we're driving, am I accounting for the car moving?
Sorry, my
'Cause
time is up.
I don't think
I have to run. I have to run
Yeah,
to work. But
and then the
it was
car
nice to
takes
talk.
a turn.
Okay,
Take
but
care.
Then
the
the
car
car
is
takes a
moving,
turn.
right? I get that, but the world's not taking turns. It's always either spinning or it's either flat. Let's say that it's one of the two. We don't know. Let's just say it theoretic, just for the basis of the argument. Okay, let's say it could be either or. The Earth, when it's flat, it's not taking turns. When it's spinning, it's constantly. If it's spinning, then it's constantly spinning, and it's been doing that for billions of fucking years, right? So it's not going to make any sudden turns. Just like I'm only describing this if we're driving straight down a highway, there's no bumps, whatever. It's windless. What am I doing? I'm throwing the ball up and I'm catching it. I'm not accounting for I need to throw it forward with myself as we're moving so that I can catch it up there on the road. No, because I'm the foundation of where the ball left was already in acceleration because the wheels are moving, the car is on the wheels, I'm in the car, so therefore it's all
Yes.
relative. You know what I'm saying?
No. Yeah, but the
Does that
Earth
make sense?
isn't going straight ahead, right? It's allegedly turning around its
Yeah, but
axis.
it's a standard direction, right? It's not ever changing. That it's just like you can
It does. It does.
you can predict that it's going to be over there in a couple hours, right?
It does because A is going in a circular motion, which is constant acceleration. B,
Right, but
it's
a
going in a.
constant. It's not changing, is what I'm saying.
It's.
I get
So
where you're
circular
going with the
motion
argument,
is-
but I have to shut you
Circular
down.
motion
because
is
you're not
acceleration,
understanding what I'm
correct?
saying. Okay, forget all that. Something is going one direction, right? The car. Fuck the turning, fuck the bumps, screw the air, all that other shit. I'm throwing a ball up and down. I don't calculate that we're moving in the car when I do that. Same thing goes for we're on an Earth. It's always spinning. If anything, my bullet should be going up off into space some more because when you fucking spin a tennis ball with water on it, the water flies off of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
your analogy, it's a wrong analogous because Earth isn't going straight ahead. They claim it's an open system. It's rotating, so it's
it's not making crooked lines. It's spinning in. It's always you can calculate where to aim your shot because you know the world. The world's gonna. Let's say it's spinning super fast, so I'm gonna aim a little bit lower so it doesn't fly off or whatever.
That's
on
not
the
what
Earth.
they do.
The Earth is moving. I'm moving, so the bullet is already moving along with the target. So that environment is always the same. You get what I'm saying?
No.
I don't have to calculate the Coriolis because I'm.
Except that the movement of the ground has never been detected by.
Yeah, but you're not getting what I'm saying. Oh my god, it's so frustrating.
Yeah, we do. It's you
don't have to
arguing
calculate
against
for any of that.
Right, because it doesn't happen, right? We don't Earth is stationary, right? But
That's not
Coriolis,
what I'm arguing. I'm arguing, okay, I'm going to give you your point that you want to argue it's flat. That's fine. I won't argue against you. You can believe what you want. I'm
No,
saying that if
you know,
something
real
is,
quick,
if
what-
I'm in a
there is
room
an
and the
important
room
thing.
is moving,
There is an
I
important
shoot.
thing that there is an important thing that you might be missing out.
I don't have to accommodate for the fucking world spinning because it's not because the world doesn't spin. It's because
nobody.
the target is spinning along with the world and my gun is spinning and I'm spinning. So when the bullet leaves the gun, we already have that environment established. So you don't have to calculate for that fucking spinning. You're
incorrect.
no, you.
If the Earth was actually turning, then we must have Coriolis effect. You on the non-inertial reference frame are shooting something that is leaving that non-inertial reference frame, entering the inertial reference frame, having its own vector. So it's not attached to the non-inertial reference frames anymore. So it would,
But it was attached to it when it was fired, is what matters.
it would appear to deviate. It doesn't deviate, right? It's an apparent deflection because you on the non-inertial reference frame are standing and watching some object in the inertial reference frame move in another vector, right? But this does not happen. Earth does not turn. There is no Earth-based Coriolis effect. That is not because of conservation of momentum, because that is not infinite.
I'm getting distracted by this guy who's like trying to talk condescendingly to me in the chat.
It's not condescendingly.
No, he's saying Bible says Earth is stationary. Maybe you should read it again. It's at the start of the book. Ha ha ha! Dead, like a little rest in peace coffin. Like he's calling me stupid here. Like I haven't fucking read the book, is what he's saying to me, and it's kind of insulting. I'm not here to.
Come on, guys.
Not
This
here to
isn't
talk
the
shit
place
with
for that type of argument. We're trying to stick to the science here, and you're distracting. Roger's arguments are top notch, and Get Beget is a really smart guy. He's hard to understand for new people, but once you get used to his accent
I'm okay
there,
with that argument. I'm getting distracted by this guy who's trying to like insult me in the chat. Like what?
yeah, whoever that is,
Don't worry
please,
about it.
please don't chaff and redirect for the flat earthers.
No, I'm
apologize,
not
y'all,
trying
for
to. I'm saying this guy is trying to
I'm
insult.
agreeing with you. I'm asking him nicely to stop.
Yeah.
He did apologize.
So conservation of momentum isn't an infinite thing, right? So I will grant you the first 100 meters of conservation of momentum, but then the Earth would start turning underneath it, right? So and no sniper takes account for Coriolis. No military, no sportsman, because it's non-existent on Earth, right? But if the
Now
Earth
you're
was
making
actually
sense.
turning,
See, that's the part of the argument that you weren't throwing in, and that's you're saying conservation of energy. So at a certain point, yes, the bullet will take its own power as whatever greater. Actually, I can tell you how it works because I do a masse on a pool table. Now, masse is when you strike down on the ball in a way that makes it go a certain direction, and then the spin kicks in and it turns. So you can actually curve the ball on the table. It's a very beautiful shot. Okay, it's called a masse, and basically what's happening is the drive, the spin, the force down on the ball was greater than the spin to begin with, which sent it the direction it goes. But then at some point that force is not as great as the spin on the ball, so the spin takes over and it starts to go that way.
Yeah.
So now I get what you're trying to say. So
we know the explanations, right? Because
that is kind of odd. I'll give you that. Why don't they account for it? That's a good question.
So if an airplane goes from let's say the equator to on a globe Earth, from the equator north to let's say Norway, then if the Earth was actually spinning, right, and it left the runway, it had its own vector. It doesn't follow the Earth anymore. So for us,
at some point, the momentum of the Earth, where it took off from, it spinning with the Earth, at some point that force is not as great as the plane flying itself, is what you're saying.
It has its own vector. It doesn't follow the Earth because they claim it's conservation of momentum, but that is not an infinite thing, right? So
that's
when
what that term I was looking for is called, is conservation of momentum. Thank you.
yeah, we know
I didn't know what that was.
we know the explanations, but it
Yeah.
does not happen on Earth. Earth does not turn underneath things, but it has to do that if Earth was turning, right? This, if you and I are on a merry-go-round and we're sitting, you're sitting in front of me and we're going around, right? And I have this football and I throw it to you, it will not reach you because you are turning away,
Fly off
right?
to the side that's
So
outward.
you are
from the
turning
thing.
away from the football. I gave the football a new vector, right? And you are now turning away from the football. To us, it seems that the football is curving, right? But if you look above the merry-go-round,
Turn, and it's still going straight.
you see the ball go straight, but
Yeah.
the merry-go-round go round. So this does not happen on Earth, but it should happen, right? If an airplane goes from the equator to Norway, the Earth should turn underneath it at some point, but it does not. Never. Earth is not a spinning ball.
That's got to be tricky to land a plane on that, isn't it?
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, because at some point now the plane it's been in the air for so long. How the fuck is the Earth's spin affecting it? Is what you're saying? Yeah, okay, I get that.
Welcome to Flat Earth, my friend. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah. You see the point that it will be difficult for a plane to land at any time, especially let's say a helicopter. A helicopter could just hover, and the Earth will spin underneath it.
There's one test in August 2017. There was a big eclipse, and I went outside and I made one of those boxes that you put a piece of paper in, and you like put a little pinhole at the back, and the light gets
A
flipped
projector
upside down.
telescope.
Something like that, yeah. So I made one of those, and when I went and looked online at the path that the moon was supposed to be, the moon's shadow was supposed to be going across the states, and it was the one that went over Salem, and all those witches and weirdos went and fucking did whatever they're doing. That happened, right? And I tracked it, and I was like, wait a second, like I can't recreate it now, obviously, because it's not in front of me, and that's really hard for me to fucking do. But it didn't make sense with the flat Earth model, so it threw me off, and I was like, well, wait a second, this can't be right.
That's your problem right there, sir. Sorry to interrupt you, but there is no flat Earth model, right? If you want to make a flat Earth model,
No, I'm saying that if the flat Earth model was like the way that they said it was, where it's a disc
you're
and
straw manning us. You're straw.
So
there is no flat Earth
the moon
model.
and the moon and the sun, you believe are above the Earth at 3,000.
Sir, try to understand. You're trying to debunk the president's second wife. He doesn't have one.
The
You understand?
president's second wife.
Yeah, it's a straw man.
No, I think that you're assuming that I'm trying to straw man. I'm just trying to lay out what I'm thinking
I'm
of.
not saying you're trying to do it, but it is indeed what you're doing because there is no flat Earth model, sir. Do you understand?
So then what? So then the disc that I assume flat earthers believe in, that's a made up. That's not like
Right,
real.
that's Flat Earth Society. Vladimir Lenin said the best way to control the opposition is to lead it ourselves. And if you'll notice, Obama comparing flat earthers to climate change deniers name drop Flat Earth Society. So when you search it, that's what's going to pop up.
So then by
Promoted by Google. Excuse me, sir.
Okay.
It's promoted by Google, and at the top of all the search, if you don't find anti-flat Earth rhetoric, you're going to find strawman flat Earth rhetoric by the Globers themselves, who can't take on our actual arguments, so they have to debunk strawman versions of ours. And this is the fundamental elements of fact-checking. Thanks.
So then,
Not fact-checking that you're responsible for doing, but this is how fact-checkers debunk theories that they can't debunk head-on. They make strawman versions of them, and then they debunk them. So please refrain from using a flat... It's all right. I'm not blaming you like you did it on purpose. I'm just saying in the future, refrain from making
I'm trying to understand what you think it is what I'm getting at. So by process of elimination, based on what you said, you either don't know what flat Earth actually looks like, or you believe it just extends forever. So which is it that you believe it is?
Okay, that's a false dichotomy. So try to think about it like this, right? If you have a model Porsche, right? It's not going to be the actual Porsche, right?
No, it's a fucking representation.
Right. Okay. So we
Scaled
don't.
down, with unfunctioning parts and no real engine. And yeah, it's like the Pictomenian village or whatever the fuck it is, the fake village, the the backdrop villages in movies, like the fake Western town with no, like, it looks like it's a fucking town, but if you look at it from a different perspective, it's fucking just wood with paint on it and like it's being held up. Okay,
Right.
so I'm trying to figure out, what do you believe? Flat
You
Earth.
have, you have to
So-
you have to allow people to finish their sentences because
Sorry,
you're doing
yeah.
great, but just let others finish their sentences before you jump in, bro. Come on.
Yeah, sorry.
He ain't doing too bad. He gets excited. That's understandable. You're not really crossed any lines just yet, right? You made a few mistakes, but we can overlook that. All right. So what we claim is that you can measure the Earth, and it's going to be without curvature. It's going to be stationary, and there is no vacuum of space that you can verify. So if you can build a model off of those three things, sure, go ahead. That's our model. Right?
I want to
But
know what
we don't
I'm
make
just
any
asking.
claim.
What do you
Sorry.
believe it is
I'm
personally?
I'm trying to explain it to you, sir. We don't make any claim on the size or directions or locations of continents. We just know that every time we measure water, it's lacking curvature. So really, you could call us flat waterers or globe skeptics.
Okay. So, like,
Flat-
the way I am, you can call me someone who doesn't believe NASA has gone to the moon, doesn't believe that technology back then with 8 bits of RAM was somehow able to get you to the moon, and now 64 gigabytes of it can't fucking do the same. I want to know, like, I don't believe NASA. I don't believe we've been to the moon. I don't believe the government, and I don't believe, like, different sects and cabals and people that, like, basically run the shadow government. Basically, I don't believe in any of the kind of narratives they push on us. I know a lot of shit's fucked up, but I believe personally, I think it's a globe, but I don't believe we've been to the moon.
So-
I don't believe we've left the
So
planet.
do you understand that the only supposed real picture they have of Earth, the only one, is
Oh yeah, I
when
know.
they
That's why I say I don't believe NASA. It's fucking
Right,
bullshit.
so
It
if-
changes every fucking year, like.
So if you don't believe what they're showing you, what makes
just
you?
because
Hold on,
they're-
give me a second. Give me a second.
Oh, he just
Let
said
me
it
finish.
though. Don't control the narrative, lead it or whatever.
Yeah. So if you don't believe what they're showing you, then why do you believe the Earth is a globe? If you have never experienced the Earth as a globe, nobody has ever had. They haven't detected any spin, right? They haven't. They haven't measured curvature. Nobody has ever measured curvature, and you can't have gas pressure without a container.
Gas pressure without a container. Okay. What? So you're talking about vacuums and shit? You're talking
Well,
about?
How do you have gas pressure? How do you contain gas? I mean, how do you have gas to be pressurized?
Hmm.
What do you need for that to happen?
For there to be, you need a container.
Right. And without that, what happens to the gas?
It's expelled everywhere, just into the
Everywhere. Right.
atmosphere.
And that's what they're saying that we live at next to, right? We have gas pressure here on Earth,
Yeah.
and then we have an emptiness, a less pressurized system next to it, and the gas is still here.
Okay.
That can't happen. I mean, that's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
You can't. You can't. You can't light fire in a vacuum. I know that. But there are some kind of there is a type of fuel that has oxygen cells in it. I am aware of that. So
It's a
I
non
don't.
sequitur. It's irrelevant to the
But
conversation.
you'd still have to have something for it to be in to fucking. You know what I mean? For it. I don't know how. That's why I don't think we've been to space. I don't believe like. I do believe there's a way to propel something in a vacuum with certain types
Yeah.
of fuel, but I still
That's-
don't believe we've
but
been
that's
to the
not-
moon because of all the
that's-
bullshit CGI crap they feed us and everything, and like.
But that's not the
bubbles
issue.
on the fucking suits and shit in the water tanks and all that. Everybody's seen that.
Yeah,
like,
yeah, but that's not the issue. The issue they're saying is the Earth does not have anything to contain the gas that we breathe.
Not necessarily, because I've seen where water is attracted to other water, and
That's
things that are dry attract water to them. So they're.
what does that has to do with gas?
Well, have you ever seen bubbles in the water that are held up against something and they don't have anywhere to go? There's some kind of like a bubble that's stuck to the earth, and everything else around it, i.e.,
Are
outer
you talking
space.
about like bubbles in the soda bottle?
No, I'm trying to like explain why there might be an atmosphere attracted around the ball, and we can breathe in it. But for me to try to explain it to someone who doesn't believe it's a globe is very tough for me to figure out how to do.
That's not.
Bro,
that's
we
not
know the globe
problem.
better than you.
Yeah, that's not the issue. The issue is that nothing has to do with the globe. You cannot have gas pressure without a container.
Yeah, obviously you can't.
Right. So
You can have
they're
gas,
telling
though.
you that the Earth, as they describe it as a heliocentric system, there is gas pressure here on Earth, and there isn't a container around it to hold the gas pressure. So what will happen to the gas from Earth?
The pressure of outer space it's like oil and water. Oil and water don't mix. Outer space and the atmosphere that we have, whether it's on the flat plane or the Earth, has to sit somewhere and is attracted to itself, just like two bubbles
No.
of water.
There is no outer space.
It's
When you take a
There is
piss,
no outer
when you take a
space.
piss, when you take a piss in the toilet,
There
have
is no
bubbles
outer
and they
space.
combine together and make bigger bubbles, right?
No, the problem with gas is that they all go in different direction. They have a vector of everywhere, right? They go in every freaking direction they want. They don't go towards the bottom. They don't go towards the up. They go everywhere.
You don't think electromagnetism would affect it at all, or static or anything like that would ever
Nothing.
have any effect on it?
Gas in itself moves in every direction.
Yeah, I mean, it could or it could not. I mean, for some weird reason, it might want to all go that way. It might want to go every different way. It doesn't really have a. It's like you exhale from a cigarette.
Now,
Some of it goes the same way, and some of it.
Now, this is the issue. This is the issue. Now, without a barrier, and there is a lower pressure system next to it, the gas will expand to it. That's the second law of thermodynamics.
Are you getting at that? There's a dome.
There has to be a container. I'm saying dome, but it has to be something to contain it.
A firmament.
Could be. Yep.
Okay, so something to contain it. You don't think that something could contain itself though in an you don't think like an air bubble could stay
Can
together?
you demonstrate this? The air bubble.
Look at an air bubble. Oh, yeah. Let me.
What's
explain.
an air bubble?
It's a gas. It's gas. So the air bubble inside water, all the bubbles, they get together and make one bigger bubble. They're attracted to each other, right? So the bubble all eventually finds its way back together and is pressurized together in the body of water. Do you get what I'm saying?
Is that a lower pressure system next to it or a higher pressure system around it?
It would have to be higher around it because the water is denser.
So it's not analogous, is it?
So the water is denser than the air. So the air. But the air bands together and stays concentrated.
But it's not analogous to what the situation
saying like, what if the universe is? What if the universe is like the waters above and is holding the fucking bubble together?
Well, then that would be a barrier, wouldn't it?
Not necessarily. Where did barrier come into play? Does a barrier exist in the water? When I blow bubbles in the water, is there a barrier around those bubbles?
Yes, there is. Is the actual water,
right? Right. So, is there a barrier between?
So, wouldn't that be a barrier? So, you did not.
The water is the barrier, though.
Exactly. That is a barrier.
Is the barrier, and it's holding the fucking air bubble in place. Is what I'm trying to say. It doesn't matter if it's flat or a ball. I'm saying the bubble is being held in place.
So, why does the water rises up? The bubble rise up.
Not in the same way you think I do, based on translation.
No.
I'm replying to the guy in chat. Like, why does he keep doing this? You've already told him.
Why does the gas, the little bubble, go up?
I have to mute this guy. Like, he's just trying to insult me constantly. He's not debating like you guys. He's just attacking me. So
Hey, Hank, if you want to continue, because I have to eat something real quick.
I got
It's all right, bro.
Sorry, I had to block that guy. Go ahead, Hank.
Okay. Yeah, I can't say he doesn't deserve it. Is he still going on with the religious stuff?
He's just mocking me on based on what I know and what he knows, and he's just sounds like he's morally superior to me, and I don't like those kind of people.
All
He
right,
thinks
so
he's above me and shit, and I don't
so
like that.
let me level with you, right?
What's up?
If you have a propane tank and it's got 250 psi, what happens when you open it? Open the nozzle.
It's going to leave and just expand and go off wherever it goes,
It's
right?
going to spew out and fill the available volume until it reaches equilibrium, right?
Yes.
Excellent. So what happens if you have a hot cup of coffee and you get a phone call and you come back? All the heat from the coffee is going to expand into the surrounding atmosphere, and it's going to be room temperature, right?
Which is fucking nasty. I don't like lukewarm coffee.
Exactly. So now you got two batteries. One's fully charged and one's completely dead, and you hook them up with jumper cables. And
Will
the
they
next
even
morning you
out?
wake up. Yeah, the high charge is going to flow into the low charge battery, right? Till they reach an equal charge.
So that's a
right?
universal law.
Right. That's
what you're
correct.
explaining.
It's a natural law. It's called entropy, right? And
Okay.
if you read about entropy, it's always increasing, right? It's never going to decrease. So,
Yeah.
for example, if you were to spill that coffee out onto a, let's say, aluminum table, that's going to increase the rate in which entropy happens, right? It's going to cool down even faster.
Yes, because aluminum reflects temperatures or thermo, or I guess, right?
Right. I get what you mean. You mean that it radiates temperature more effectively than the ceramic coffee cup.
Not sure because I don't know the difference between ceramic and aluminum based on those, like about those properties and which one radiates more or holds more heat or whatever. I haven't done that,
Right.
but
Right.
yeah. Go
Okay,
on.
so entropy is always increasing, right? Entropy is never going to decrease. So if you have a high pressure system sitting next to a low pressure system, like the tank or the earth, it's always going to expand to fill the available space. So when you have a gas tank and you open it up and you hear that sucking sound, like when you're driving across country and you fill it up and it takes all the gas all the way out, it's created a semi-vacuumous state inside of the tank. And when you open it up, the gas pressure presses into the tank because it has lower pressure than the outside, right?
There's a
So
transfer. As something's going out, there's something going in, is what you're saying.
Right. So there's a transfer.
And the
of
vacuum is
energy.
from the contents being expelled from a place of underneath that liquid inside the bottle. There's no oxygen. It's pulling nothing, creating a vacuum as it's leaving, which means as it's pouring out the liquid, that vacuum needs to be filled because it's lower pressure than what's on the outside. So because of entropy, as the contents are ejected, there are also contents going in to equalize everything, is what you're saying, right?
Yeah, you got it.
Okay.
So now that you understand how that works, this is a natural law. It doesn't just happen on like Monday through Friday. This is like 7 days a week, 24/7. It's never going to change.
It never changes. Yeah, it's a
Right.
constant.
So this debunks the idea of a vacuum of space.
Vacuum of space. So the contents of the Earth. So the vacuum being of less pressure than the oxygen we have a layer of. So then the oxygen should suck out into the universe to equalize with itself. So there should be no oxygen. Yes, that all makes sense. But what if
Eureka.
the whatever it is in outer space isn't actually a vacuum and it's more dense than the oxygen on our planet? And NASA's lying about the vacuum of the space, and it's actually fucking something more dense than air out there.
Well,
That's what I'm thinking.
I would say that's a possibility, but the thing is we don't know, and it's a speculation.
If there was something more dense than air out there, would you agree that that's why we have the air stuck to what we live on, whether it's a ball or a flat plane, whatever? Would that make sense why it's stuck here?
I think the best way to understand it is understanding this. In order to have a steak, you have to have cows, right? So in order to have
To have a
gas
steak, you
pressure,
have to have cows.
hmm
So you're saying everything is you can follow a trail back to a root, is what you're saying. Okay,
right?
go
It's a
on.
necessary antecedent, right? Like in
Yeah.
order to have an eraser, you have to have rubber trees, or in order to
Yes.
have chocolate bars, you have to have cacao trees.
Everything comes from something. Yes,
Right.
got it.
All right. So the necessary antecedent for gas pressure is a container because the very definition of gas pressure is the force the gas particles exert against the edge of the container.
To have pressure, you need a container, is what you're
Right.
going back to. The
So
original thing.
we
Yeah,
lived in
okay.
a contained, I don't know if I want to say realm or whatever, but we lived in
Okay,
a
yeah,
contained world.
I'll buy that one. I'll give you a point for that one. But I also believe, like I said, I don't believe NASA, so maybe something out there is more dense than the oxygen or our atmospheric layer of oxygen that we have, which is a mixture of like CO2 and air and all sorts of other shit. You know what I mean?
hmm Well, so this next part is speculative, but I think that
Can
it's
you just give me a sec? I'm just going to refill my coffee, okay?
sure, yeah,
Actually, I'm out of coffee. Let me go pour some whiskey. Be right back.
even better.
Yeah, I got Buffalo Trace Kentucky Straight Bourbon.
Bourbon's good in eggnog this time of year.
It's very, it's got a very earthy wood tone to it,
Kentucky bourbon? Yeah, I know.
and when when you're done drinking it, the Scotch glass, fell in it. Hold on. Oh my god. Just a second. Let me turn that off. I'm
Sure.
so sorry about that. Someone called me.
We barely heard it, bro.
Oh yeah, what was I saying? So it leaves like a really nice smell that smells like. Have you ever done landscaping and laid mulch in a garden bed?
Yep.
Okay, so you know what that really fresh, earthy, rich
hmm
like smell? That's how it smells in the Scotch glass after you're done drinking bourbon. If it's a good Kentucky bourbon, it smells kind of like earthy, like mulch, like very rich. You know what I mean?
Sounds wonderful.
Oh, it is. It's great. Oh yeah, this stuff's real good. You can drink it straight.
You ever wonder why someone's fingerprints would be on your damn red dot site? It doesn't make any fucking sense. Someone just had to touch it.
All right, where were we? We were just finishing talking about
Entropy.
gas pressure.
Yep, that's right.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, so it looks like you've understood what we're talking about, and you understand the necessary antecedent to gas pressure is the container, and you
Mhm.
understand that we understand that that means that the world has to be contained in some sort of way. We don't know if it's a dome or if it's a flat surface with another flat surface over top, which would explain a lot of the electrical EMF stuff that we see because we've been chasing our tail for the past 100 years with E equals MC squared, and it turns out the electric universe theory was a lot better than the bending and warping of space-time theory. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to revert back to using the scientific method so that we can verify that this is true and not that. And we're hyper vigilant on people who make claims and don't back up their claims. We are empiricists, or at least want to be. We try not to say anything that we can't back up. And in fact, if you at any time hear anything in this room that you want to say, hey, cite your source, that is not looked down upon at all. In fact, it's preferred and respected.
That's good because I've gone to debate in other channels. I won't say who or whatever. I'm not trying to start shit. But I've been to other flat Earth channels where if I fucking try to debate anything, it's like it's not about them trying to have a community where they can talk amongst each other and debate. It's more like they're going around like evangelizing and being Nazis about it and shit. And they're like, well, not. I won't say Nazis. I say they're being really censoring about it and very nope, you didn't say the right answer. Ban him, evict him. Oh, he's definitely trying to fuck with us. He's a shill. He's a fucking troll. He's this. Oh, he's a hired agent or some fucking shit. Like it's like, buddy, I just don't agree with you. It's people don't agree with each other on shit sometimes. You know, it doesn't mean you got to fucking be enemies. You just I mean, unless there's certain things where if you don't agree on them, you're definitely enemies. That's subjective, but you get what I'm saying,
agree.
right?
Yeah, I get what you're trying to say. The only thing is that the Earth being the Earth not being a spinning globe,
Mm-hmm.
and actually the waters of the Earth measuring flat and level, and the Earth being motionless and a contained ecosystem. That is not in the agree or disagree genre.
Well, the fucked up thing about those other channels where they're highly censoring and very like they're very I don't know what the word is. Hank Hill, he's the fucking wordsmith. What's the fucking word I'm looking for?
You're talking about people who are always they're always nullifying whatever you have to say without looking into information. They're going to use tactics and obfuscation and
it's not like
fallacies
they're fucking debating it.
to suppress your point of view and not let it be heard.
It's like they're NPCs with pre-programmed fucking answers to every fucking thing you say. Like in a video game, you talk to the same person like 40 times and they always say the same 2 lines of dialogue. Yeah, that's what I felt like they were. And the irony is that without people that disagree with them, they wouldn't have a fucking channel to debate in the first place. So, I mean, like, what's the problem with healthy debate? We're not trying to, like, eat each other here, right? And at the end of the day, someone in here is going to believe what they believe, and I'm going to believe what I believe. And is the world going to blow up? No. We're here out of an interest to know. We want to know, and so we're searching for answers, but finding answers doesn't mean like you shouldn't be like shitting on the people that are trying to find answers with you. Is all I'm saying. I don't know.
It's kind of funny because you're kind of doing some of those same things in here, bringing up the same arguments about conservation of momentum when it doesn't really apply to the Coriolis effect, but it's what you heard, so it's what you're repeating. And you know what? You can believe whatever you want to believe. Right, that's fine. That's okay. And we're not attacking each other and eating each other, right? This is what people do when they discuss different ideas, and this is why the freedom of speech needs to be protected at all costs, because without this, you will descend into some other society where it's just a complete dictatorship, authoritarian lockdown, and some sort of communism nightmare. So we have to discuss things with people that we disagree with. In fact, you can learn a lot if you can listen to people you disagree with, because they can see things that you're not capable of perceiving because of your confirmation anchor and other biases that are going to keep you from being able to perceive certain information. So you should always talk with people that you disagree with, because either A, you're going to have a debate and you're going to be, vindicated and win the debate and prove the other guy wrong, or B, he's going to prove you wrong and you're never going to say that same stupid shit wrong twice ever again, or C, the audience gets to hear the debate and make their own mind up. So when you debate, you are winning, even if you lose.
You want to avoid debates where it's about the other guy or yourself. Like debates like this should not happen. The ones where it's about winning rather than finding the answer, those debates should not happen, because that's an ego-driven debate. It's like, I'm right no matter what you say. You notice how, like, I'm open-minded to what you have to say. I try to deconstruct what you're saying, and I make sense of it out of, like I said, I build a picture in my head. I'm more of a mechanical person. But once I have it, I really understand it. Like, I catch on very quickly, if you haven't already been able to tell. But I'm open-minded, too. I still believe what I believe, but I will hear your side. And hell, fucking sometimes I even agree with you, like the fucking gas pressure thing. Yeah, that's kind of odd, isn't it? When will I ever be able to find out if I'm right or wrong about it, though? I'm too small on something so big to run that kind of test.
Okay, I don't think... That's why you got to start off with me from the beginning. So do me a favor. Google the radius of the Earth.
The
Real quick.
radius,
The radius of the Earth.
the radius
Yeah.
of the Earth. Okay, hold on.
Because you've been lied to, and you're not too small to see if the Earth is curving. Because at 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of curvature.
6,371 kilometers. What's that in? You're in miles, are you? Hold on.
Yeah, I'm in miles.
So then I take 6,371 km 2 miles. It's roughly give or take
39.59 miles.
39.58.
Yeah.
39.59 rounded up on the decimal. Yeah. So
All right, so can you back up and go to a Earth curve calculator?
Earth
Yeah.
curve calculator.
Right, so they've given us dimensions of the Earth. We can use math to find out where the horizon should be. And if you type in 1 foot observer height or eye height at 1 foot, I'd appreciate that.
I need to get to the Earth calculator. Give me a sec. Okay, so
Sure, take your time.
Earth curvature calculator. It's I'm at earthcurvature.com. I don't know if that's a good one, and it's telling me to put in the distance. I'll convert it to miles. Distance. It'll tell me. Okay, so this thing here is telling me how much curve I'll get in feet.
Right, but
For a certain amount of miles.
I'm trying to illustrate something. So if you could just follow my
Yeah.
simple directions: observation height or eye height at 1 foot.
Distance at 1 foot. Oh, I can't put
No,
in.
not distance. Observation height.
Oh, okay. So 1 foot is about.
So where's the horizon?
One mile is about, okay, so 0.67 feet, which is not even a full foot, is about a mile. 0.67 feet of curvature is 1 mile distance. I'm assuming that's from where I'm looking from, right?
All right, so did you put in 1 foot observer height and leave everything else blank?
Can you link me a calculator, because this one doesn't have the option to put in the way you want me to do it? You get what I'm saying?
Right.
It doesn't have the right fucking tools in it, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, 1 second. 1 second. I'll post it in the live stream.
All it's giving me
Thank you,
is
sir.
I can put in the distance and it'll tell me how many feet. It doesn't let me do it backwards or any
Oh.
other fucking way. You know what I
So
mean?
if you go to the live stream, you'll find it.
The live stream. Where's that?
They,
Room right above the one that you're in.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
There's a couple options there.
So yeah, bunch of people posted Earth curve calculators. Go ahead, Hank.
Earth curve.
Using Rogers, he's
So
probably
the only
used it
thing you're going
before.
to fill out is 1 foot observer height.
Oh. Okay. Distance to object, eyesight level, distance to horizon.
Distance to horizon. What's the answer? 1.225.
Change it to feet.
Yeah, if you like.
Sorry. I thought you wanted me.
Yeah. Change it to feet.
Change it to feet. Okay.
Yeah.
And then
It's going to be 1.225 miles, right?
for 1 foot.
Yep.
Eyesight level. Okay, I don't know what the frick. Can I just share my screen here and you tell me what I'm doing?
We don't do that here.
What level would be the observer height?
Observer height.
Is that
Eyesight level at Okay, so
Is
1 foot
observer height.
distance. So it's at the distance to horizon of 1 foot. The
Right.
eyesight level is 0.00000007291.
You got that backwards, but yes. The observer height is 1 foot, and the distance to horizon is 1.22, whatever.
Oh, sorry. Eyesight level 1 foot is where I'm supposed to put the 1 foot, not in.
Yes.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. You got it right. You just mixed
Okay,
up the
so eyesight
category.
level 1 foot, and it
Yes.
becomes how many miles to the horizon? It's 1.225.
You got it. There we go. Okay. So, do you remember the black swan thing earlier?
The black swan thing. Oh fuck.
You know, the oil rigs.
Oil rig, black swan. Oh, those pictures. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. What about those? Yeah. Okay.
So, if the Earth has a radius of 39.59, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, or at 1 mile, 1.225 miles. If the Earth horizon distance doesn't measure that, then the Earth is not a sphere of a radius of 3959 miles. So this is a modus tollens argument. So there's a lot of math in there. So I'm going to give you an argument with no math. So if a woman is 9 months pregnant with triplets, then
What's
she
with
can't.
you guys and the pregnant women? Is that like your fetish or something?
Well, I do
okay,
think
go
they're
ahead.
beautiful, but it's not exactly a fetish. So yeah,
I agree,
try-
and I agree, and it was just a joke, just so you know. Go on.
cool. All right,
Yeah.
so I'm gonna try one more time. So if a woman is pregnant with triplets at 9 months,
Yeah.
then she cannot see her toes while she lays flat on the table. If she can see her toes while she lays flat on the table,
Doesn't have three.
then she's
Yeah.
not 9 months pregnant
Okay.
with triplets. Okay, so that's
Okay.
the same argument with the globe, right? And you've seen the platform. Where was the
I feel
horizon?
like you want to I feel like you want to use a different argument, because what if like the kid is like in a weird position and is like off to the side or something, and she can see her toes, or like
Well, then that's
like a
where the
deformity
other
or
two babies are going to take up the space, and she's still not going to be able to see her toes.
That proves you've never had kids.
You're right. I've never had kids.
Yeah, one baby is plenty for her not to see the toes, but for guys like you who like to wiggle, I triple the babies that way.
Triple the
Can't
babies.
wiggle. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Okay. So in the image, right, with the platforms, where was the horizon at?
It was just behind them and slightly up higher than where the base of those objects were.
Right, greater than 10 miles.
At greater
So-
than 10
Very good
miles.
description.
Right. So the problem is here that the math debunks the globe, because that wasn't our math. You found it on Google or whatever search engine. You went to an Earth curve calculator that some glober has made,
Mhm.
and they all agreed that the horizon distance must be there, and if it's not, then that affects where the radius is supposed to be. So that debunks the globe. At least the radius they give us. Now, it could be a much larger globe, but if we do the math and we see that, okay, it's the horizon distance is at 10 miles, then the Earth's radius would be roughly the orbit of the moon, or the distance to the moon, not the orbit, excuse me, at 250,000 miles away.
Okay. Now, I don't want you to think that I'm trying to come up with a reason for you to be wrong and me to be right, but I would like to point out, not completely related, but sort of related, is look how we do the maps. Okay, so like you have the Peters projection map, and you have the like all sorts of different maps where you have different scales and sizes of Greenland, for example, like, or countries that were made bigger to appear more superior than other countries that were made smaller in certain versions of the map. Or you've got like rewrites of the map, or it gets updated all the time, but supposedly we have satellite imagery and you have to copy paste a bunch of images together according to this NASA guy who's like, well, it is Photoshop because it has to be. It's like, okay, so you're trying to say it's super big, and for me to fit it all in one picture, I can't do it with a fucking satellite. Even if I put a fisheye lens and should be able to capture the whole thing, then, you know what I mean? Like, and they keep changing the picture of it. Yeah, that's all bullshit. But what I'm saying is we're in a sea of bullshit. How do I know that these measurements that someone came up with for like what the shape of the Earth was supposed to be and how to come up with the curvature? What if that was just made up from some fucking guy who
Thought you'd
benefited?
never ask. So
You know
the
what
thing
I mean?
is that you can go test this for yourself. You don't need NASA or any authority. You need a dressing room mirror, one of those long ones that the chicks like to ask, do I look fat in this dress? And they walk back to that long mirror, right? You can take it and put it
You
in the
mean
water.
pregnant women like to check themselves out in? Yeah, okay, go on.
No, pregnant women probably try to avoid it, but yeah. If you
Joke,
look,
man, come on. Like, it's
Yeah,
a
no, I
running
was
gag
joking.
now.
Depends on the pregnant woman. But moving on.
yeah. So,
Oh,
so if you grab one of those mirrors, right, someone facing the sunset or sunrise with that mirror, and you facing them on the other side of the cove. Let's say you can do it roughly, 5 or more miles away. At 10 miles, there should be 66 feet
Wait,
of
can we
curvature.
go back? I'm confused. Where's the mirror? Which way am I
The
facing
mirror
it?
faces the sun,
Yes.
right? And that's your homie putting the mirror in the water. You're on the other side of the bay, facing the mirror with the sun to your back. The sun should reflect off of the mirror that it's facing and hit you in the eye when they oscillate the mirror. And you can do this test for little to no money. Or you could do it a little more sophisticated with a high zoom camera, telescope, binoculars, etc. And you could see landmarks that you shouldn't be able to see. In fact, if you go to the Anti-Flat Earther server, you can ask them, why do we see further than we're supposed to be able to see? They're not going to say you can't. They're going to say, well, it's because of this and because of that. And they're going to start making excuses.
Yeah, okay. So it feeds
So-
into somebody's benefiting from it somehow. It's the same thing. I like how different news outlets they don't tell news, they push propaganda. It's called TV programming for a fucking reason, right? But
Right.
anyways, so
But this is like
let me
the opposite
recreate
of that.
this.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay, so I'm standing, and the sun is behind me. So it would be above me and behind me. I'm guessing it's a sunny day. I assume.
Setting behind you or rising behind you.
Okay, and then in front of me, across a body of water, my friend
A
is
large
over
body
there.
of water at rest. Yes.
Are we saying like a kilometer apart from each other, or
No. We're saying like at least 7 to 12 kilometers.
Okay, 7 to 12 kilometers. So you're saying that in to demonstrate that you shouldn't be able to see me according to their math, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
And you can use an Earth curve calculator and whatever else you need to use.
Right. Okay. So, and my friend is over there, and he holds the mirror past the point where you should be able to see him based on the math of the
Right.
curvature calculator.
Right.
And
'Cause
I'm
the
able
mirror's-
to see the sun come back to me. Now, regardless of the sun being up higher, the image has to be reflected from him straight to me. So that's a straight line.
Right.
And you can see it for some reason in a place where you're not supposed to see it based on the curvature calculator. Is that all correct?
If you have a day with high visibility, right, which means that there's no fog, rain, sleet, or snow, sandstorm, etc.,
Yes.
smog,
No bullshit. No.
right? There's
Yeah.
no tsunamis, no giant good surfs, right? You're just trying to get a calm, still piece of water. Some people have used frozen lakes and done laser tests this way. Other people do it over water.
Right.
But yeah, you don't want to do it over land because there's too much topography and it gets to be too many variables and factors.
Okay.
But yeah, this is something you can do for yourself. And we're not asking you to take our words for anything. We just tried to make a few arguments so that you'll listen to us and realize that, hey, these guys can string a sentence together pretty well. They seem like they're somewhat intelligent. They're asking me to do this measurement. And if it was like, the globe earthers, which they always say, look at the sun, moon, and stars, look at the shadows of, the whales, look at anything, but don't go out there and measure the earth directly. That's what they say, right? They'll never tell you to go measure directly. We're just saying, hey, look, don't take our word for it. Go measure it yourself. Come back and tell us what you find.
Okay, I'm not arguing for either side, but I would like to point out that those people who say, let's go look at the stars or the sun or the moon or whatever, it's like, when the fuck did they ever go see that shit? Like, you can see it, yeah, but you can't see it very detailed, you know what I mean? The only detailed version of what you have seen of these are fucking NASA images, right? So, like, how the fuck can I go? Light pollution. I live in the city. When's the last time I saw the fucking stars? Like on the drive to my dad's in southern Ontario, where it's like all fucking farmland and shit. Yeah, I'd probably see it there. And even there, it's getting harder to see it. What do they mean by go out? You can go out and look at this and that. It's like, well, which version of this and that are they looking at? You know what I mean? It might be that it's like the blind leading the blind, like I don't know what the fuck they're looking at.
Skeeter.
There's a saying, my little motto on my thing, it says, I see, said the blind man to the deaf man, in the land of the blind where the one-eyed man is king. And if you think about
Skeeter,
that,
do you understand the information
it's actually saying
just
something about our
gave you?
entire society.
Well, some people are awake and some are asleep, so I couldn't say entire society. That's a bit of a generalization, but I get what you're saying. Some people are awake and don't have the courage to do anything or say anything, and they want to stay in line, and they go back to sleep. They're like the guy who on the Nebuchadnezzar in Matrix wanted to go back to sleep and killed the crew and was the traitor. You know, that guy. That's how some people are. Or there's some people that just walk around in the Matrix, and then there's some people that like to be like the crew in from Zion in the Nebuchadnezzar, right? So like, I don't know. I prefer to take a red pill, to be honest, and have a harsh truth than a fucking made up version of everything that's like fake.
Do you understand the argument so far?
There's more people that are awake than I think you know, assuming what you said was what you actually think is like society. All of it is fucked. Not all of it is fucked. We have some fucked up root problems that need to be gotten rid of, and they've been the same root problem for the last thousands of years. And again, we're on stream, so I can't fucking talk about these people. But
We want to know if you're awake, Skeeter.
yeah, I think I am.
Well,
95% at least.
Society
Do you
has
know-
trust issues.
What's that?
What's the information that Hank just gave you? Can you tell us?
It was very well worded, and there was some stuff that I agreed with, and some stuff that I'm not sure on, and some stuff that I disagreed with, and that's pretty much how a debate goes.
Tell us what he just
On that point, you should
told
look
you,
up the
please.
text as well.
Sorry? You all said
What
that.
information did Hank just give you just a few minutes ago? Do you understand?
Yes, I do understand, but some of it I have questions.
Tell me what he said. Tell me what he said, please.
Okay. We talked about gas pressure and explaining how he wanted to get me to think about how gas pressure is being held to the earth, as well as someone else threw in their 2 cents about it. I forget who it was. Was it Gemzy or someone else? I don't know. And I agreed with him on some stuff, and it was eye-opening. And then we talked about the curvature calculator, and we talked about how the picture of the oil rigs doesn't make sense with what you should be able to see. And we talked about an example of a mirror across a body of water and how I should not be able to see what's reflected in that mirror if it was the sun or anything. It didn't have to be. It could have been anything in the mirror. The point is I shouldn't be able to see what's in the mirror based on the curvature calculator. The reason he chose the sun on the mirror is because it's very bright and easy to fucking see, so you should be able to fucking see it. And since you don't, therefore, falls in line with what he's trying to prove a point with. We also talked about how NASA's bullshit. We talked about how some people are pseudo-intellectuals and string a lot of fancy words together but don't fucking say anything, of which actually Hank Hill, he is very well worded. I'm not trying to ass kiss or nothing. He is very well worded, and what he's saying is not just putting lipstick on a pig. He actually knew what he was saying. Like I'm not a word linguist, but I do understand a lot of words. I have a large understanding of a vocabulary of words, but I'm not gifted in putting them together unless I'm writing them down and recorrecting myself over and over again.
Aren't you glad I'm on the side of truth then?
Well, I mean, that's debatable. But yes, I am very glad that you are able to express yourself in such a detailed way that makes someone who is not even able to think outside the box, who might have joined this channel, who might have joined thinking that flat earth people might be crazy or off their rock or whatever. If anyone's going to represent, it should be people like him who can actually fucking express what they want to say instead of shooting people down like that. Well, I definitely wouldn't want to talk with that guy Cut or CUT or whatever his name is, Cat or something, because that guy's the type of person that I come in here and go, yeah, fuck these assholes, I'm out of here. I'd rather talk to someone like Hank Hill when I came in here, or Gemzy, or the other guy I was talking to. I don't remember his name. I definitely don't want to talk to people like Cut. People like him are not going to help what kind of message you guys want to spread. he's gonna push people away. He's not.
Let's not disparage because you did block him and he can't defend himself. So I would
I did
say
block
since you said that, it would be fair to unblock him
Okay,
so that he can
I
at
can
least
do that.
defend himself
I'll
because
give him another chance.
you did
But-
just kind of call him out a little bit.
I did, but I mean, he was calling me out constantly in chat.
I don't disagree with that. I
was-
disagree.
Yeah. So I mean, I think it was fair for me to say something. I mean, it wasn't a debate. It was just it was condescending, is what it sounded like. You know?
Well, maybe he'll change his tactics.
Yeah.
So Skeeter,
Yeah.
so where did the Earth orbit around in the first 3 days of creation?
What did the Earth orbit around the first 3 days? Oh, you're talking about the order of things created in the 6 days and then the 7 day
Yeah,
rest.
if you look at the official narrative, it's exact opposite of the biblical narrative. I think that's what they were trying to point out to you. So in the Bible, the sun was made after the earth, and the heliocentric cosmology, the Big Bang, says that the sun came before the earth. And it's like everything that the Bible says, there's an opposite in the Bible. There's a firmament. In the globe earth, there's no firmament. In Job chapter 38, verse 14, it says the earth is like pressed wax, pressed under a seal. That's definitely not a sphere with upturned edges. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that's not a sphere. I interjected that part. But the upturned edges part is the rest of the quote. So yeah, there's about 60 verses in the Bible that talk about the sun, moon, and earth. The sun, moon, and stars moving. 0 that talk about the earth moving. I mean, face it. Come on, it was written before the 1500s. The biblical cosmology, if you were to Google that, it doesn't represent anything of 15th century Europe and their idea of Copernicus and their cosmology.
Okay.
Right.
Are you a believer in God yourself?
I'm a believer in the Most High, right? His son, Jesus Christ, also known as Yeshua HaMashiach.
Okay, yeah, that's his Hebrew name, yeah, for sure. That's his original name. That Yeshua HaMashiach means the Messiah.
That's right. So I'm just here to give people the ability, the capability to test the world for themselves, because I've only offered you the truth, right? And do you now consider me an enemy because I've told you the truth? That's a quote from the Bible.
I know it is. It's a very famous
So-
one.
Right.
Yeah, my favorite is John 14:6. It's actually my clan tag in Call of Duty. So, is
How's it go?
J14 column or column semicolon colon just colon 6.
Why don't you read us the verse, Skeeter?
Read us
Please.
the verse of John 14:6.
Yes.
Oh, I don't have to read it to you. I know it by heart. It's I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh to the Father but through me. Basically, I mean, not word for word, like not word the same. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. So
That was almost perfect. Yeah.
Yes,
I want to talk about the what's it called? The translations is what I'm going through, and I like history, and so I want to learn like the real history, not the one where we've been bullshitted about. Clearly,
Well, I would say that you should avoid the mainstream history at all.
well, here's
costs,
my
because-
process, Hank. So I know
Go
you're an academic, and you're a lot. You sound like you're very processed.
I'm
thought.
self-taught. I'm actually a high
Yeah.
school dropout.
So am I. I went back and finished, but it was just so that I had it on paper. You know what I mean? So that I could say, "Yeah, here you go. I jumped through your stupid hoop. Can I have the job now?" You know what I mean? That kind of shit. But what was I gonna say? I want to learn about where people see everybody's referencing the English version of something that was originally written in Hebrew and then to Greek. So when we argue, let's go to Strong's dictionary and let's go find the meaning of the original meaning of the words that were translated, and let's be scholarly and put a college effort into trying to figure out what it actually said instead of going in English and saying, yeah, it said this, and I don't take any context. I just cherry pick it and I don't know what I'm talking about, because I'm not saying all of them. And yes, some people have made some good points, but there are some people that like cherry pick some shit out of there and go like, oh, so you believe we should kill like people for no reason, and go and destroy nations and shit. I'm like, yeah, if they were Canaanites and they were all about debauchery and fucking pedophilia and child sacrifice and were doing evil day in, day out, yes, I would be okay with eradicating them. Would you not be okay with fucking capital punishment on a person who is a fucking rapist and multiple fucking mass murderer or some shit like
Yeah,
that?
we know the argument. Relax. These people believe in abortion, so that's their virtue signaling. So we don't have to worry about those people telling us that we got bad virtues because we read the Bible. So that's all a bunch of BS. It's a lot of pin the tail on the donkey, which is a fallacy. Pin the Old Testament on the Christian when everybody knows that when Christ
They want
walked
to
the earth.
fucking use that as an argument against me when they don't even fucking read it themselves and they cherry pick like certain words. It's like I could cherry pick out of Harry Potter and tell you that Harry Potter was fucking. That's a good example, by the way, is these people who have not read it try to talk to people who have read it like they're trying to describe this person's favorite movie, but they're getting it all wrong because they've never watched it. They don't know any of the characters. They don't know the plot. They've only seen the trailer. They've made their assumption about it, and now they're going around preaching it like it's fucking gospel to everybody about Harry Potter. You know what I mean? But would it be cool if you were really into Harry Potter and knew all 7 movies or whatever, or all 7 books, whatever, and I fucking made up how the fucking book went and the story and the characters and all that, and you'd be like, wait a second, that's not in there. Where the fuck did you get that? What do you mean? He doesn't ride on a donkey. He rides on a broom, dude. That game is not soccer. That's Quidditch. It's completely different. I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking about? No. He says, Wingardium Leviosa. He doesn't say fucking retardo or some fucking shit. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to make him, I'm not really good with my words, man.
Yeah,
Full Latin term.
it's clear.
Yeah.
So
yes, Harry Potter is real, cut. As real as can be.
Where did the Earth orbit around in the first 3 days then? I mean, that's pretty. Do you believe in creation, the creation story?
Yeah, I do.
I think he needs the Bible study tag personally, but
I think what you're trying to get me to trip over is the you want me to take something poetic and count it as literal and then try to trap me in it not being what it says it is or something like that. But there are parts that are literal, some parts that are poetic, some parts that are written in a mysterious kind of fashion. They're supposed to.
Yeah, but it tells you. Can I send you some stuff?
Sure.
What's your name, bro?
Mike?
No, I mean on here.
Skeeter. It's Skeeter.
Cool Shark.
Okay. Skeeter.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I see
Skeeter the wife beater, but then somebody in here changed the name, so.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna
don't have a wife or beat her. It was a made-up character, so yeah, I don't know. Somebody got a little bit insulted by it.
All right, bro. I'm gonna send you some stuff, right? And you're gonna thoroughly enjoy it because you said you're into alternative history, right?
Sure.
So this first one I sent you is from the Native American perspective. I'm also going to send you some stuff from the European perspective. And the important part about this stuff is he's citing everything. He shows you what he's reading out of. This first video may not be a good first video. I'll probably click on that YouTube channel and go to his popular videos. But in this, it talks about the people who were here in the 14, 15, 1600s and their diaries and the books that were written in those days. And it kind of shows you how they hijack narrative and perspective and make everything a certain way. But these people are calling out the so-called banksters, right? And
they're corrupt. The banksters, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm also going to send you some stuff from other websites that aren't so heavily censored.
Okay.
And I'm also.
Do you guys use BitChute at all? Because YouTube is really fucking censoring.
Have you used World Truth videos?
No, I haven't heard of that one.
Okay.
I've heard of Brand New Tube, Rumble, Parler was a different one that. Oh yeah, that was funny. If you don't like our platform and the censoring, go make your own. So they made Parler and then they shut down Parler. Oh my gosh, man! It's like kids in a sandbox making up rules as they go along.
I'm gonna send you a bunch
of all a show. It is all here.
They can't even follow their own narrative. It's so funny. Like 1 year later, they completely fucking contradict what they said was science a year before. Like, get out of here. Fuck off.
Yeah, they do that on purpose to. It's a Hegelian dialectic. They create a problem, they watch the reaction, and they're like, "Oh, here's a solution. We're the saviors." But
yeah, creating shit, so it's stirring up shit so they can fucking save it and give you new rules on top of it, so it never supposedly happens again. Yeah, I'm aware.
then all of a sudden, it's a thing.
Yeah, I mean, like, look,
you see the
everybody.
stuff I just sent you?
You know what's funny? Somebody made this comment about the people who somebody was talking on Twitter about locking up people who don't take the mRNA gene therapy. Well, they call it the vaccine, but that's
we don't talk about that here. Sorry, bro.
Oh no, okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Fauci, maybe.
It's the thing just broadcasting live on YouTube. So, you know what is considered from the American Heart Association on Twitter is now fake news. So, I mean, you know, we just can't do it here on the live stream.
Because they'll cut you off or something, right? Okay.
Right.
Fucking cunts, eh? Fucking.
Hey.
So is it a bot that detects the word and the phonetics of it, or how does it work? How do they catch you?
Well, we got snitches, right?
Okay.
You can imagine people don't like what we have here and would like to shut us down, and pretty much anything going against the narrative.
Well, then they're communists if they don't want you to have your ideas and your own fucking.
Yeah, it's obvious.
Did I say that? Sorry, my bad.
Well, it's the truth. But yeah, we can't talk about medical stuff here. So if we're going to get shut down, we're going to get shut down for talking about the shape of the Earth. Do you see what I'm sending you?
Oh yeah, sorry. I was looking at this guy. Hold on. With the yeah, that's a lot of stuff, man. I don't know if I can go through all that right now.
No, I'm not asking you to. I'm just showing you
the German Holocaust. I appreciate you say that. Yes, the Jews were oppressing the Germans before.
Bro, I'm trying to keep it secret. That's why.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
There's certain things we can't say on YouTube, right?
I'm not used to it. I'm sorry. I'm not a streamer or nothing. I'm not. I just I think a bit out loud sometimes. Sorry about that.
It's all right. You just got excited.
Yeah, I do get excited about stuff. It's like when I'm onto something, I gotta like, I'm the kid in the classroom at the back. Oh, I know the answer. I know. Ooh, pick me right here.
Hank, is it okay to send that stuff to me?
Oh man, I should probably be doing this. On my computer, would be a lot easier. Who said that?
Flat executor, flat monkey, whatever you want to call it.
I think that's a great meme. What's the difference between Waldo and Earth's curvature? You can find Waldo. Okay, that's funny. That made me laugh a bit.
Damn, I don't remember where I was at.
It's probably his face. He's like, "Hey, I'm right here, I'm Waldo."
I'm just on the computer. It's gonna be easier this way. All right, we'll see if maybe that's.
He's on top of the list, Hank. Flat executor.
Is he a flatty?
Yeah, flat executor. He's on top of the list.
Right? Is he a well-known flatty?
Wait, there's five.
Yeah.
There's somebody missing from their CUT.
Yeah, I know this guy. All right, so I gotta go. Yeah, I'm gonna do this.
You're missing number 5, the person who's awake. Where's the 5th person? Yeah,
that
the
would
4
be the people who
meet.
try to free the slaves. That would be number 1, though.
I guess it could be, but I mean, if he's freeing them,
would be awake.
What about the people that are awake? Are they all trying to free everybody, or are they just awake and they don't care? Because that could be a person too. They're like awake, but they're like, yeah, screw everybody else. You know what I noticed? Oh yeah, I can't talk about that. Never mind. Sorry.
Yeah, so things like you can say we've had a period like the last 2 years where everybody is working together, right? That's something you can say because that's what happened. Every country worked together. That's something you can say, right? We got Globus coming here and saying, well, how can every country lie about the Earth? And then look at the last 2 years. Everybody's working together. So yeah, they are working
That's what I
together.
was going to talk about, but then I was told I can't talk about that stuff. But you found a way to say it without flagging the red, the whatever. Yeah.
Point is, countries are working together, right? And they are working towards what I feel is one government. They call it the new world order, but I have a feeling that is something that will be here in not a long time. Countries are already working together using central banks.
I'm trying to think of a way to say it without, like, I want to word it the way you're saying. So, what I've noticed is people that wish ill intent on those who would not cooperate with the program and wish for those people to be locked up are exhibiting psychopathic traits toward their other human. And someone in a comment thread saying, so wait a second, we were all psychopaths all along? Everybody was a psychopath all along? It's like, yeah. That was funny, man. They've identified themselves with their attire, their facial
Well, it's nothing new under the sun, Skeeter. It's nothing new, and this exclusion of groups of people has been going on since people are alive. So,
of course, it's always been a carrot on a stick and a guy holding the stick and needing people to chase the stick for you to make the conveyor belt move. I guess I don't know. Is that like a rudimentary version of it?
Yes, sir.
You brought it around with the conveyor belt.
I brought it around with it. Yeah, at first it didn't make sense until there was a reason for it, right? The conveyor belt, of course. Do you guys just do this as a hobby, or do you have do you play any video games or anything? Or?
PC Master Race.
Master Race.
Baldur's Gate.
No, PC. That means that I play games on the PC.
It's the fucking thing. That's the thing.
Yeah.
That's the fucking. You linked it. That's the experiment with the pulling the picture back. See hold on. Let me get to it. See if I can get to the part.
There we go. So,
oh my God, that was the
Cloud
base.
Executor, did you get my links?
It does what we might expect it would. It gets smaller as it goes away from us.
Yeah, that's epic. Bruh. That's a lot. I like what I see.
You're welcome.
It made the suction bends over.
Need a better version of this.
I'll be back. I'm gonna talk to my son for a minute.
Yeah.
Peace out.
I'm just gonna go out on a.
I don't think that's the video. Is this?
And paste it. Yes. Here's what I came up with. I've got my magnifying sheet frame, and I created a little stand to paste this. All right, now let's see what happened. Back. Oh, check this out. Refraction bends the light downward.
That's the part I have a problem with. He's not filming through the center of the lens.
Yeah, they like to do stuff like that.
I don't like that. I think it would be pretty cool if that's the way it was, but when you have these botched experiments, and when I discover someone creating these experiments is cheating the environment, the parameters for the experiment, then obviously I'm not gonna want to trust it, right? That's human nature. I see a problem.
That's all fine. That's all fine. What do you think about what he demonstrated, right?
If he wouldn't have cheated that part, then I'd probably believe in flat Earth. But I don't believe it because there's some
So
people
Rob
that have
Skiba
cheated.
did a lot of other things, right? He showed how the skyline of Chicago wasn't a mirage. He had tons of other stuff. So if you follow what we always say is take out the good and leave the bad, right? That's what we always say.
I can't say that. You know why? Because I have a saying that I go by myself, which is, well, it's actually biblical. Is is it a little leaven leavens the entire loaf? So a little bit, like if you have a glass of water, it's good for you. It's going to hydrate you. You drink it, you're fine. But if it's 95% water and 5% poison, it doesn't matter if there's 95% water. You're going to die from the poison in it. So a little bit of a lot of truth with a little bit of lie is still no good to me. It needs to be 100%
I get it.
truth.
Well, I would challenge you in debunking any lie that I have said tonight. Anything.
No,
Or
I don't have any
challenge.
problem with anything you've said. I have a problem with one video you linked. Haven't had really a big problem with other stuff. Have entertained the idea of what you're trying to convey to me, and I appreciate that. I've learned a little bit about this and that, about things that I didn't really think about, like the vacuum thing. And you worded it well enough to describe a good enough picture for me to understand legibly. And but there's some stuff I disagreed with. But I mean, like a lot of the stuff, yeah, I was like, you know what, I'll give you a point for that. Like I'm not
Which video is a
You're not a bigot.
I'm open-minded. You get what I'm saying? But I'm still gonna be like, I'm still skeptical, and I think
Which
deep down
video?
inside, you guys are at least 1% skeptical of everything. You can't be 100% of anything, really.
Which video do you have a problem with, Skeeter?
The one about the magnifying glass being the picture being pulled back. I have a problem with that. Let me go and double check if that's the right video.
Can you explain what that video is about? I haven't seen it.
So what it is, it's an explanation of atmospheric lensing, and we've all experienced atmospheric lensing. If you drive down the interstate, the trees that are far away look like they're a lighter green, but when you get close, they're actually very dark green. That's because when light bounces off an object and it goes through the atmosphere, it spreads out, right, like a shotgun blast. And because it's being spread out, because the light is interacting with the particles of the atmosphere, it spreads out like when you're at the bottom of a pool on the opposite side and you see a light at nighttime, and the light looks like it's really big, but when you change the bulb, it's actually very small. It's the way that light spreads out through the atmosphere that causes this to happen. This magnification, what it does is it causes the image, because you're not actually looking at the thing, you're looking at the light bouncing off the thing, so it's like an image traveling through the atmosphere, and as it does this, it diverges or stretches out in all directions. One of those directions being down, and when the light stretches down far enough, it bounces off the water and never actually hits your eye. Also, the magnification causes objects that are going further and further away to dip down further and further until you can no longer see them, because we don't live in a vacuum. So the atmosphere acts like a lens. When you zoom in on a computer and you want to read the cowboy's belt, you can no longer see his boots. Sorry, go ahead, Roger. I'm sorry for interrupting.
I was thinking of this. I don't know the exact location. I think it was in Canada, where this lumber mill at the end of the street was like huge, and then when they approached it, it went into normal size. I don't know exactly what the name is of that thing. Would be a good example of what.
Oh, you're talking about a Ponzo illusion, maybe?
No.
Is that, the sun, when it's up in the sky, it looks smaller than when it's down near the horizon. It's the Ponzo illusion. It has to do with how you perceive objects when they're up against other objects, when they're next to other objects. It's a scaling thing. So, for example, you know how train tracks converge? It looks like they're converging as you're looking at them going into the horizon.
Yeah.
That's that's part of the That's the Ponzo illusion. Let me go check if I'm 100% on that.
I'm just talking about a specific video where you have people. There are two people driving over a road, and they are looking at a. I think they call it a mill, a lumber mill, or whatever. And then when they are far away, that thing is huge. And when they are coming closer, it turns into the normal size, showing you how this magnification works at a distance. That is merely the point I was making. So it wasn't a magnifying glass like you said Rob Skiba did wrongly, but it was actually a demonstration of how that happened. But I'm trying to find it. I think it was in Canada. But
Are you talking about the video this couple does, and they're driving down the road, and it's got trees on each side of the road, and then they get to the end of the road and they make a left, and you got the building that's actually really far away?
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to find that video.
Yeah, that was the one. I think it was in Canada. I think.
Okay, so far this guy has only vehemently disagreed with one thing that Rob Skiba did. So I want to point out that when the guy said that the Chicago skyline, right, we shouldn't have been able to see it, so he said it was a mirage. A year later, he did a report, right, and he got a specialist from some college. Now, the specialist was a specialist in the field of how light acts and the physics of light and all this stuff. So he's like a high up there specialist, and what he said was that the light is acting like a lens. Now, this is in Rob Skiba's video, right? And you can hear the specialist say the light's acting like a lens. So if you disagree with Rob Skiba and his technique of demonstrating this, that's fine, but you still would have to disagree with the specialist. And if you want me to cite my source, I will go find it for you.
No, I don't. I find I don't have any suspicion of you trying to give me wrong information or steer me the wrong way.
Plus, you can verify it by looking it up yourself. It was a year to the date after the "it's a mirage" statement.
I would only ever be able to explain this to you guys if I went and bought a decent camera on a circular magnifying glass, and any postcard with a picture on it would do fine on the table, and try to show you what I'm talking about and what I don't like about it. For me to describe that in words and the processes involved are very hard for someone like me to be able to do. But if I had the objects there in front of me and I could go on camera and show what I'm talking about. So for now, we'll just leave that argument on the shelf, because it's I can't really fucking express what I want to actually say to you guys. So even you're giving me counter arguments to something that I didn't properly express because I don't know the words to be able to do it. So I'm not giving you the exact
fair enough
criteria to go by.
We'll leave it for another day then.
Yeah, another day, another $1.
That seems reasonable.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'll get some more whiskey then. So I'm in the winter months right now, trying to hibernate, and I did snow removal last season, and now I'm just doing fuck all because too many people are stealing the salt from the bins, and the salt is like $625 for the blue stuff from Southern Ontario for 3 yards, and that dispenses into, roughly 16 bins, and those bins can be about 2.75 by 3.5 by 2 for volume, dimensions. And cab drivers and people from different neighborhoods that aren't contracted with us to have ice removal, snow removal, all that shit, conditioning for the pavement taken care of by us, those people from other neighborhoods are coming into ours and stealing from the bins. So when I'm walking around with a Garant shovel, flicking salt by hand and only covering about 20 or 30 yards, and then when it's empty, I have to go through the tedious bullshit of walking 300 yards that way to the nearest bin that hasn't been stolen from, so I can get one handful to walk another 300 yards back to do another 30 yards of fucking pavement. You can see how that gets kind of stupid. And then when people are talking all this big talk about how fucking conditioned they are to the winter, but they can't can't handle it. And this other guy showed up in shorts trying to fucking show us how fucking much of a tough guy he was. And like halfway through the day, not even, he's sitting over like 3 properties over doing somebody's steps, and we're watching him. And by the time we have like 8 properties done, he's still on that first fucking step. You know why? Because the cold is keeping him from moving. Because he's a fucking idiot. So, I mean, like, this too much shit. We had low workers and some people not showing up. It was just a shit show. So I'll just stick to doing cutting lawns, hedging.
You're singing the choir, bro.
You know what I mean? Like, fuck that shit. I'm not fucking breaking my back to fucking move snow for $17 an hour. Fuck that. Be right back.
This dude never would have came in if it wasn't from that Kiwi talking about triangles.
You mean Jazza?
Uh-huh. Jazza said that a triangle has to have 3 equal lines, and it doesn't. And that dude flies a helicopter for a living?
Okay, I'm back. Do I fly helicopters for a living? No, but...
No, Jazza. No. I know you don't. Jazza said, when you first came in, you came in to correct Jazza that a triangle has 3 equal lines.
Oh, and the chances of that occurring and you meeting me and having a conversation are based on that? Yeah, that's kind of fucked. Why triangles? I don't know. The Illuminati sent me. What can I say?
No.
I'm not serious, by the way, so don't get all like conspiracy and shit on me.
Talking about triangles, right? Do you know anything about celestial navigation? It's a fun one.
I'm the type of person that if you can explain it to me mechanically, like I said, I will get it. So
using the stars to navigate.
Just lay it on me. Stars to navigate, using a sextant to navigate on the ship.
So three questions for you.
Yeah.
Are sextants used by mariners to successfully navigate using the relationship between the Earth's surface and the celestial objects?
So your argument is that they're always fixated and therefore we're not spinning.
Yes or no questions. No. That's not the argument. But
I'm sorry, I'm trying to guess where you're going. I'm sorry, I have a habit of that.
Yes or no?
What is the yes or no again? Sorry.
So are sextants used by mariners to successfully navigate using the relationship between the Earth's surface and celestial objects?
From what I understand of how they're being used, yes, but not anymore these days, obviously for other reasons.
Yes.
But yes. Technology, whatever. But yes, they did.
Are sextants used to obtain elevation angles from your position to celestial objects?
Well, I would assume they operate the same way as the guy who put the sticks in the ground was Plato and measured the fucking distance of the sun, and you could either calculate it on a flat or a globe with...
So that would be
a triangulating position based on that star, that horizon, and where I am, and some calculation between it all. Is that right?
Yeah. And the last question, can you obtain an elevation angle from a curved baseline spherical surface? Remember the triangle?
If the sphere is so ridiculously large in scale compared to me, whereas the part of it that I need to calculate off of is almost, I see it as flat from my perspective. In that distance, even though there is some supposed curvature, according to the people that you argue against, you would still be able to do it on a large enough globe. But would it be completely accurate? No. But would it be accurate enough? Yes. So I get where you're going, but that would not necessarily be the right argument to convince me.
Oh, it is, right? Because you need a triangle so the sextant is used to get an angle to the celestial object. Right? And then when you got your angle, you need a straight baseline to the GP of the star, the geographical position, and get a 90. Okay? And then you can use 3 or 2 other sightings and use the almanac to get your position pretty accurately, bro. This cannot happen on a curved surface because with a curved baseline, you cannot get an elevation angle. Remember the triangle?
All right, so let me show you where the rub is here. Okay, so they say
He's linking something though I wanted to reply to. He says,
Oh,
so how
sorry,
many
go ahead.
flat surfaces are there on a sphere then? I don't believe there are any, but if I'm very, very small and a ball is very, very big, let's not even argue the shape of the earth. Let's just talk about, actual observation. If you're very small on a very, 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 very big ball,
how big is the ball?
from your perspective, you don't see a curve because we're talking if the ball is like the size of the star Betelgeuse, let's say, and you're standing on the surface.
Okay, I'll give you that.
You know
If
what I
it's
mean?
that
Like
big.
at that perspective, you're going to be
Right.
like, okay, yeah, I can measure this is flat over there. Let's not assume whether it's flat or a sphere. I'm saying my perspective. I don't really need like perfect calculations because it's generally flat for that section of the sphere from my perspective. Do you get what I'm saying? I don't need to be
Right, but the Earth
exact.
isn't that size. You can
I'm still
actually
going to be able to find the port. You know what I mean?
you can actually see the curvature at like 5 miles. So obviously you
Okay.
haven't Googled the term Kansas flatter than a pancake. You haven't looked at the Bolivian salt flats where it's 9,000 square kilometers and only 1 meter of vertical relief, meaning 1 meter of drop. The Bolivian salt flats, the largest one in the world. You haven't seen the longest sniper shot in world record. You haven't seen the world record for longest camera shot, Mount
Longest
Canigou.
sniper shot's a Canadian.
Yeah, that's right. At 3 miles.
1.7 kilometers, I think it was.
Oh, was it? I thought it was a little further than that.
No, 1.7 kilometers.
Anyway, that's hard to do if the Earth is spinning under the bullet, like they claim that it does with the Coriolis effect. So we also
We
you
have
haven't
any
looked.
laws of conservation of motion in effect though, with when it's being
So
fired.
the thing about the conservation of momentum, right?
Yes.
This is how it works. Okay, so this is a totally different thing that has never been used in the same sentence as the Coriolis effect until we pointed out the lack thereof. So they say the reason that there is no Coriolis effect is not because the Earth is not spinning, it's because of the conservation of momentum. So this is how the conservation of momentum works.
Yeah.
So let's say that you're on a merry-go-round, right? And you're facing me and we're spinning at a decent rate. And I throw the ball to you. The first time I'm going to miss and it's going to be to your left if you're spinning
You're going to compensate by aiming closer to the center so it hits me on the outside.
The reason we have to do that is because the apparent deflection of the object that's flying through the air like a missile, and it's not that the object isn't flying straight because it actually is. It only appears to deflect because of the motion of the merry-go-round. And the motion of the merry-go-round represents the motion of the Earth, and the missile flying straight, even though it was launched from a moving target, is going to show you how there is no conservation of angular momentum. In a true spinning reference frame, like the non-inertial reference frame of the spinning Earth, you are going to see an apparent deviation. We do not see this in reality. It only happens on paper or merry-go-rounds.
Okay.
So, if you look at the longest shot with a camera, 273 miles, Mount Canigou, it should have been under a mile of curvature, but that's in the Guinness Book of World Records. See, this was done by non-flat earthers. This is just photographers seeing how far they can take a shot.
Okay.
So, if you look up these things, longest sniper shot, there goes Coriolis. If you look up longest camera shot, there goes the curvature. The only thing left is the vacuum of space that there's no way that you can verify.
Right.
So here's the thing. Let's go over science and pseudoscience. So you know about the scientific method. Do you know the 3 things that you need for a hypothesis or an experiment?
A theory.
Nope.
Sorry, a hypothesis, and then
It's an independent, dependent control variables. That's what you need for an experiment. So the dependent variable, the DP, is going to be the naturally observed phenomenon. It's the first step. Right, so let's say a caveman sees water boiling, right? He likes the tasty fish that he found in the hot spring, so he wants to know how to recreate this. right? So he forms a hypothesis. Maybe it's the heat causing the water to boil. So he goes to his home village and he adds heat to water and it boils. He takes the heat away, it stops boiling. So the dependent variable, the dP, is the naturally observed phenomenon of the water boiling. The independent variable, the ID, is going to be the cause, which was the heat. Now, he manipulated the independent variable, the cause, to witness the effect. This is how science is done, and this is how stuff is proven. Right?
Yeah.
But science is never settled. It's not like religion where Jesus is the Messiah and Muhammad is the prophet and Abraham is the progenitor, right? These things are never going to change, right? Because religion doesn't change. Science changes on the minute, on the second, on the nanosecond.
Well, I'll
right?
agree with you right there because sorry to interrupt, is that the people with who go science this and science that and because science, and it's like, okay, but your understanding of the word science is not. They think some of these people confuse the word science with fact, and science is a process that comes to an understanding. That's why science is derived from Latin, meaning with knowledge, and
exactly.
So science has a 97% fail rate and a 3% success rate, if that. And there's a lot of world-renowned leading scientists, even Nobel Prize winners, that disagree with each other on theories about the same fucking thing. So if they disagree, why are there fucking lemmings and NPCs running around going, science told me this, science told me that, blah, 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 blah. I'm repeating what I was told.
What they've done is they've anthropomorphized science into this godlike, whatever science says it's got to be the truth. But in reality, it's kind of the opposite. Science doesn't say anything. It doesn't have lips or mouth.
Science is really just a question and an answer is what it is.
Well, it's not a process of eliminating variables to determine what variable causes what. So that's why the control variables. So that's what I was about to go over, the control variables. So the caveman, he didn't change altitude, right? So at any time, someone could come up and say, hey, caveman, I got this new hypothesis, right? And we believe that we can boil water at room temperature. And the caveman's like, what? No, you're crazy. And they suck all the gas, right, out of a container, and the water boils at room temperature. So this is the second cause to the same phenomenon. That's why science is never settled, right?
Yes. So there's two different ways of coming to the same conclusion, and therefore no one can really be right what the cause is, when in actuality the cause could have different variables that reach the same conclusion, meaning there could be multiple answers to the same thing. Is that what you're saying?
Right. Okay. Multiple hypothesis, same outcome.
Yes.
Right. Both things prove
more than one way to skin a cat.
Exactly. You got it. All right. So here's the thing. Is there any, according to the definition of natural science being the scientific method, is there any viable hypothesis in astronomy, cosmology, or theoretical astrophysics?
There'd have to be.
No, you can't manipulate space. You can't manipulate the cause to see the effect. You can only do that in laboratory settings, like quantum physics. See, quantum physics is the real science. Everything's electromagnetic in nature, and the whole
four major forces in the universe. So that one of them is nuclear, and then you have like the macro, and the micro,
and gravity. See, gravity is not a force. It hasn't been since 1915 when Einstein wrote his paper and superseded Newton with 4 space instead of 3 space. Because remember, space-time is one dimension. So they taught you.
Are you quoting Albert Einstein, or are you using from what? Okay, but he also said that gravity is a force. You can his version of seeing gravity was like putting a ball on a net that's suspended between 4 trees, and the bigger the ball, or the more mass in the ball, the more the net bent, and therefore the more gravity or attractive force would pull the other marbles that would go down to where the
that's a cool story, but all the marbles end up running into the ball, right? And the solar system would collapse.
Well, unless you have momentum or G-force, which is keeping them at a certain spin, you know what I mean?
Keep them in perpetual falling. We all know that what goes up must come down.
Following, yes, like how a satellite is supposed to be.
Right, but when we put satellites up, we have
balloons or something, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, balloons. Okay, so try to listen, okay? I'm just trying to go over some stuff with you. Okay, so if you got a scientific experiment that we can see from Albert Einstein's paper in 1915. We'd love to see it, but the truth is there is no scientific hypothesis that's viable. I'm going to show you the real gravity. Right? It's not mass attracts mass. That's Newtonian. That was superseded by Einstein. All right. So his one is the bending and morphing of space-time. You familiar with this?
Sorry, you cut out there a little bit when you were saying that. Go ahead.
So his theory of gravity is the bending and warping of space-time. Are you familiar with this?
That's pretty much what I was just describing a little bit.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. Okay. So he has no experiment that we can go over, but this is what he's saying. He's saying that in deep space, where it's a near perfect vacuum, there's this place where there's no material. It's an almost near perfect, as close as you can get to being a perfect vacuum, even though nature abhors the vacuum.
Somewhere out there's a place, is what his theory is. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
So in this place, there's no material. So what we're talking about, space-time, is a concept. It's metaphysical, right? Kind of like God. He doesn't have physical parts that we can go shake his hand.
Outside of that, yes. Okay.
Right. So this metaphysical concept has nothing to do with reality because it's only a concept. So I'm a Texan, right? I kind of have this, idea of liberty and stuff like that.
Everything has to be 10 times bigger than everywhere else? Exactly. Yeah.
No, come on, bro. Hear me out. It's all right. I know you like to joke around. So, can you physically bend my concept of liberty?
No, I can't control it. Or it's a concept. Yeah.
Right. Same thing with space-time. You can't bend it, warp it, paint it in jar, put it in yellow, test it in lab settings or anything like that.
Yeah, like a guy from the 1920s with fucking slight autism or Asperger's just decided on a theory of this is how gravity works one day. Yeah, okay. I mean, he admitted himself he's not the smartest man. He said Nikola Tesla was. But, I mean, Nikola Tesla was also Serbian and, I mean, probably of Jewish descent. So, I mean, like, who knows? Sorry, I said the J word.
I would say that's a speculation. But, okay, so if you look at this guy, Einstein, right? He's a patent clerk. He couldn't pass his college entrance exam, right? He didn't tie his shoes, married his first cousin. I mean, he wasn't exactly the smartest guy like he was made out to be.
Exactly. Like, come on, man.
So I want to point out that I have a actual gravity that works, and you can test it with a scientific method. You ready for this?
Okay, you have a tested version of how gravity works, is what you're about to tell me. Okay, go ahead. I'm listening.
So the dependent variable, the natural observed phenomenon, the apple falls. Okay. So let's start back to Newtonian because Newton was wrong, Einstein was wrong, but I can prove what I could say because you can do it in your own kitchen. So let's say the apple
falls. Tell me about buoyancy.
Yeah, relative density. Now, do me a favor, search the term specific gravity because around here we like to be specific.
Specific gravity. You want me to look that up?
Mm-hmm.
Hold on a second.
And while you're doing that, I'm going to go
I'm still interested in finding this lumber mill that apparently looks bigger from farther away. That's kind of... Okay, sorry. Specific gravity.
Right.
Okay.
So let's say that the apple falls from the tree into an empty pail, and it rains, and the apple floats. And let's say for some reason...
Falls into an empty pail, and it rains, and the apple floats.
Right.
That doesn't make sense unless the pail is in a pond.
No,
but then it's not really floating in the pail, it's floating in the pond, and the pail is just like around it.
Try to follow me, bro. Apple falls in a pail, right? It's at the bottom of the pail. It rains, the pail fills up, and then...
But there's holes in the pail. Did you say that?
Yeah, there's one small hole at the pail, but it's going to take the next day for the rain to drain out because it's raining really hard, okay? So the apple's floating, right, because of the rain, right? Now...
But it's slowly going down with the water level going out through the hole.
Right. Then it stops raining, and then all of it drains out, and now the apple is at the bottom.
Yes.
What caused the apple to go down?
This is a trick question.
No, it's not. It's easy. The change in relative density, or specific gravity, was the cause of the apple sinking or going down. See, we're in a medium. Nobody thinks about it like this, but the atmosphere is a fluid. When you wave your arms back and forth, like a bird underwater, you can feel your hair moving back and forth on your arms. Well, it's the same thing in the atmosphere. You wave
Or
your hand.
really just water at a lower concentration. Sorta.
Oh, yeah. You're right, because there is a lot of moisture in the atmosphere from water. So it's not really moisture; it's in a gaseous state. But you get the point.
It's minus a part of something. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
So try to follow me here. Independent variable was the cause, was the change in the relative density because water is denser than atmosphere, or atmosphere is a contradiction in terms because gas has no apparent shape. So we're just going to say atmos. So the relative density changed with water and atmosphere. It caused the apple to rise and fall. And I'm going to say this.
So you're talking about the displacement of water and the introduction of air and the apple just being somewhere on that line between the two, and that's why it's fucking going up and down, is because there's more air and less water when the bucket's been emptied. So therefore the apple just followed the line where the air and the water connect.
Right, it's seeking its equilibrium, just like the battery, just like the coffee, just like the propane. I'm adding.
Okay, I get
This is my theory. This is my theory. I'm adding a fourth leg to the table of entropy. I'm claiming that other than birds, in nature, objects rise and they fall due to the relative density, aka specific gravity, and they're seeking equilibrium.
Seeking equilibrium. They fall, they seek equilibrium of densities. It's the
Right,
apple
so-
is more dense than the air, so the apple has to go to the bottom.
Right.
Right, but what determines whether it goes to the bottom or the top? If it's different densities, it has to. There has to be a reason why this density is over here and that density is over there. I know they can't be together, but why did the more dense one go to the bottom and the less dense one go to the top? Why didn't the less dense one go to the bottom?
We've already established that.
Go to the.
The lack of buoyant force causes things to sink. Rocks don't do well in pools, right? But ping pong balls do, right? So the lack of buoyant force is going to cause someone to die if they jump out of a really tall building. Right? If they happen to land in the water just right, they might survive. Right? And they're going to float for a little while at least.
I would want to throw some stuff at the skin of the water. If I had objects or something, I would throw something at the water to break the surface tension and then try to pencil dive through it with my feet first, like toes pointed kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? Or maybe my heels flexed. My heels flexed.
And squeeze your sphincter like there's no tomorrow so you don't get...
Yeah. Exactly. That wasn't part of the...
Yeah.
I wasn't wondering about what would happen to my sphincter if I landed on the water.
Well, if you land bottom first and you're just relaxed, you're going to have maybe a need to see a proctologist, but I digress. So the thing is that this hypothesis is testable.
What was that?
It's that guy from Star Trek. The Asian guy from the original Star Trek. What's his name? The Japanese guy that was in the concentration camps.
Oh my gosh! Was he Spock?
No, that's the Jewish guy that. Never mind. So
yeah, the J word.
Hey guys. Hey guys.
What's up? Is that Jenny?
Me. Yeah. Hi.
Top of the morning, Jenny.
Yeah. Same to you. So I was like getting.
Leonard Nimoy? Is that who you're talking about?
Chekhov was the Asian guy.
Hey guys.
Right.
Sorry, Jenny was talking, gentlemen. Please let the lady speak.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jenny.
Yeah, thanks, everyone. So yeah, I was just getting ready for work this morning, and I happened to listen to a certain, well, I guess it's a podcast, but it's put on YouTube. And I don't know if anybody, well, Hank will remember this actor, well, once actor, Mayim Bialik. She played I think her most famous role was Blossom.
Oh my gosh, I remember that show.
Yeah. So she does a podcast with her boyfriend, and she happened to have a very interesting guest on this morning. She had Sarah Silverman.
Can't stand that girl.
Well, it was really interesting because towards the last part of the video, towards the end, she did a shameless plug, and I guess she's got a new movie out, a claymation movie, a Christmas movie, and then she goes on to say that all the elves are Jews.
Oh, you're talking about
I'm
Santa?
not fucking
Yeah, I watched
shitting
5
you.
minutes of that and threw it in the garbage.
Dude, listen. She says the elves are Jews. She said it.
Yeah,
I couldn't
and they
believe
also
my
talked
ears.
about the elf becoming the first female Santa, and this it's just
I don't know about all that.
pushing shit in the fucking TV show. Is all it is.
I'm just saying, she can say whatever she wants about Jews because she is Jewish. But all that aside,
yeah,
to say that, a secular portion of Christmas and you just say right out that they're Jews.
Said that in the show? I didn't watch that far in.
Okay, but anyway, let me find you guys the link. I mean, I don't know if it would be of interest, take it or leave it. You know what I'm saying? But so Mayim Bialik does fairly famous people on her podcast or channel. I mean, I would consider her a somewhat player on the world stage. I mean,
all
right. So there it is.
How many plays are going on simultaneously right now around us? I mean, come on.
What? I didn't catch that. Sorry, what?
I said it wouldn't surprise me. Look how many plays we have going on around us right now.
I know. It's endless. It's endless. It's
What's
crazy.
the topographical shape of a stage?
Oh, yeah.
It's flat!
Oh, get out of here.
Good point, bro. Good point. Oh, you remember that movie from I think it was I don't know if it was the year I was born, but around 1970, it was a cartoon movie called The Point, and Harry Nilsson did a few songs, and they were amazing. I remember being like 8 years old, my parents listening to the record, or maybe it was Reel to Reel. I think it was that. So yeah, I don't know what made me think of that, but yeah, kind of along the lines of Sarah Silverman doing a claymation Christmas song about Jewish elves with Santa and how Christmas works. She said,
"Yeah, it's brainwashing for children, is what it is. That's what the show is."
So I'm gonna probably watch it and then post my opinion on Facebook and see if I go to Facebook jail for the first time.
I like to watch that shit anyway and just decode it and stuff. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So yeah, her reference to her movie is at the very end. If you guys don't want to stomach to listen to the whole thing.
I actually couldn't even stand Sarah Silverman longer than 2 minutes. So
not too long ago, I think, or maybe I watched an old video, but she had Molly Ringwald and the prior cast. I think she's had all the prior cast of Big Bang Theory.
No way.
She has some pretty good guests on her show.
Okay.
So actually, I mean, she probably has a good producer, I would imagine, or whoever organizes shows and stuff. I mean, yeah, she's a PhD and all, but I'm pretty sure she's got a team behind the scenes. I would be really surprised if there wasn't. I mean, but I guess it's possible. I mean, she does
Anything on TV has a team behind the scenes. Any music, any song is ghostwritten. Yeah, there's always shit behind the scene. Wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah, so totally intrigued.
Not every song. Sorry, some songs are genuinely written. I'm just, you know what I mean, like the mainstream.
Well, I mean, Christmas. Oh, sorry. Can you repeat that? I apologize.
Oh, don't worry about it. I was actually stopping so you could continue what you were saying.
Oh, cool. But I just think it's important for adults to share their opinion about material content put out for children. I kind of love the Disney Pixar movie Soul, but I disagree with it being consumed by children because their parents are ignorant, and then the children get manipulated into a different idea other than their parents, and then that causes dissension in the family. I don't agree with that.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with what you're saying. Yeah, they are trying to break up the atomic family and the what was it?
Well, they've done it. Well, for the most part, they've done it. I mean, it's not obliterated, but the idea of the family, it's crazy.
A nuclear family. I think that's what I meant.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, I thought about it. I thought of atomics when I was thinking of the nuclear. Anyways, yeah. I was gonna say something and then I forgot what it was. What were you saying?
Damn, I hate that.
Oh, yeah, I remember now. Yeah, so like they'll
Okay.
sell it one way to the parents, and they tailor the trailer to be like appealing to the parents and look exciting and like for children and whatever, and it's cartoony and it looks friendly and the characters
Right.
are very like they look like they're out of a fucking TELUS commercial or something, like all very family friendly type shit. But in the actual plot of the movie, the part that the parents are like, okay, yeah, go ahead and watch that. No, yeah, drop the kids here, or oh yeah, she's just in the living room, or he's just in the living room watching his show or whatever. I'm making dinner or whatever. And what are they learning on the fucking? There's all this fucking innuendo and a hidden
Right.
and the
Oh,
script
yeah, a lot of
shit that just
Christians.
consciously registers in them and shit, and just
Yeah, a lot.
it's just pushing them towards something slowly, just a little bit
Yeah.
at first,
A lot of Christians are becoming wise to Disney and kind of don't go that route, but I don't know a lot about it. That was
yeah.
just like the church that I went to.
The Holy Spirit directs you to the truth, right? And it gives you superior intelligence in a place where you'd be considered a fool.
Well, that's why they have to package. Well, I guess from a Christian perspective, it would be evil packaged as good.
Yeah. That's like whitewashed tombs, it's decrepit on the inside and rotting, but on the outside you look all proper image and whatnot for the public. You're virtuous.
Yeah, so I am totally. I actually can't wait to watch the Sarah Silverman movie to see what level of indoctrination they're putting on children. Because I might want to share my opinion with other parents and did you know that ... So yeah, I can do my part in real life, passing along information. Hey, did you know?
You know what I've noticed about information? I'm somebody who is a bit of this is a bit of a strong word, but I'm a whore for knowledge. So I mean,
knowledge.
Yeah.
Are you?
You could just say seeker. I'm a seeker.
Yeah, that works too.
Because whore is
All right.
implying that you're selling out for knowledge.
Okay.
Ooh.
Kill is definitely the fucking dictionary of the club. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I was gonna say, fuck, what was I gonna say? Damn it.
You like knowledge, you're addicted to learning, you get dopey and
I know.
dopaminergical positive feedback loop because you learn something new.
No, wait, I thought I had it. What the hell was I talking about?
I can relate. Everybody knows that I can relate to that. Stop
Right,
thinking
I
about
remember. So you can put out. Here's the thing about knowledge: you can put it out, but if someone is not a sponge for it and doesn't care about it, it's like water. You can put water on the ground, and you can put a sponge across the room. Is the water going to go into the sponge? No. The sponge, if it had eyes, could see there's water over there. But I mean, like this. Okay, that's a bad example because the sponge is.
You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink.
Yes.
You can show a bitch some knowledge, but you can't make them think. You know what I'm saying, brother?
Exactly.
Hey, do you have any more of those little blue knowledge pills?
Haha.
Why would I want blue knowledge pills? Wouldn't I want red
The
ones?
little blue ones?
You mean the bullshit?
Fill your head with knowledge.
Yeah, this is the Dr. Mario server. We're only passing out red pills all day long. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
If you're looking for blue pills, you probably want to go to
I want to play Dr.
Jim
Mario.
Panda server.
I'm gonna get an emulator and fucking play Dr. Mario. Oh shit! I gotta.
You got to use Windows 7, or I hadn't found an emulator for Windows 10.
I'm using the SNES 9X for Super Nintendo games, and I can link you that one and a place where you can get all the Super Nintendo games you like. I don't know about regular Nintendo, but I can get you Super Nintendo, no problem.
Yeah, I got
Rock on, you guys.
I got 10 gigs, and I'm good.
10 gigs worth of video games? That's actually a fuck ton of video games, man, because those things were only like 36 fucking megabytes or something. Like, shit, man.
But yeah, anyways, you guys, I just wanted to pop in and share that little nugget. I'm actually getting ready for work, so I'm going to jump off.
Well, thank you for
Good to
sharing,
talk to
Jenny.
you guys.
Take care, Jenny. Have a good day. Enjoy your day.
Thanks.
Thank you
You
for the
too,
nugget.
guys. Yeah, no problem. Bye.
All right, so let's go over that mass thing, right? So you've heard it said that mass attracts mass. The most massive thing you can probably think of is an anvil, right?
Density wise, I would assume, yeah. I mean, it's not what I thought of right away, other than you posting a picture of someone trying to submerge it in water or whatever that is.
Right.
But
it's
yeah, I would assume it
mercury.
would have to be if you're gonna forge steel on it, it would have to be pretty fucking denser than the steel you're forging, so that it doesn't deform as you're doing it, right?
Right. So mercury is denser than iron
Mercury is denser than iron.
or
Okay.
steel. Or steel. I don't know if that's made of steel or iron. Looks like steel to me. Because steel rusts.
Steel is pulled from iron, but yeah, okay, yeah. Mercury's denser than it. Whatever. Go on.
Right, so this is the way that everything works in nature. If you scroll up a little bit, you can see where 28 minutes after the hour, Donato posted a device that you can create at your house, and it shows you how.
I go up where? Sorry.
Scroll up in the live stream voice text. Right where you see the anvil. Scroll up.
Live stream voice text where I see the anvil. Yeah. Okay.
Right, scroll up to 28 minutes after the hour. You can see that every post has a timestamp.
28 minutes after the hour. EverPost.
Yeah, just scroll up until you see the long cylinder-shaped object with different coloration stripes going.
Okay, this is the density cylinder. You're
Horizontal
okay.
going,
Yeah. Different viscosities of liquids and densities and shit.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
And you can see that there's a popcorn kernel floating in there. There's a cherry tomato. There's beads. There's a soda cap and a ping pong ball. So this is basically the demonstration of specific gravity. And this is a test that anybody could do, right, to prove that the cause of something rising or sinking in a medium is the relative density of the object compared to the medium. The lack of buoyant force will cause objects to sink or fall, and the buoyant force will cause things to rise. Until it reaches equilibrium, things will fall. Until it reaches equilibrium, things will rise into the medium. So think about, you got a helium balloon, you drop it, it goes up until after a few days when it slowly begins to cool down, and this causes the pressure to go down also, and when this happens, it causes the buoyant force to go down, and eventually it'll start floating midway through the room. The more time passes, eventually it'll be on the ground after about a week, and it's just like a regular balloon. But if you were to take that balloon and fill it back up with helium again, it's going to rise. So this is the fundamental nature of gravity, specific gravity, to be more specific. And we've been chasing our tail with light, the most convoluted subject anybody could ever talk about. Oh, I'm sorry, not light, excuse me. What am I talking about? Time, the most convoluted subject anybody could ever think of.
The definition of convoluted, that word I don't know. Convoluted, let me check that.
Not easily.
It's fine, I have a habit of looking up words.
Okay.
Hold on.
Not easy to understand, not comprehensible, not easy to discuss and relay information.
Complicated, intricate, having convolutions, having numerous overlapping coils or folds, being complex, being complicated. It's not basic. It's complex. Okay, yeah. Go on.
Right. So the time thing, it's the most. What'd you say?
Considering we only have our own perspective to see it with, we don't really know how to what if time passes differently for your brain than mine? You know what I mean?
Or what if we use different units of measurement for it? Like instead of using hours, minutes, and seconds.
Like the British pound and the American pound. You know the differences between that. What are
exactly? What if I said I'll meet you at Grandma's house in 300 blinks? Right? What if that was the agreed upon?
I need to know what a blink is, and I need to know where the fuck is Grandma's house, right?
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
So this whole space-time thing, we've been arguing about it for 100 years, right?
Probably longer.
Right, probably because Einstein wasn't the first one to come up with it. He's a plagiarist. Anyway,
sure.
So this whole thing about space-time continuum and the fabric of space-time, this fabric exists in a vacuum. There is no material. It's metaphysical, but yet they teach the children with a trampoline made out of fabric, made out of material, and this is a logical fallacy, right? This is what you would call a false equivalency fallacy, right? One doesn't necessarily represent the other accurately. because one is material, and Einstein has no clothes, right? Because he's wearing a space-time garment fabric, right? And everybody can see that it's naked and bare. There's a lot of people that disagreed with Einstein in Russia. In fact, at the time
You
during
just
the
said
reign,
an emperor has no clothes or new clothes, whatever analogy, right?
yeah, with Einstein, he has no clothes. It's
All
bare
right.
to see that it's a bunch of bullshit because.
It's bullshit.
Yeah, there was a lot of scientists who disagreed with Einstein. In fact, all of quantum mechanics disagreed with Einstein to a large degree.
Said a lot of scientists disagree with each other. Yeah, that's a very common thing. People don't realize that. They think all scientists think of the same thing, and anyway. Yeah, go on.
So I don't know if you could find it now, but in 2015 you could search for the Einstein scare, and in Soviet Russia, the scientists and the physicists that were going against Einstein were put into the gulags and concentration camps and whatnot, and were basically taken out of commission altogether just for disagreeing with his theory. Right, and I'm sure you understand the conditions of Soviet Russia, and you can understand why that would happen.
I can't fully understand the conditions of Soviet Russia, actually, because it's a mix of what I actually know from history and what really went on, and the propaganda we've been given about Russia is evil, Russia is bad, do not trust Russia, the Cold War and shit, like the space race, the nuke race, the fucking, how many nukes do I have?
All that, but I'm talking about communism specifically.
Which was created by the Bolsheviks, which is going into the J word.
Right, we
again.
know.
Go ahead.
We know.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know. Okay, so Soviet Russia, you can't disagree with Einstein. Here you can disagree with Einstein, but you're probably not going to find any funding from the government if you disagree with evolution, Einstein, Big Bang cosmology, because that's the narrative. And it turns out that all these punks have to do is pick up the line and tote it because it's all crafted heavily for them and backed up by all these different fallacies and debate tactics. See that people will say, well, everybody else believes,
it's just fancy beating around the bush is what it is. It's legal beating around the bush is what it's like what lawyers and fucking attorneys do. They beat around the bush legally without fucking hitting the bush. You know what I mean? It's fucking bullshit.
Right, so what we have right now is a power differential that's caused by a knowledge differential. And what we've been held back is from a proper education, critical thinking skills, and the use of discernment that would have been taught to us had the Bible not been taken out of the schools in the 1960s, which led to a different worldview coming about. It was pushed by the propaganda of the space race, and like you said,
guys are progressive
going to the moon.
Shit, yeah.
Right. And because of this, we have a huge power differential because of this knowledge differential. And what we need to do is take back our schools or either homeschool. We need to be radically self-reliant like the Germans were in Ukraine before Stalin starved them to death.
Yeah,
the Holodomor.
It's not a bad thing, and it's not the same thing as actual socialism. National socialism is different.
Well, I think nationalism is fine.
And yes, I believe what Hitler was doing was the right thing, and what they said about him is not.
He never ordered a retreat into Eastern Russia. I'm sorry, is Eastern Front.
Germans. So just so you know, I definitely believe we got shafted by the 6-pointed star people. So yeah, that was before.
I've heard it said.
Made up shit.
This, we're going to change subject. I've heard it said that the Nazis won the war, but the Germans lost the war. So moving on. The thing is,
let me think about that real quick.
Right?
The Nazis lost the war. No,
nope. The Nazis won. The Nazis won the war. The Germans lost the war.
I would have to say the Germans were. What we know about the Germans is not entirely true, and the Nazis did win the war, but not in the way that you would have liked them to win if you knew the truth.
Where did Wernher von Braun go when he left Germany?
NASA, and he left something on his tombstone about the firmament and a Psalms.
Right, Psalms 19:1, the firmament show at the handiwork.
Yes, Wernher von Braun, yes.
Right.
And the rest went to Plum Island and whatever, Operation Paperclip and whatnot. Yeah, okay.
Right, so Operation Paperclip happened not just with us, but with a whole bunch of different countries who basically looted Germany for everything that they had. This was probably one of the top 5 redistributions of wealth and knowledge in history. But basically, the scientists went in every direction. The ones that they didn't use, they made a show trial out of, and they had the kangaroo trial in Geneva, Switzerland, which actually benefited the world as a whole because anyone who's practicing medicine without informed consent is obviously a Nazi and deserves the same treatment as the ones that were hung in Nuremberg.
Well, they don't follow the Hippocratic Oath because that changed in 1964, so it's not the real
All
one.
right, we got to change the subject, man. We got to get off these subjects. I mean, we could talk about these things, and we're probably in agreement on a lot. Not everything, obviously, because you.
We probably are in agreement in a lot of shit. There's just some stuff that's a little bit vague for me, and I'm not going to ever agree with you 100%. But you know what? I do enjoy talking to you, so I mean, like, I'm listening. I don't, you know, I want to hear what you have to say to the end, and I can admit I have a habit of interrupting people and interjecting because I'm the type of person that knows your paragraph after your first sentence. You know what I mean? Like, so for the most part, 95% of the time, I'm going to know what you're trying to say. But with you, I want to hold on to the end for the most part, even though I still do interject, of course, but that's how a conversation happens. If no one interjected, then it'd only be one-sided. So there has to be social cues, which I'm not good at, but yeah, you know what I mean? I enjoy listening to what you're saying.
What was that, Rookie?
I was just saying I agree with what he just said. I agree about, you know, the way the talking goes.
I get excited and have to go, oh, no, yeah. You know, like, yeah, you're right about that. It's
at least you're honest. I mean, the honesty that you have about saying, you know, I may not ever agree with you. I mean, at least you're being honest. I mean, but at the same time, you're being logical. You're not being
and loyalty. I'm very fond of the Japanese and their honor code system. So I mean, like, line me up with that. And the Germans allying with them was a cool move, man. I love it. I'm very fond of Germany and Japan.
Well, we all should be fond of Germany because our language came from German, I believe.
I'm not familiar with that, but I wouldn't doubt it. It might be, yeah. I heard German's easier to learn than English, but I wouldn't know that because it's like a fish in a bowl of water. It doesn't know it's there. It's like I grew up in English. I'm in Canada. I speak English. Je parle français aussi, mais j'ai pas pratiqué assez depuis la 6e année, alors j'ai perdu plusieurs de mon français.
Balado français?
Yeah, I do. I speak French. I speak English, but I never learned German because I didn't have a reason to. And my dad's background, a few grandfathers back on my dad's side, is German. And my dad was a seaman on board the HMCS Kootenay, which was the biggest peacetime Navy disaster in Canadian history of the Royal Navy's Majesty's fleet outside of Russian waters. They were conducting drills. Gear was improperly installed, had been fraying and building up some kind of catch for the last 4 years, and then all of a sudden it caught, and 9 people died in the boiler room, engine room, trying to get out. And that's one of the reasons why they have a secondary escape hatch these days, is because of that accident. Because what happens is when there's an engine room on fire, you're not human anymore. You're throwing people behind you trying to live. You don't care if they're burning alive in the fucking fire behind you. All you care about is getting out the fucking hatch. So there's people throwing each other behind each other, fighting to get up this narrow fucking stairway to get out the hatch, right? You could imagine my dad's friend Dinger Bell is a very famous, very common Navy name, and he has melted ears and melted skin on his arm. He's a survivor from the explosion, and he drinks like a fish. He lives in fucking Halifax.
You see what I just posted?
World War III is a guerrilla information war with no division between. Yeah, I'd agree. Yeah. But it's like the Cold War of the internet is what's going on, whereas it wasn't the internet before, you know. There is a Cold War happening right now. It's happening between the States and China, and somewhat Russia, but not so much. China's more like the main player in this one this time around, not like the other Cold War, which was a Russia-America tension, which was really just a race of who gets to power first, is all it really was. Between people that are part of the same fucking group of cronyist fucking pieces of shit. So I mean, like, it's all just a play of who's the enemy, who's the friend. They're all enemies. Missed me with that fake shit. Exactly. I appreciate that.
I thought they were blue pills.
Yeah, I like that. Oh, geez, all the bullets are all the different fucking pictures they took over the years. Like, come on, man. You couldn't even convince me with, like, massive pollution and industrial fucking revolution and shit that the world changed that much fucking color in the span of 30 years of pictures. Like, what? Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, it's pretty
Come on,
obvious.
man. Like, listen,
highly
dude,
paid.
I might not have all the answers, but I'm definitely not fucking, I'm not going to be gaslit into bullshit like that. Like, come on, man. You got to have some critical thinking in this world, man, because if you don't, you are fucked. I mean, you can only ride the conveyor belt so long. It eventually goes to the slaughterhouse, so everybody's looking for the fucking wolf when it's the shepherd that they gotta watch out for. That's the one that kills the fucking animal at the end, right? The wolf is just a fucking casualty. It's just a fact of life. There's wolves, man. Life sucks. You can't make the world perfect. People trying to lock each other up. Do this. Fucking waiting in line for my 53rd B of my 32nd wave of the 75th V. You know what I mean? Like, get the fuck out of here with that shit. Oh, yeah.
I mean, amen to that.
Yeah, man, the whiskey's starting to talk, you know what I mean? So forgive me if I go too far. Hank Hill, what else you got, man? I was listening to what you were saying. He must have went AFK.
I got one. I got some stuff for you.
Okay.
These are 3 stupid questions.
You're not going to...
Do you know of anybody that has proof that the Earth is curved? Anybody that's done a measurement? Or any scientist? Do you know?
Where did this question come from? You really I know we're in a Flat Earth Discord, but that really derailed from what we were talking about. Okay, so
I know. Well, I'm trying to change subject, kind of, but
yeah. Okay.
Well, because I was listening to you talk to Hank, and I'm curious, like what you're holding out on. Like, what is it that you need? What do you need to see in order to convince you where you live? You know what I'm saying? Or is it just because everything is so mixed up that you just don't trust it? You know what I mean?
Part of me wants to say I understand where you're coming from, and I understand what you believe in, and I understand that you want to tell people about it. And the other part of me is saying, why does it matter what I believe the shape is? Because we can still be brothers. And that's what I'm, listen, dude, I was in martial arts when I was younger, and loyalty, honesty, and honor really stuck with me. Like, I'd rather live as a poor man who's fucking honest than as a rich man who's corrupt and fucking snaked his way to fucking where he is. It's not real. It's like when I said I'm a 2-time champion in pool, I really am. I have trophies here. I have an MVP certificate. I have my Q over here. I have different awards and shit like that I could show you. I don't like when people talk about shit that isn't really about them, or they try to fit into something to fit in with people. And that's why I'll tell you straight up, this is what I think, this is what I believe. I respect your position. I like these arguments. This shit I agreed with. This shit is garbage. But I'm going to tell it to you straight, because sometimes the truth needs to hurt, because a little bit of a wound needs to be inflicted in order to heal over and become callous and therefore be stronger. So... we are like gold and silver refined in the fire, and nobody ever got any good at anything with cheat codes. Have you ever seen anyone who's good at sniping in Call of Duty who can lead a target who's falling in the air without his parachute open and hit them accurately in a headshot with an AX-50 from 600 fucking meters away? No, that takes practice. You don't just fucking put in aimbot and go, look, I did it. So you tricked everyone into thinking you did it. They believe you did it. They think you're awesome and everything. They want to be like you, or they want to aspire to do what you did. This is a generalization because not everybody's into Call of Duty, but, as an example. But you're sitting there going, man, that was fake. Oh, man. Like, doesn't it eat you inside? How much of a psychopath do you have to be to fucking not feel like you're fake, and that you need to... That's part of being a man. You want to prove yourself. You want to be useful. You want to be a contributor. You want to be a provider. How do you do that if you're fake? How do you live with yourself knowing that you cheated your way to get somewhere? How do you convince yourself that you actually achieved that? You didn't. It's just fake. It's like a filter on a fucking phone for an Instagram video. It's fake. It's like a Facebook account. It's fake. You know what I mean? It's not real. How do you live with yourself So what? You're the whole purpose of you cheating was so that you could appeal to them and make them think you're good, but all the while you're the one who knows the truth that you suck. So why don't you just practice and go through trial and struggle and get better and improve on yourself and become the actual fucking Shaolin monk who can really stand on fucking 2 fingers? And stop being a fake who's fucking suspending himself with ropes outside of the camera shot or some shit like that. You know what I mean? Am I wording this properly? I don't know, man. I'm just rambling. Be right back. All right. I'm back. See here. Okay. Single finger. This GIF is flying by too fast for me to analyze it, Hank Hill. The one about the view, the one about the angle of view and whatnot. It's going too fast. I can't. I'm trying to. I really like to analyze what I'm looking at, and it's changing too quickly for me. Is there a way you can slow them down? I think he's got his mic muted or something. Hank Hill, you're muted maybe, or you're covering your mic. I don't know. Just letting you know. I can't hear you. If you can hear me, I will. I'll get around later on tonight there when I'm just hanging out and look at some of the stuff you linked. And I appreciate your links. Yes, obvious it be. Yeah, sorry, man. Yeah, the GIF's too fast. Like I'm trying to really like read the graphs on it and the numbers and whatnot. Yeah, I wish it could be slowed down. That'd be nice. Or if I could like pause it. Why don't they make GIFs so you can pause them as you're going through and like roll through? I guess they'd just be clips then, right? They'd be video clips. Yeah, they wouldn't be GIFs. Yeah. Me with my fucking circular retardation here. Answering my own questions. I'm that type of person who can sidetrack easily. Very, very sound mechanical thinker, but I mean, like I go off on a fucking tangent, man. Like, cause I know a little bit about everything. I'm like a jack of all trades. I'm like a fucking red mage in Final Fantasy. You know what I mean? I just know a little bit about this and that here and there, right? But I'm always looking to redefine what I see. So I I think some things have definite answers and some things don't, and require you to look through 30 different articles and finding the average of what they're trying to say and read between the lines between them. Because if you don't, what people don't realize is that writers are biased, even though they try not to be. They can't not be biased. It's like the fish in the pond of water. You know what I mean? They have a certain way of thinking, a certain brain wiring, and even if they try not to be biased, something subconscious is going to cause them to write in that way. It could be an overwhelming belief breaking through. It could be an absolution of what they think of that. Either way, like it always kind of falls one way and not the other. So you want to look at stuff from different perspectives. So for example, we all know CNN is bullshit, but I'm still going to watch CNN and read between the lines and try to compare it to what I know is not bullshit or what I believe to be is not bullshit. Compare the two and see what's factual between the two, and then you can paint a picture. It's like a good cop, bad cop kind of interrogation method. You know what I mean? It's like if you catch 5 people doing a crime, you're going to sit them in a room and you're going to ask them questions, and they're all going to be the same questions, but they're all going to give different answers, and they won't have access to each other in different cells to tell each other what the questions were. So they're going to come up with different stories for the same questions, and that's how you can find the inconsistencies. And you can break away from the bias. You know what I mean? You can find what's factual. It's like you can see the truth in a sea of lies. If I was to clean up my kitchen and use a broom to gather up all the dirt, but I swept it under the rug, eventually you would all that dirt that I'm trying to hide, you would see where the rug is sticking up, right? And you'd be like, well, geez, what's causing the bump in the rug? You'd go look under the rug, you'd see all the dirt. So what I'm saying is the truth is hidden in a sea of lies, and the diamond might be in the rough. Do you get what I'm saying? Yes, this is the time. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just like, I'm going through a process, like a mechanical it's like a fucked up thought version of a Rube Goldberg machine kind of shit going on in my head, you know? Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of, I don't know. Oh, dude, you should hear me. Like, if I keep drinking whiskey, oh, dude, man, I don't even know why certain people who drink get violent. I just get more talkative, and I'm like a thinker out loud kind of drinker. You know what I mean? I don't know. Just tell me to shut up if I'm like whatever, like nicely, hopefully, but like yeah, you know.
Yeah, shut up. Just kidding.
I agree with that. Yeah. Why are you so angry all the time? Because you're trying to fucking feed me bullshit all the time, and I can't. I don't understand your level of cognitive dissonance, and I can't be subject to your gaslighting bullshit, and you're like a victim of psychosis or something. Like you have Stockholm syndrome and you sympathize with your captors. Like just use your fucking brain. You know? My dad was a hard ass and always said, think, use your head, think. So nowadays I think a lot, and he tells me to shut the fuck up, I'm thinking too much, and I tell him, hey, you need to shut up and think and use your head. And I mean, like, it's totally opposite now. You converted a GIF to a video. Oh shit. Make GIFs a gifsoup.com. Oh shit, okay. So he basically just... See, that's another thing. I could be the inventor of so much shit, except somebody else has already thought of it. You know what I mean? And like, I never even fucking... Yeah. I had a great idea the other day for keyboard keys. Won't share it because I don't know all of you guys personally, but yeah. Scroll up, okay. That's what I was talking about. The Hank, what he just posted, Hank Hill. We're talking about these are the eclipse paths during the shadows, is what he's linking. I'm pretty sure. And I need to know where the starting point and the ending point are for these, because I don't have much context with these pictures. I'm scrolling up. What am I scrolling up to? Obvious? Sorry, I got distracted there.
Yeah, I typed scroll up because he converted the GIF that was too fast for you to a video, but the fucking chat's been bombarded, so you missed that message.
Well, I think Hank Hill is excited and wants to express himself, but has turned his mic off for some reason. Oh, yeah, I've looked at that. That is very weird. The Umbra of... yeah. Yes, I understand that. That actually, if you turn it a certain way, looks like the sigil for Satan, by the way. And let me link a picture of that. Because I notice symbols and pictures. Like I said, I'm on the spectrum, okay? I'm diagnosed ADD, OCD. But I'm also in the 99.6th percentile. Hold on a second. What was it? The sigil or the symbol? Sigil?
What does it mean to be in the 99%? Whatever.
It means that out of 100 people, 0.4 of a percent or 0.4 of a person are on or above my level intellectually, is what it's supposed to mean. Now, most people would argue that that's not. They'd probably hear me speak and go, "Oh, this guy does not sound like that." But like I said, I'm not on the lingual part of the brain. I'm on the mechanical part of the brain. I know that. After, I'm 38 years old. I have years of it. I know myself. You know yourself better than anyone's ever going to know you other than God. Right? So, I know this about myself. I am a mechanical type of person. I can figure out how to play a shot in pool that might take a professional 8 years to master. I could learn it in 2 weeks. Because I see it like it's a video game with different angles and different power levels and different types of anatomy. Like I know that I have a bit of scoliosis. I know how to compensate for that. I know that my right eye is dominant, and therefore I will shift my chin over to the right a little bit over the cue. I will change the trajectory over to the right a bit, but I will move the Q-tip over to the left a bit, and that has to do with my closed bridge grip and the way that you push an object through a ring when it's a straight line, and what will happen to it when force is applied in a jerking motion. And anyways, that kind of shit is why I fucking win tournaments. But when it comes to words, I would say Hank Hill is probably the guy with words, That's not my thing. That's not my forte. But I will understand what he's saying. It's like French, I didn't really practice it very much, but if you speak the words, I'll know what they mean. It's the muscle memory that I haven't really kept up with of the language. You know what I mean? Okay. I'm scrolling up to a GIF, and I am looking for a GIF. So obvious, were you just trying to point out that there is a thing that I can slow down his GIF with? Is what you're trying to tell me? I don't know. Holy fuck, man. There's so much shit here. Like, I can't keep up with it all. Hank, slow down. He didn't spell "you're on fire" properly, and that pisses me off, but I appreciate that.
How dare you?
That actually angers me, because I know how to spell, but, I mean, look, yo.
Remember that spelling is actually witchcraft.
Okay, because of it being spelling, okay, and different incantations and the letters or shapes for the English language derived out of Latin were brought out of sigils, probably in some kind of fucking cult a long ass fucking time ago, is what I'm getting, right? Something like that. Yeah, I know. It's just like currency, and you're out to sea on my birth certificate, and the postal service being the real foothold in a nation, and all that other shit. And I don't know much about it, but
yeah, that's funny. I just figured that out a while back. I kind of
glanced over it.
Post office is the most dominant of all the police, believe it or not. That's odd, isn't it?
It is. Stay unmuted, please. I don't want to talk to myself anymore. I'm just wondering if anyone's following me.
Well, I mute because I have a tendency for noise to come in the background, so I mute when I'm not talking just to keep. Otherwise, I end up, hot micing. So it's not that I'm shutting down; it's just so that I don't bleed in.
Yeah, don't mind me, man. I think out loud, but I try to keep it to the best of my ability PG-13, which probably is bullshit, and I probably swear a lot more than him.
Good morning.
But yeah, how's it going, Vlad? What's up, man?
Good morning, bro. I just wanted to say what's up, man. I enjoyed listening to you, bro. So I've been here just doing something, but
the whole time. Oh shit, man! I appreciate that. I have a secret admirer apparently, and yeah, shout out to Vlad on Flat Earth.
God bless you, bro. I thought it was interesting when you were talking about cheaters and cheating. I couldn't help but to think of Lance Armstrong, dude. And what type of shit that guy had to go through for lying, and how the life crumbles to pieces, and like you said, it's not even when they get you, bro. Like the fact that he had to live with himself, right?
Yeah.
Knowing that he cheated, knowing that everything is lying.
Dude, lies are just prison cells, man. You need to free yourself with the truth.
Yep. And dude, anybody who rides a bike, like myself, while this was happening, like everybody knew that this is physiologically impossible, bro, right? But the masses didn't. And they were cheering for year after year, dude, until it all came down crumbling.
Exactly.
To him, it wasn't even then, dude. Like to him, like you said, bro, he had to go to at night every night and close his eyes and think of that shit, right?
Mm-hmm. You know what else is really screwed up, dude? Is shit, man, I lost it again. I have so many thoughts going through my head. Like I'm at 1,000 RPM, and
it's so good. We all like that, bro. We all like that, man.
And sometimes I have a thought, and then another thought branches off of that, and then I forget what the root was. Oh fuck, man! I had a really good thing I wanted to say to you. I forget what it was. Can you go back into like maybe the last 3 sentences of what you?
I was talking about how he had to go. He had to go to sleep every night, thinking about that shit, and
yeah,
get a kids.
Oh, I remember now. I remember. I see the picture.
How people can do that.
I see it now. Okay, so what I wanted to ask you was, the thing that's even worse is when the masses you're referring to actually figure out the truth, and they finally realize, because it takes them longer than most people, and I don't know what the reasoning is for that, but when they do figure it out, they don't apologize to the guy that's been warning them the whole time. They just go on like it's fucking, like it never happened, and try to like their ego wants them to sweep it under the rug and not. Let's pretend that never happened. It's like, no, dude, you said it. It's like we're in the age of the internet. Even like what you say is going to get fucking documented in some way on some server somewhere on the planet. Yeah, so like
no one stood out of me for 9/11.
Dude, I can apologize to you when I'm wrong, and I've learned to do that, and they say that takes a strong person, but I don't know what that is, because somebody who has swam their whole life doesn't know what water is, and someone who's lifted their whole life doesn't know what bodybuilding is. You know what I mean? Like, so it's what they breathe and eat. It doesn't feel like a smart person doesn't feel like they're smart. They feel like they're normal, and they're in a pool of people that have Down syndrome is what it feels like. It doesn't feel like there's anything superior about them. There isn't anything that's advanced about them. It just feels normal because that's what their consciousness spawned into, is the best way I can put it. A fish will never know it's in the ocean. It's always surrounded by water. It lives in water. It gets its oxygen through the water, which goes back to the argument of what I said about air being a thinner version, a less dense version of water in some sense. Sort of, not really on a molecular level. It's just one part of hydrogen missing. So, but yeah, you know what I mean? Like the fish doesn't know that it's in water, just like the idiot doesn't know he's stupid. Like we know about the Dunning and Kruger experiment, where stupid people don't know they're stupid, dead people don't know they're dead, and it's funny that like what we're talking about is about people that are not aware. But once they are aware, they don't acknowledge or thank or apologize to the people that they fucking talked down to and took this position of moral superiority because I got the fucking the V word, you know what I mean? All of a sudden you're on this side of the fence, and then you are somehow like morally superior and fucking more advanced than me because what? Because you took the bait? No, you're a carrot chaser. You fucking chase carrots around on a fucking stick all day. You're an idiot. I'm the guy who says, hey, you know what? I'm in a gym. Fuck this conveyor belt. Oh, you know what? There's an outside? Fuck this gym later. You know what I mean? Like, that's me. I go, oh, there's an outside? Oh, there's another city? Fuck this. I'm going to explore. Oh, there's a mountain? Let's go. You know what I mean? These people are like, I'm going to live in my fishbowl. Yeah, fishbowl this, fishbowl that. The word of fishbowl says, oh, yeah, we can quote that by the word of fishbowl. Chapter 23, verse 13. The word of fishbowl says, you know, like, fuck the fishbowl. I don't know, man. Just rambling. Having a good time.
Yeah, bro, you're good. Just doing something.
Well, something to add to what you're saying about. Yeah, I was just trying to say, you know, to add with what he's talking about, people having trouble coming to terms with when you're correct on a subject, and they, you know, that they end up agreeing, but they won't admit the person to, you know, brought them to that. That what we have in the modern day is a massive lack of humility, is what you're experiencing there.
Yes.
And
what's wrong with that, man? That makes you stronger.
Right, and Skeeter, you're basically saying that you've, you know, came to that conclusion yourself, you know, from within yourself, and that the same thing with me. And I was a Glober, just like everyone else on this server, more than likely was, unless you were just brought up in a freaking beautiful, you know, setting to where you obviously were born into objective reality correctly, the way it should be. But most people out there, man, don't have that ability to sit back, have their preconceived notions challenged, and then corrected, and then sit back and be like, you know what, man, you were right, I was wrong, and I'm going to change the way I'm talking now. And it's like they take it personally to the point where like it's insulting their intelligence, and it's not supposed to be like that. We're just trying to show people the truth, and not necessarily try to push anything on anybody, but help people to find the truth within themselves, because that's the only place where the truth can be found, is from within yourself.
I was gonna say something, but then I had 3 other things I want. Wait. I agree with what you said, and I wish people would have more humility. It's something that I cherish, and would like to know if it's because that I have OCD and a need to be right, and a need, that's my personality, even though there's something people don't know about OCD is there's 5 different kinds, and I'm the overthinker, worrier type, and the fucking cover all bases type. I have to know the mechanism to everything. I can't, it's like chemistry, okay? You understand, let's do a really basic version of it. Everybody understands vinegar and baking soda. We all made the fucking volcano in the science class or whatever, you know, or a lot of people did. That was the go-to science lab experiment shit that you would present to your teacher in designing tech or some shit like that, right? Okay, so we understand that vinegar and baking soda have a reaction that oxidates and then causes a fucking da-da-da-da-da. But people, the scientists and the chemists and the biologists, anyone that works with with our domain of where we live on a molecular or even quantum level, these people don't know why it does what it's doing. We can explain it. We can say this plus this equals this, but we don't know why. You know, vinegar plus baking soda does this. And we can explain, oh, this is happening on this level, and this is doing this, which is causing this, and da-da-da. But why is it doing that? Scientists can't answer that. So,
right.
To an extent, you'll never 100% understand the world around you, and I think that's a good thing, because life without mystery is fuck all. It's a movie you've watched 100 times and is boring as fuck. You know what I mean? That's what it is. So, Unless you're some kind of fucking nostalgic freak who loves watching the same thing over and over and gets the same fucking emotional rise out of it, or maybe you have Alzheimer's and it's a new movie every time. I don't know, different variables and shit. But you get what I'm saying, right? Like, shit gets boring without mystery.
What you're saying with the scientists is you're dealing with people that are brought up in these institutions, indoctrination stations, as I like to call them, and they are groomed to have this authoritative standpoint. And if they can't find the answer to it themselves, then it's just we can't get into that. And what you have, just to go back on what I was saying previously, is these people are devoid of what we would call humility, and they are not going to have their entire career overthrown because somebody quite simplistically breaks down something that they've brought there. And I mean, I guess I get it from that standpoint. It's unfortunate, but that's the truth of the matter, is these people don't want to admit how simplistic these concepts are. And yes, some people will need a more broken down version of these concepts to fully break their indoctrination, but I say it all the time on the server, the irony is in the simplicity of this topic.
Well, fuck, like, in speaking about breaking what was the word? Indoctrination, right? So I know the Holocaust was I believe, sorry, I can't even say that, we're on YouTube, right? So I believe such and such is not actually the way it happened. And okay, I think that you know what I am talking about, and I'm only saying 100%. That because I'm stereotyping that you guys are in a flat Earth server, so you must know all these other fucking things about, you guys are knowledge seekers, and whether you're right or wrong, you like to find what's going on. So I'm going to assume you know what I'm talking about, right? And that the thing about Germany was not completely what actually happened, and that's all bullshit. And you're not allowed to investigate it, or else you get fucking shit on by the ADL and shit. And yeah, so. And as soon as you're finding the answer,
I wonder why
they say, turn back, dead end. You're an anti-Semite if you continue. It's like, I'm definitely going to go down that road, because you making me not want to go down the road is making me want to go down that road. It's like the fucking opposite shit, Like, I'm compelled to want to go down that road just because you're roadblocking it. I'm like, fuck you. I don't like authority, and I'm going down that road. Oh, what's there to find? Oh, shit, man, this is interesting. Look at this. Yeah.
Ballpoint pen.
Eat up that. Oh, yeah, I love that knowledge, that information. Shit, man. Yeah. Wait, what were we saying? Sorry.
I said Anne Frank diary was written in ballpoint pen.
Fucking not even fully written by her. Like the first couple chapters.
The German court ruling, bro.
Oh, dude, there's even people that say they were hollow. I'm gonna make this the code word, okay? Hologram instead of hollow. The price of stuff. The price. Hollow price. The hollow. What does it cost for this item? What is the price of this item? Therefore, the hollow cost. I mean, sorry, the hollow price. I said it. My bad. The hollow price never happened.
Free. I call it
the chimney shaft was built after the war. What are these pictures? What the hell? What are these aerial views? Who are these survivors that made up stories that don't line? Wait, hold on. This guy says that he proposed to his wife, who gave him apples over the fence and went on Oprah, and now he says years later it was a lie, but it was a lie that he told himself so many times he believed it. Which is, it's kind of coincidental that Hitler's propagandist was this guy who said the same thing. Tell a lie, make
the difference between
often enough, and they'll believe it, and whatever.
See, the difference between flat earthers and globers, a big one is, we admit that we don't have all the answers, and the globers, they're claiming they know everything down to the micro level all the way to the macro level. That's the fundamental.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I have a bad habit of that. I'm really sorry. I gotta fix that. I gotta let people speak. I just get these ideas sparked off of what you've been saying, and the more you The more you fucking know about shit, the more you want to interject and go, I know this! I know the answer! I don't know, that's just me, man. But, yeah. As far as your concept of globe earthers, I believe the earth is a globe still, but I like to talk with you, and I like
yeah, could you quit cutting people off?
I'm sorry. I said that. I said I was sorry.
Bro.
Yes.
Yeah, I know you did. You could retain from using the F word so much. We don't mind when you do it a few times. But every other word in your sentence, come on, we got kids, man. My child gets on this.
I'm sorry. I'll try not to swear as much. I'm sorry, man.
So
what would be your main?
You believe? Go ahead, Flathead. Sorry, bro.
I was just gonna say that I believe I don't believe.
Was gonna ask something right now.
Sorry, I thought you were asking me that.
Flathead, did you want to talk, bro?
I'm sorry, guys. I'm bad with social cues. I'm sorry.
Cool, bro. We'll work it out. Don't worry, bro. So, how do you still believe in a globe after everything you just said and the way you talk, bro? You believe you live on a spinning globe that's spinning and flying through vacuum?
Not necessarily a vacuum.
With the way you think, like you can still believe that shit? You can still lie to yourself on that level?
It's like I don't have 100% answer for either one. Is what I would.
So then you're gonna believe they live on a spinning globe? You don't have answers. Did you ever think about these things?
I have. I've thought about those, and I think I'm somewhere in between, which is non-existent.
So let's see, bro. You never felt the Earth move, right? That's a fact, and you never saw the curvature. So what is it about it about the globe that wants you why do you believe? Tell me the biggest reason why you believe.
The curvature, I can say no, I have not seen. But when you say about have I felt it move, I can argue that I've been in vehicles that I didn't feel like I was going forward because of how smooth it was, and I would assume
that's just an analogy, and that's a horrible analogy, bro. It's a really bad analogy.
It is.
But that's all it is.
Shouldn't you prove it's moving before you say why you wouldn't feel it?
Yeah, I was going to ask you, what's your number one thing that makes you believe that you're spinning on a giant water magic ball in a void?
Right.
And I'm not saying that. I'm saying that in all honesty. I just want to hear your one that actually keeps you in that paradigm.
Well, I don't believe in magic, so could you reword what you said about the ball in the magic void? And you can say it in a way that you want to say it. Just.
Yeah,
don't assume that I think it's magic.
The rotation you haven't proven. You haven't proven it's in space. You haven't proven it rotates. But you're already off here with
I'm using that word loosely in the sense of actually not even loosely, because it would have to be some sort of magic for that to even exist, because it's not based in logical, objective reality. I'm not saying that rudely.
I want to be honest with you guys. I'm here because I'm very interested and intrigued by what you think of the planet, whether it's a planet or a plane. And I want you to know that I don't think any less of you if you think it's a certain way or not. It's the difference between it's comparable to somebody.
Way to obfuscate his question.
Something is beautiful and something is ugly. You guys think it's flat, I think it's a globe, but who cares? Because I believe in God, and if you don't, that's fine.
What the hell are you doing on our server if you don't care? And way to obfuscate it. Excuse me, don't fucking interrupt me. I'm over that shit.
But you're being
next motherfucker that interrupts me is getting banned.
I'm sorry,
you totally obfuscated what is said, and you rattled on some bullshit, some gibberish.
Sorry, but you just asked me to stop swearing, and you're swearing a lot, and I'm trying.
I'm the moderator. I'm one of the server creators, and your point is, I've had enough of your rambling on mouth. Who just can't even have a civil conversation wherein you let other people use the same platform you're on.
I'm having a civil conversation.
You ain't shut up in the middle of anybody's sentence. And everything they've said, dude, interrupt me again. I think I'm playing with you. Everything they said, you obfuscated. Does he got to repeat the question? You went to, I don't care what you believe. He asked you a question. This is a debate server, dude. We don't really care what you believe. We're here to debate.
But if you're here to debate, then that's what I'm doing, right?
No.
What?
In debate, you directly rebutted the statement they said. You obfuscated what he said and you walked around it. How is that debate? On what academic level is that considered debate?
I
I
want
was
to know
on the
why.
debate scheme in both high
Why
school
are you
and
so
college.
hostile? I'm being very friendly and
What? No, it's not friendly to just talk over people nonstop. That's not friendly.
I'm acknowledging that I've done that, and I've been
I don't
trying.
care. It's still not friendly. Is it friendly for me to say, I'm sorry, I keep talking over people, and then go on and keep talking over people? Is that friendly?
No, but I mean, like, is it?
How about you just shut up now?
How is that being friendly?
I didn't say I was friendly, did I?
Why are you so angry with me, man? Like everybody else here
What
is being
makes you
very
think I'm
enjoyable.
angry? I stated what my problem was. You walked around that too, to go to feelings. Am I supposed to care about your feelings?
I don't understand, man.
Yes or
Like,
no?
I mean,
if you can't
shouldn't I
answer a
care about your
simple
feelings?
question, what are you doing on the debate server?
To debate?
Well, I haven't heard any of that. I just hear
Why
you
is everybody else
rambling
here
on.
so civil, but you sound like a fucking asshole?
Well, good. I am a fucking asshole.
Okay, so why is it
I'll
that you
make that positive claim, whatever.
and I'm trying to
hang
help?
out
I'm
on my
trying to
server?
curb it.
You want to hang out on my server, or you want to go because you called me an asshole? Which one?
I don't understand, man.
No, it's a real simple question, dude.
I don't have a choice. You want me to answer a certain way, or else? Like, what? Where is there debate?
What do
in
you
that?
mean, or
It's not
else?
debate.
You can have
Well,
a
or
civil.
else you'll kick me. Like, what? What do you mean? Like, I'm being
What do I
nice
mean?
to everybody. I
Stop
don't
worrying
understand.
about feelings. Stop over talking people. Stop
Oh my
cussing so
gosh.
much. And if you want to debate, try rebuttaling something somebody says or answering a question. Rambling on about some shit that's a non sequitur isn't got anything to do with debate.
Do you want to like?
You're not. Do I want to what?
Is it like what? What do you think
you're saying-
debate is? No, you're just confusing the shit out of me. I have so many questions.
Oh, you're confused.
Like, you're acting like if I don't fucking ask the right question, I'll be kicked. Like, what
Is
the
that
fuck?
what I said? You just obfuscated what I said. I said actually answer a question or rebuttal somebody's topic. We come here to debate science, not what you fucking believe or feel.
Okay. And what if you're wrong? What if I'm wrong? Who cares, man? What is a fucking
And how
debate
does
about?
that address what I've said?
What are you trying to do here? You want to have a stream to debate with only people who only think the same way as you. That's not a debate
No,
stream.
that's not what I said. You're putting words in my mouth.
That's what you're implying.
I said what you're doing isn't debate. I'm not implying anything other than try. If you want to debate something, I say only red cars are hot. You say no, and then you say why. You directly respond to what I say.
I think you might be crazy, dude. I'm trying to have. I'm even having a.
Serious.
I'm talking to CUT right now, and I've given him a second
No,
chance.
you're not.
I give a shit about people.
No, you're not.
What? What do you mean? I'm not. He's literally
You're
in
not
chat.
talking to CUT. You're talking to Battle Mod right now.
I don't
And
understand.
you're calling me crazy because I'm done with the gibberish.
No, I'm calling you crazy because you come in here telling me not to swear, but you're.
I'm crazy now for setting the rules on the server we built. Did you build it?
Why do you keep muting me when I'm trying to talk to you?
Because I want to talk and you got to shut up for me to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm the moderator. Not
Okay.
just-
There's. I mean, I don't know what you mean
What?
by moderator. There's like at least 10 of you here on the list.
Yeah, they're not all lead mods. I'm the moderator that's talking to you. What is your point, dude? What is with you?
I want to know
can't
why you're so angry with me,
You
dude.
can't directly address anything. Listen, we're not here to fucking play games with morons.
I'm not here to play games either. I came in here to fucking,
Yeah, you're done talking, buddy.
I don't understand, man.
Yeah, you understand when you're muted. Beg somebody else here to feel sorry for you. When you want to actually answer or rebuttal what CTU is saying to you, and who's CTU? Is he talking about cut?
Yeah, cut the shit.
Yeah, it's CUT, not CTU. Christ, the guy can't even pay attention, and I'm crazy. Cut, you want to try with this guy again? I swear if he can't directly rebuttal or answer something you say, dude, I'm done with him. I'll butt out just in the interest of peace, but if you can't debate, dude.
What do you think debating is?
Not what you're doing.
That's not what I asked. Maybe Hank Hill should come in and
debate. I already gave you a clear distinction of what I thought debate was. Hank Hill's not a moderator here, buddy. Nice try.
He should be because he's actually a fucking human being, whereas you're just a fucking...
whatever you say, I don't give a shit, okay? Nobody's going to come in here and over-Trump me.
I don't care if
not even the admin. That's my buddy. He feels the same way I do.
That's fine, but you know what? He has understanding, which you don't have, and I admire him.
No, I don't think you know who you're talking about right now.
I think I do, actually. Based on what I've heard, you sound like an asshole, and he sounds
who do you think's going to have understanding for you and not just... the admin I'm talking about would already banned you.
He probably might not have understanding, but you know what? He'd be humane about debating it with me.
No.
Probably knows what debate.
You're not debating. He would have said the same shit I said. We're not here for morons like you.
I've been talking to him for a fucking hour and a half straight, and he hasn't said any of that kind of shit. You're just being an asshole.
I don't care what he said. You don't get it.
I haven't raised my voice as much since I've been here.
He's not a moderator either.
You're hard to deal with, dude. I don't understand why you're such, like, what is so... Oh, man.
You're fucking annoying.
You're fucking annoying, actually.
I am, because I'm telling you I'm not putting up with your shit no more. Shut up.
You're
Too
a
early
hypocrite.
for dumbasses like you.
You're a fucking hypocrite, dude.
I'm a hypocrite.
Straight up, yeah.
Listen, I got a good reason to be pissed off, because you're pissing all over my live stream.
Why have I haven't pissed all...
The only reason you got to be pissed off is because I'm not allowing it no more.
On that, good morning. Is it still flat?
It is. Hey, if one of you guys want to try with this dude, it's cool. But if he directly addresses me rather than has a debate with you, I'm banning him. You guys are open, but if this dude don't shut up about me and have a debate rather than ignore everything people says, why should we even waste our time with this dude? I've heard better debate from a 15-year-old.
Yeah, Skeeter, though he has some good ideas. He's been talking for over 2 hours.
No offense, dude, but this is where you make your mistake.
Asshole, dude.
You think I haven't been listening for the last 2 hours and I didn't get fed up with you. But I have been.
With some people on some shit.
You know we live stream this,
what
right?
Hank Hill said, I had something good to say. I had positive reviews
Well,
on
good
it.
for Hank. He does. That's
You want
good
me to
for
ban
Hank.
you or something? You fucking weirdo? God damn, man. Some people in this channel are very cool, but you're a fucking retard, dude.
Yeah.
Kill yourself.
Hey, go get your Battle Mod Ban Me t-shirt, buddy.
Whatever.
You're a guest here, remember.
Join the crowd. A million people think I'm an asshole. I don't give a fuck. I don't care what other people said about you either. And what you couldn't finish earlier when you were talking about chemical reactions is you said we don't know where the reaction comes from. Actually, we do know where a chemical reaction comes from. What we don't know is where the energy comes from. We don't know where all the energy in the world comes from, but we know what a chemical fucking reaction is.
He just forgot he was a guest here.
Dude, I just wanted him to quit cussing and actually answer one of the questions dude asked. And he had to go all off on, fuck you, I'm this, I'm great. Everybody else said I was great. Why are you an asshole? Why couldn't he just take moderation? So apparently I'm the first moderator that interrupted in the last 3 hours.
No, he has been told that he's over-talking people. He has been told that he was over-talking people.
Yeah, and that's all I directly... Listen, I got tired of he over-talked every person that tried to talk to him, bro. And that's all I said. Stop cussing so much. Quit over-talking people and try to rebuttal what they say. And all of a sudden, I got to be an asshole.
Well, maybe it's our fault because we let it go too long, but I apologize.
No, it's not your fault. I mean, I came in to moderate. I just shouldn't have let his ass fucking argue that much. Should have just got rid of him.
You did give him the chance to say, you know what, you're right, I agree. Sometimes it's a lot easier to pick your battles wisely and agree with your adversary quickly, lest you get handled.
I wasn't trying to be a dick. I just wanted him to quit over-talking people, Hank.
Yeah, I know he should have agreed with you, because he did agree with you that he was over-talking. So, he should have agreed with you and went on mute.
Yeah, because he said he was over-talking people, and then he kept on doing it. And I just wanted to hear him actually address what Cut said. He gave 4 or 5. Dude, I've been listening for like an hour, man. I'm in my barn listening to this shit. This shit is hard to palate while I'm trying to work on a car. You know what I'm saying? Dude just ignores what you say and rambles on about, well, we don't even know where this... We don't know how this works. No, you're saying it wrong. We do know how the chemical reaction works. We don't know where the energy comes from. So, in truth, you're right about it, to the point that we don't know where it all comes from. We don't know where any of the energy comes from that we release, whether it's through combustion or electricity. We don't know where electricity comes from. We don't create that. Generators, alternators, they don't create it. They tap into a natural phenomena that's already there. And it's not just chemical science. There's no 100% in science, because nobody's stupid enough to say this is the way it'll always be. We know with the growth of knowledge, everything changes. You know? Christ, man, I'm spent 2 days helping out this family, and now I got a million messages. I'm scared to even answer them. I don't want to do server politics right now. Seriously, though. Yeah. I think you're right, Cut. I was too real about it for him. People don't like it when you point out all their faults. You're right. But I don't got time to be gentle, man. I mean, I do, but that's a flaw I get from being the owner of a company. I've always been the boss. I don't have to be polite about shit. You know what I mean? I'll consider that next time. Because I know I can't just come in here, treat people like my employees. But with my employees, I shouldn't have to say anything more than it's fucking the profit up because they get profit sharing. You just say the shit, it gets dealt with, and you move on. I mean, I don't see how it should be that big of a deal when you already admitted you were doing what I was wanting you to stop doing. And then I just want you to actually address what people are saying instead of talking around it. How many times can you say, whoever's right or wrong, it doesn't matter? Well, then why have a conversation with you? It's fruitless. Doesn't matter to you who's a... Man, I'll tell you what. I'm going to go back and unban that dude. If one of you guys want to send him a invite or whatever, that's up to you. I know I'm hard to palate sometimes. So,
I don't think so.
Well, bro, I know I'm too direct sometimes. That's what I'm saying. You know? It doesn't always work for people that don't work for you. You know what I mean?
I do.
Direct doesn't work for people who don't like when people are being direct. They like it whenever they're being careful about what they say because it helps them not feel like they're being demeaned. But that's just military. In the military, you're direct and you have to be direct. And if you don't like them being direct.
And I use that at work too, you know, but I tell my people up front, you know, I don't mean to be fucking cruel when I say this. It's just you get a portion of the profit, and when profits are down, you know, it's directly related to our money. So I shouldn't have to candy coat it, right? So
exactly.
This isn't business, this is people. That's why I'm banning.
If the doors of perception were cleansed, everything would appear to me as it is, as it truly is. Wait, let me check. World will appear to man as it is, infinite. Sorry, I screwed up the quote.
Yeah, I know I'm just not the best people person sometimes, Hank.
Well, I'm not judging. Like I said,
no, I'm judging myself. Don't be scared to agree with me, damn it.
You gave him a chance because you asked him a direct question. Do you want to do this or do you want to get banned? And he should have said, I want to stay. And then you guys were in agreement that he was over talking, and he should have said, you know what? I've had a few drinks. I might have gotten out of hand. You're right. I'll go on mute for a little while and listen.
Right, because we could have worked on the have a normal
So
debate.
he doesn't know how to contract.
He wasn't debating.
I think he was having a lot of fun just, you know, tooting his own horn is what I think.
I think he was just intellectually stimulated and was kind of riding high on that for a little while. So
yeah, that's what I meant. Is like, you know, we let him talk for a while, and he kind of got used to that, and then you come on and say something, and then he's like, "Wait a minute, what the hell's going on here?"
Yeah, well, I just listened to him for a while, and I'm like, man, this dude he just doesn't answer any of their questions, and he just overtalks them, and then takes the conversation to something nobody was even talking about.
I agree. My problem with what he said was when he said that it doesn't matter. I thought that was quite interesting, but I didn't argue with him because.
I guess I worry too much about the image we portray on YouTube.
As you should. I mean, our image is important.
I don't want people.
Yeah, we warned him. sorry, we warned him a few times. He was going off topic into the jab stuff. So we all are worried about the image we are portraying. Yeah, he was swearing a lot. Could be just how he talks. Didn't mind that, but he was over talking. Right when Hank had a concisive argument, he was like, "Oh, like,
Yeah.
dude, chill, man.
Yeah,
Just listen
that's
to
what-
Hank." And
That's what was killing me, bro. I was like, dude, he keeps pissing all over what everybody says.
anyway, Sexton measures angles. You can't have an elevation, an angle of elevation without a straight baseline.
This is true, and I read an article on Portland maps or navigational charts, and navigation using the sextant, and it says you can safely ignore longitude and latitude and curvature for the purpose of navigation on Earth, right? But don't we get told over and over again that navigation requires a globe? But here we get told in the history of navigational charts, you can safely ignore it.
Where did you find that?
Fucking a article about Portland navigational charts or navigation. Damn it, the history
KDM
of
that.
the history of navigation. Yeah, give me a minute. I'll go through my. Well, I can find my quote of it, but it might take me a minute to go through my history.
I'm in traffic, so not a problem.
Right.
Oh man, they're going to lock down us even longer now, till after the New Year's. God damn it.
Yeah, let me unban this dude while I'm thinking about it. Was his name Pool Shark?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. I might want to test his acumen on Pool Shark. I mean, I do play on state levels.
I think he claimed to be a champion too.
A what?
A lot of people
I think he claimed to be some sort of champion or winner or something in the beginning of the conversation about 2 hours ago.
Well,
He said
I
that if
played BCAPL leagues, and the last year the state leagues were going on out. I was leading. That's the first time I entered them, but my dad's got state champion, trophies here on the shelves at home. And my daughter, I play with her, and she's like, "You never miss, Dad. I don't know why you don't go get me a trophy that I can sit next to Grandpa." So I went and I started, but COVID killed that. So I was leading in the 9-ball men's single 9-ball leagues and men's single 8-ball leagues for my state. I actually hadn't been defeated in half the season. I didn't have any losses. So nobody even had time to even catch me in numbers. Now, in the end, you can win in the final tournaments, even if you don't have the numbers, if you make it there. When you get there, the winner is all about the person that wins, not who won the most games during the season. But to get to the playoffs, you got to win the most games. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, of course.
So there's always going to be at least 10 people in the playoffs. The 10.
Well, there's always two teams, and one of them has to lose, right?
So
there's two sides.
Well, in singles, there's not teams. In co-ed, there is,
I just meant two sides. Like there's you, and then there's me, and one of us has to lose, right?
Yeah, right.
So
But
the
that
win, you
could,
know,
listen, at state level, it could be as simple as who wins the right to break. Because some of us are, we train to win from the break. We don't play loser pool where we try to leave you crappy. We play to smash it and run it. If it's 8-ball, we want to sink to 8 from the break. If it's 9-ball, we want to know how to hit the 9-ball rack with the perfect English from the right angle where every time the 9-ball sinks from the break. So, and
yeah, you would.
if not, you run it from the break, you know?
Right.
I'm a run out player. I don't play to lose.
Yeah, I agree. I'm the same way. I'm not that great, but I've won quite a bit of money and quite a bit of free sodas and beers. That's for sure.
Right. I get that, but when I play, I don't feel like I'm playing against another person. It's just me and the table, and I beat myself. Because I can't beat another player. You know, we're all good enough at a certain level to run the table. And if you don't, then you beat yourself. So, and a lot of us, it's why I get respect on the higher levels, because I know the same thing everybody else knows. I didn't beat you, you beat yourself. You know. You run out everything but the 8-ball, and then you miss the 8-ball, and that guy runs it out because you left him an empty table. Did he beat you? No. He ran an empty table, man. You beat yourself.
Yo, Battle Mod, Mike, did you hear about the controversy where they made this break illegal in 9-ball? It's called a soft break, where you pot the 1, the 3, and the 9, boom, every time. They made it illegal in professional 9-ball. It was a controversy. It's called the soft break. Look it up. It was boom, the 1, the 3, and the 9 every time. You're not allowed to do it over and over and over again. It's illegal. You're only allowed to do it once.
Yeah, I know what it is. But
what kind of bullloading is that?
Listen, if you're not doing it,
that good, then why wouldn't you be able to win every time?
There's a way around that. There's a way around that. You can do the hard break, which is a massive upper English, and when you hit the rack shatters, the 9-ball stays where it is. The cue goes up in the air, spinning forward rapidly, and when it comes down, it hits the 9 at an angle where it goes in the corner every time. Every time. If you hit it on the right space with the same English, so you can go back and forth. You can do one then the other, one then the other. You just can't do the same 9-ball break every time. Because, yes, you can master this. So, yeah, I know what you're talking about. So, you have to do it. It's got to be different balls fall every time. You can't do it the exact same way every time.
But don't you think that if somebody's that good, they should be in a different kind of league? You know, like they should make it more difficult somehow, and rather than allowing people that are that good to just kick ass on everybody that does,
that's kind of the ideal of that rule,
like the masters or whatever. How they separate the
at a state level, because when you go to pro tournaments, there's no rules like that, because professionals are professionals and they should be able to be repetitive at what they do. So if you want to get away from it, you step up a league. Now, state league, you can step up one league and go intermediate, which is semi-pro, and then you don't have to worry about that rule. You know, for intermediate and pro, they don't have 8 break rule and 9 break rules. It shit's out the window. If you're gonna bitch about him making the 9-ball break the same way every time, you just shouldn't be playing. Or you should be better at the lag.
Yeah, you should be practicing that shot.
Well, you should be practicing the lag so you can be the guy breaking.
Wouldn't that be the same like in professional soccer, right? It's frowned upon if you use street soccer tricks like shooting people through the ball through the legs, or doing trick shots, right? It's just frowned upon. You don't do that as a professional, right? It's fun and games when you do that on the street, but not as a professional.
This was like an actual controversy. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, I
That they
think
actually
that's
got.
bullshit too, Raj. Whatever trick shot a professional soccer player can do, if you can't block it, that's your problem. We shouldn't be limiting our professionals to. They should be able to use every aspect of their game. That way, when you got to be a pro not only at doing the trick shot, but guarding it.
This is the same kind of principle as letting kids both get a trophy, even though one wins and one loses.
Right. So you're just giving the guy he could do the same trick shot as you, but he can't block. Guaranteed most of them guys can do them trick shots, can block them. They're ready for it if somebody tries to do it to them. Because I played soccer. I got a varsity letter for soccer. I love soccer. And no, we shouldn't be limited. But you couldn't do like Pele tricks in high school soccer either. And it's bullshit. Fucking bullshit. It's soccer. It's like telling the football player he can't stiff arm your ass and do a juke move. Why the fuck not? Tackle his ass. Right? I mean, if you can't tackle him, don't cry about what moves he's doing. I mean, in soccer you can do a slide tackle too, right? So here's the here's the quote. In the Google search is marine charts, the Portland. And I think this was from a wiki, but the wiki has also got citations on the Portland, which is a Portland. But do it Portland. It's nav charts are port charts from port to port, just like Helio talks about airports and planes fly port to port. He's right. And most navigation charts for air flight are port to port. You know, people think you can fly wherever you want or sail wherever you want without a destination. They don't know what the Port Authority is. If I take my 30-footer out on the ocean, I got to tell the Port Authority where I'm going. Unless I'm only going to go out so far, fish, and come back in. If you wander out from classified fishing lanes, they're going to stop and want to see you're okay from the Port Authority. You only go so far out, you know, without the okay.
Or they think you're trafficking or something, or picking up something.
No, I think it's for your own safety. It's more for your own safety. So
yeah, sure.
Sure.
Well, they'll stop you and say, "Are you broke down? Are your instruments fucked up?"
But it's not uncommon, right? So it's not uncommon that big container ships, they drop their goods, right? Their illegal goods just before port, and then other boats they collect it. That's not uncommon.
No, it's not. And you know, there's nothing wrong. Listen, if you're in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico just sitting there, it's not uncommon for the fucking Port Authority or, you know, what the hell are those guys called? It's eluding me now.
Coast Guard?
Coast Guard, yeah, the police and the boats.
The customs.
Customs and Coast Guards to just come out and ask you what you're doing in the Gulf. Because, you know, they get them big race boats. And they'll stream over here real quick and throw a bag with 20 keys to a guy on the fucking beach and run away. And they try to get these big football player looking guys, you know, so that they can get their dope off the damn beach. That's why most of your lifeguards that work on them beaches are also Coast Guards, and they're trained in taking guys down. It's because, you know, they're trying to make sure nobody but the correct politicians bring drugs into America. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, I said that. Got to make sure the politicians make their dope money. That's why we had Marines, guarding poppy fields. Last thing a Marine should be fucking doing. They're supposed to be heroes, right?
Yeah, I agree. They're supposed to be.
People wonder why I'm not proud of my service. That's one of the reasons right there. Why the fuck Marines guarding heroin fields? The fuck is that? What happened to honor?
That's called special criminal.
I want to know what happened to honor for every Marine that said, fuck you. I'm not going to guard this. People's kids die for heroin. Fuck their poppy fields. Politicians want us to guard them. Let them get their happy ass out here with AR and guard the fucking poppy field. You know
Well,
what
they
I'm
need
saying?
the field so they can sell us those pharmakia. Come on,
That'd have
All
been the
comes-
end of my service if they'd have told me to guard a poppy field. Fuck you. I already did shit that makes me wonder if my immortal soul's in danger. Now, I'm sure the fuck not gonna... How many kids die from heroin? Fuck no, I'm not guarding poppy field. Fuck you. The people that guarded them fields, they didn't get into it for the proper reasons they should have. To protect our community, protect our country, protect their parents, their generations, make them secure in our country borders. How the fuck are poppy fields secure in our borders? We shouldn't even... They shouldn't be able to fucking convince us that they are. You know what I'm saying? There's no way in hell, and it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure it out. Garden poppy fields isn't going to protect Americans, so fuck you. It should be an instant for any Marine that says he has honor and valor. Fucking crazy shit. And I'll tell them that if they're in service today. I'm not scared of any Marine just because he's in service and younger than me. That doesn't mean shit to me. Shit needs to be said, you say it. If they don't like it, well, they got free will. They can choose how they respond to it. I mean, defend that. Right? I say it in no way protects our country. Prove to me it does. Give me a bunch of bullshit, political bullshit that some politician said about why we were doing it. And then you defend that crap all the way to the end. Because I'm going to rip it apart. I come from a long line. My family done fought and died to protect this land for generations. And I'll tell you, I probably lost generational people back 10, 20 years for shit that had nothing to do with protecting our country. Lands we shouldn't have been in. I've still got uncles damaged mentally from places we shouldn't have been. And when the soldiers came back and said we shouldn't have been there, and they showed remorse for it, the government had a bunch of psychologists do a study and say that they had brain damage from traumatic experience, and it caused lesions in their brain, and they were just crazy. The government didn't do anything wrong. We should have been there. Fuck what these people seen and what was said to be okay and the reasoning why they said it was crazy. That's got nothing to do with it. Disregard it all. Just say lesions in the brain, traumatic injury, brain damage. So guys who said us being in Vietnam and some of our fucking piece of shit people raping kids, killing women, killing kids, we shouldn't have been there doing that, and we shouldn't have been there saying it was okay. Fuck what they said. they had brain damage. As if the shit could any way, in any shape or form, be said to be okay. And it wasn't the guys' faults that were there. It was the people who sent them there. And then the people that refused to police it. You know, there's articles of war. That shit's illegal. You can't go in and rape people. Not supposed to kill women and children. Fuck the articles of war, though. And that's why they didn't want the shit said, because then the international community might want to police us because we broke rules of war, laws, international laws, Geneva
I think,
Convention.
Mike, that might be the CIA. They might be doing like black ops to give the whole military a black eye. You know, like how they do false flags here. And
Yeah.
do you know the people they said are killing themselves? They're committing suicide. I bet you those were the honorable Marines and soldiers that said, I'm not going to follow illegal orders. And like they sorted the good guys and they arc-incited them. That's what I really think is happening because they don't want a mutiny.
You know what this?
They don't want a mutiny. So they're arc-inciting good men, I think.
Yeah, you know these good men that follow the orders for so long and then decide the orders are just so fucking corrupt they shouldn't be there. It damages these people for a lifetime. They took their life from them. That it'll have two effects. It'll either ruin their life totally, they'll give up and end up an alcoholic and a drug addict and maybe a suicide victim, or they'll go home and kill themselves trying to make up for all the wrong they did.
That might be a percentage, like a certain percentage, but I think the majority may be arc-incited. That's just my skepticism of the government, and I wouldn't put it past them to do something like that.
Nobody killed me, Ron, and I openly went against orders and did my own thing. The only reason they didn't do nothing about it, because we weren't supposed to be where we were. So they couldn't file no tribunal charges on me because it wasn't sanctioned. Then they'd had to admit they were there.
What do you mean? Like, what?
That's
I
a
don't
big
know.
can of worms.
Some
Then
orders
they're
are
openly
legal
admitting,
orders.
yeah, they're openly admitting to their fucking wrongdoing.
Yeah. So first off, we weren't where we were, Ron. We weren't deployed there. It wasn't a sanctioned mission.
Oh, I gotcha.
Second off, if somebody didn't file orders on that mission, what could they fucking say? Because the military itself didn't sanction the shit.
Yeah, it wasn't written down. Sorry for interrupting
Right.
before, bro.
Well, they in no way, shape, or form on paper could say they sanctioned this. And to charge me would be saying they sanctioned it.
Yep.
That's how I knew I could tell the motherfucker like it was when he said, "You'll file orders or I'll kill you." I laughed at him. Said, "Well, you know, you could start counting the seconds to your death because you're not even brave enough to even try and take my life. Me and you both know I'm the most trained motherfucker here. And I'm telling you, listen, in the experience years of service, you might have to weigh somebody else's life against yours. You might have to take their life, and then down the road, you're going to be questioning it. You know? Because it's your fault because you put yourself there, but maybe they shouldn't have died. Maybe you should have. That'd be your thinking, you know? Maybe my immortal soul's damned to hell for what I just did. But then to go into a place where they say, no, we're only going to take out this person, but every person you see in the village where you got to take him out, they're worse than him. So when you kill him, you're just going to put somebody else in charge, and the people in the village are suffering. And if you're a Christian, you're going to say, by God's law, he already earned his death. By ecclesiastical laws, I'm righteous man to kill him. Him and everybody involved with him.
I'm so glad I come in at the correct time.
Well, you know what I'm saying, Iggs.
Oh, bro,
And
I've
that's
been.
the position I was in. So
Yeah,
I might
I
have
know.
had a few questionable deaths where I feel that, and I believe in karmatic value, you know, that, listen, I also believe that, you know, to sin, you have to knowingly or willingly do it. So, and then if you figure it's sin, you figure it out what you're doing, and then you repent, then you get your one chance. You can't just keep repenting. I don't believe that. I believe if you do a new sin and you realize that's wrong and you repent of it and turn away from it, then you can repent for a different sin that maybe you weren't aware of, but you can't keep repenting for the same stuff over and over again.
Defeats the purpose.
Right, I can't keep killing people and repenting of it, right. So, and then there's karmatic value, so there's the guy that shouldn't have died, but then by God's law, there's all these 15 people that if you leave them there, you're not a righteous man.
Yep.
You're supposed to fuck just taking out the target. You're supposed to take out all of them and free the village by God's law. So that's what I fucking did.
That was the complaint of a lot of soldiers and Marines. They said they were being used as mercenaries, like guarding their poppy fields.
Well, so
So what we're going to do, Ron, is we're going to take one motherfucker, because he was intelligent, and he knew what to do with blood diamond money. And he could build up a large regime. We're going to kill him and leave all these stupid motherfuckers on him to just continue being, you know, murderers and rapists and kill kids as parents in front of them. No, listen, I actually, you know, when we were trying to acquire the target, I actually witnessed 2 parents be killed right in front of their children, and the children be told they're going to go to work the next day and work the fucking mind. They chopped his mom's tits off. In my heart, I said, in my heart, at that moment, I said, I'm killing both them guys. And when I said something about it, you know, that's when my life got threatened. And I said, well, you can do what you want, but we both know you're not equipped. And I think all my training was for that moment right there. Because I believe everything happens for a reason. So I needed to come to a certain place in my life. And I need to be in that place at that moment and that time. And then that needed to be the end of my shit. And I need to move on to the next step of my life. Come
when
home,
you told me that
do good. You know what I mean? So just...
But when I heard that the first time, for me, that is one of the biggest things you can do. You know, like there's few people that step up to so-called rules, laws, unjust things. In the army is probably the biggest test for you to stand up and fucking stand on your ground.
You're going against everybody in the thing, but where this guy made a mistake was it was a coalition, and him and his buddy were from a different group, wherein me and my group were there, and I was their boss. I was their sergeant. You know what I'm saying? I was their commanding officer. So they were my people, and I already knew they felt like I did. They were with me on that. They felt the same way. I mean, some of these people didn't leave service, you know, like I did, but I mean, but they just followed orders. Because, I just said that they're by the Articles of War, their fucking shit was unjust. And by the Articles of War, these motherfuckers were committing war crimes. They could be executed on site. Right?
You mean the officer was committing? The officer was he
it doesn't matter. During war, it doesn't matter at all. During war, maritime war, whatever. If I witness you commit a war crime, whether you're on my side or the other side, I can execute you right there.
Was he an
Firing
officer?
line.
Was he CIA or something?
Doesn't matter. It's an officer, whatever the fuck he is.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if the CIA's in there doing black ops and
Well,
I see
I
them
know
doing war
that.
crimes. I can pop them
I
all
know
in the
that
head
they.
in my own damn country. Can't do shit about it.
I'm just curious because they're usually the ones behind these dirty.
Oh, the
black ops.
coalition?
Well, the secret stuff. The secret stuff. They're like, you're not even taking orders from
I
a
can't give
commissioned
you
officer.
exacts about the coalition, but because
Yeah. Okay. I
there's
hear you.
already
I hear
enough
you.
for you to know where we were, so I could
Yeah.
still be prosecuted for this shit.
Oh, really?
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's just not. Yeah. Let's move along
It's
then.
a contractual agreement. Yeah.
But I can say it wasn't CIA. I can say no. I didn't. I'll just say this. I never did any coalition missions with CIA. I never worked under the CIA in the Marine Corps. But I have been had Rangers work coalition and take command above me, Navy SEALs. I have had to bow to Navy SEALs and Army Rangers before because they're, Marines can't even reach the height that naval officers can reach. Marine, unless it's a commanding officer, really, I mean, he can be given a naval sanction, but with their command goes higher than ours. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like you get those guys get a commission where the other guys get an authority. What's
Yeah,
the word?
if you had the biggest Marines and the biggest Navy together, and then all the Marines would have to salute the naval commanders and shit because they're above all of us.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So coalition, that's MARSOC. That's a group special. You're just a special skills operator. They call you a CO or a ranger or whatever, but you're a qualified special skills operator with certain qualifications. So in that situation, I had way more skills in the special ops area than my commander at the time. He shouldn't have been threatening my life. He was just there for logistics.
Good behind the desk. That's about not in front of it.
Well, no, he was good. He was a good commander in the field. He just, I don't even like to say it, but he just wasn't an elite killer.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like good behind the desk, but not in front of it when it came down to it.
Yeah, so I don't like the distinction that I'm a trained, thorough killer. You know what I mean? But in the case that righteous people needed protection from a righteous man, I could be that guy again. Otherwise, never again. Just not right. It's not right to go to other people's lands and say in the defense of our nation, can't police other countries in the defense of our nation. It's bullshit. It's purely political. It's got to be some type of politics that says this country's a threat to ours even though they're not on our borders. We can't let them get this capability. Why can't we? Truth be told, if all countries had quote unquote nukes, then this country wouldn't feel like they could bitch slap that country just because they're smaller.
Yep.
And that's the only reason. It's got nothing to do with our safety and everything to do with our position as a world power. We don't need to be a world power to keep America safe. That's some political bullshit they fed you so they could take over the fucking world. Now we're an instrument of destruction for many a rich family. whether you want to believe it or not. I don't care. When we instill world banks, international banking systems, come on. Then there's an entire bloodline behind that bank. Ask the Rothschilds. You tell me we're there to protect our country, and I say bullshit. We're there to protect this motherfucking bloodline's economic status.
And they own the diamond industry, which they didn't want competition, so they called those diamonds blood diamonds. Now they have the monopoly on all the diamond industry.
Oh yeah, if all Solomon's diamonds are now worthless because they're stained with blood, they don't even mind them. They're within the first 3 feet of the topsoil. They just turn the top 3 feet.
Yeah, I was going to say
That
they're
means
everywhere.
in biblical. Listen, bro. That means in biblical times in Africa, Solomon had diamonds everywhere, bro. Come on.
Oh,
Say
I know,
it,
bro.
Iggs. I can't be the only one that knows this. Solomon got
I
rich
know that.
just picking that shit up off the ground.
Yep.
And learning how to polish it, cut it.
Yep. Then he went to Ishtar's land and took all the gold.
That's it. Yeah. When the Mayans picked the gold up off the fucking ground, dude.
But they made a movie with Leonardo DiCaprio, man. What do you mean?
Oh, I know.
That's
They also
the
made a
blood
movie
diamonds, man.
about some
Come
of the
on.
shit that I'm talking about. It's called Lord of War.
It's
You guys
See,
seen
the
that?
artificial scarcity can only be had when there's a monopoly, and the De Beers company is basically the Rothschilds. So they own that entire industry, and they set the price. If there was new diamonds coming into the market,
The Jews own most of the jewelers, but yeah, you got the right thoughts.
they own all the diamond industry, though. Like the whole diamond industry is a monopoly. They couldn't have competition from those other whoever they were. Those are the Jews have the real
Rothschilds?
blood diamonds. Yeah.
There's big Jewish families that own all them, Ron.
That's what I'm saying. De Beers, and what I'm saying is they're part of the same tribe,
Yeah,
right?
they're all. Yeah, I would dig that. They're all part of the same tribe. Yeah,
And
Do you know
they
who's
all
sponsored
have
them?
their niches.
they're
Rockefeller
just
owns
one
the
of the
oil.
tribes of Israel, and there's 13 tribes, and they ran off the other 12 viciously and bloodily.
Do you know who?
In
That's
America,
the movie I'm
Rockefeller.
talking about with Nicolas Cage, Lord of War.
I haven't seen
Shows
I
the
that.
gotta
guy
check
on
that
there
out.
that's so rich from picking up blood diamonds, he wants the gun of Rambo. Gold plated. I want the gun of Rambo gold plated. I give you $1 million in diamonds for it.
You got the what's it called? The Rothschilds and the what's it called? The Queens.
Rockefeller.
No, the Queens one.
Isn't the Black Pope the Jewish Pope?
No,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
Black Pope is a Jesuit. Black Pope is
So
the
wait,
Jesuit
hold up. I want to say something, and
Jesuits are Jews, right?
Yeah.
you read my fucking mind. You read my mind. So now I just want to state this, and whoever wants to bleed from their butthole, there's a tampon, and there's Tampax. You can have it. If they openly do it, yeah. You've got the cube on the head, cube on the arm. You call them Satanists, Satan earlier worshippers. If those guys are bad, and their beliefs are bad, and they've given off other beliefs to other people, it pains me to say this to people. The views that you hold in that belief, and I use the word belief on purpose, you hold are bad. For the sins of the father will keep on going on. That's the whole allegory behind it.
Yeah. Generational curses.
Yep, you're propagating war. Are certain people that are elected by up.
Hey, that pool shark dude said I feel he made a post about me. I feel sorry for you though, and hope you learn to debate someday. I'll crush that kid in a debate if he learned that. Now I want to get him back here just so I can crush his ass.
Yeah, the whole people have just been.
This dude thinks I don't know how to debate. I won't let him do all that dumb shit. He'll have to prove everything he says he wants to debate me.
And this is the major problem that we have. Nobody can substantiate what they think is the truth or believe is truth. It holds in full contradiction.
Oh, that dude's in Globebuster server. So if he doesn't make it the next on his second chance, I'm gonna ban him from Globebuster too.
Like, I want to post something. I want you to have a look at it. You probably understand it.
Give me a second, cause I'm talking to this guy right now in DMs. Boy, I'm scared to even look at all the DMs I got. It's gonna be a bunch of all server politics and crap.
Yeah, that's what it is. I can see it. It's turned into.
Yeah, people do shit and they don't want to fucking be policed about it, so they beg me to make it right when I can't make it right because they've been judged by their actions. You know what I mean? It's like, dude, come on, man. It's like this. They got so many tools to use against us that they don't debate. They can argue how we act. They can argue what we say. We got people who try, like, we're supposed to know here that falsification is independent of replacement. So don't go trying to replace shit with some shit you can't prove, because then every other flat earther is going to have to defend your premise. Make sure you say, before you give some speculation to somebody, make sure you say it's speculation so we don't have to prove it, because I hate that.
I hate defending myself because of other people too. He fucking does what he did.
Yeah, and then don't do questionable shit. Don't talk about kids like grown men should be with children. Don't attack or harass women. I'm not going to be put in a group with pedophiles and perverts, okay? If you act like you're cool with that shit and somebody bans you over it, don't expect me to fucking speak up for you. I'm a father. You're fucking crazy. Yeah, this guy don't know who I am. I even sent him a copy of the post he made. I feel sorry for you though and hope you learn to debate. And I said, yeah. He said, do we know each other? I said, yeah, we do. You want to see what I know about debate? Come back and get wrecked. And then he's like, question mark. What do you mean question mark, moron? You don't know who your comment was about? I gave you a copy of the comment you posted about. God, this guy is slow. All right, let me
Most people.
read these 47 comments in this fucking admin DM, bro, and then I'll look at your shit, okay?
Yeah, no worries, brother.
Okay, I see what it's about. At least this one's on a worthy topic. That's really not up to me, so cool. Nobody will be expecting me to make big moves. Okay, well, cool. That'll make one person happy. Alright, well, this is cool. To be honest, I'm happy with what somebody did for because it settles something, you know? And it also says that we care about one person over another when that other person's actions put us in a questionable basket. You know what I mean? I don't want to be in a basket with people who do questionable shit, you know?
Yep. I'm with you 1,000,000%. Whether it comes to claims about the place that we live on, or zealots, the nation of zealots, you know.
Yeah. Now I gotta remember who was fucking. Damn it. Somebody made a complaint and now their complaint is finalized, but I can't find the girl. I can't remember her name right now, damn it. Oh, yeah, okay, now I remember it. But that person's complaint has been finalized. So, yeah, and this girl goes out and puts a lot of work into get, you know, when I complain that me and Cyrus and even Indio and Jose for that matter, we all go out and go to other servers and we find people that come here and sometimes they get banned too quickly. That's another reason why I'm banned the Pool Shark, dude. If he wants to come back. It says he's I already unbanned this motherfucker. How the hell does he say he's currently unable? Oh, shit, he's already back. Somebody already gave him an updated role. Holy Christ, dude. Quit giving me notifications. That slows down the process of getting you a damn roll. Hey, that pool shark guy was a globe earther, right?
I wasn't. I don't know. By the sounds of it,
I don't know. He might have sounded like he was on the fence because when Hank was giving him links to Rob Skiba and his work handfuls of hours ago, he was, giving his soft version of a debunk when Hank was giving it to him. So I think at best he'd be on the fence.
Well, that's the main reason I'm banning. Because if Hank can have a civil conversation with him, that means one of us can. Somebody's just going to have to direct him on how to actually rebuttal something that's said. You know what I mean? Oh, he's in detention. How the hell is he in detention? Is he cursing in our damn server or something? Christ, dude, quit messaging me. You said you were unable to speak, so I was fixing that. Some people, man, I swear they got no... He says, haha, now you're getting competitive. No, I challenged everything about what you said. At the moment, I banned you, but you wouldn't respond to the shit. You just kept calling me an asshole and a meanie. You meanie, you're a bully for wanting me to actually have a debate and actually say something.
Appeal to pity.
What the hell? I can't read half this crap this dude says. But sadly, you would get schooled by a guy, AON, the spectrum with OCD and ADD. Oh, well, I too have OCD and ADD.
Sorry, are you reading out what you're...
ADHD and also What?
Do you want to see my trophies?
Your trophies for what? I got trophies, buddy.
All right, let's compare. I'll get dressed and go on camera. Be right back.
VCAPL, bud.
You mean APA?
No, I don't. I mean BCAPL, but APA.
That's a different division, man. I don't know about the VCAPL, but I do know about the VNEA, which is Valley National Eastern, and I also know about the APA.
Yeah, well, BCAPL is State League APA, yeah.
What's your handicap
it's
on
just
APA?
In my state.
What's your handicap?
Well, currently I don't have one. The last year I played was stopped for fucking COVID.
Okay, I agree with that. I understand that. And yes, it might be that you're a good player, but you don't have a handicap because you haven't played in a league. But I've played in leagues, and my handicap is a 9.5, borderline 10, and the max is 11.
No, I can give you my handicap for fucking prior years, but for the current year, it wasn't finished.
Hey, what was your handicap for prior years? You're talking about APA or VNEA?
What's your handicap?
My handicap in VNEA would be a 9.5, but I have defeated 11s and 10.5s. Some of the top players in my city. I'm in the top 20 players of my city, and
Oh, that's
APA.
city.
Hold on.
leagues. No wonder
Hold on.
you get handicaps. You know you don't get a handicap in the
We're not
state
talking about
league.
getting a handicap because I play bad. In golf, if you're in golf you're trying to get.
You know what you're talking about, dude. You just don't get them on a state level.
On a state
You play in the A division.
A division. Well, I'm in Canada, so it's probably different than you. I'm assuming you're American, so
I am
you're
American.
probably.
I
So you're
play in
probably
the state level. You can call it intermediate or semi-pro.
okay. So you play in APA.
It is an APA league, yes.
Okay, so then your handicap goes from 1 to 7, correct?
It does, but not.
Okay, so on your handicap system,
standard.
I would be a 6, roughly a 6. In the Canadian division, it goes from 4 to 11. That's Valley National.
In my last season, before it was ended, I literally went undefeated for the first half of the fucking season in 9-ball
Actually, my
singles.
team went undefeated
and
for a whole
9-ball
fucking
8.
season one time.
Huh?
Yeah, my team went undefeated for a whole season, except for one game in the tournament, which was the AB side tournament.
No offense, on a city level, you couldn't get an APA handicap anyway.
What kind of cue do you use? What's your cue?
AP. What? I use a McDermott, man. What?
That's actually fucking dope, man. I like that. I appreciate that.
Guys, you know what's funny that I
Listen,
verified.
dude, hold on. I want to cover this. You're
I do too. I want to debate this.
Yeah, I would like to too if you could interrupt me.
Michael, I was thinking about you earlier because
But your
we spoke
A
to this
division
guy for
city
hours.
league handicap doesn't apply to a state league level. You're not intermediate. You're fucking bar pool. Fuck.
Bar pool.
It is
Provincial.
bar pool, man.
To be specific, it's provincial, and I play on Juan Simonis cloth
Listen,
on a 9-foot
dude, I got
table. by the way.
15 fucking trophies for a bar pool. We went on
Show them to me.
for 7 fucking years.
Show
Show
them
them.
to me.
You want me to go to the bar and take pictures of the trophies?
No, I'll go get dressed right now because I'm in my underwear, and I'll go
Bar
on
league
camera.
trophies stay with the bar.
And I'll show
know
you my
this,
trophies.
right?
I'm sorry?
Bar league, the trophy when we win for a bar pool, the bar gets the trophy. We get hats and cups and money.
Yeah, we get that too, but we get a certain
Listen, dude, quit comparing your fucking A League shit to APA. It's uncomparable.
I think
not
you're
at a
competitive
state
deep
level.
down,
You're not
and you
even
won't.
you're not on an interstate level. States.
I
play
think you're a
against
competitive person, just like me, and I respect that. I'm very competitive.
Listen, dude. Cities don't play against cities. You play against only people in your fucking city.
That's
play
not true.
against
I do play
everybody in
against
my
people from
fucking
other
state,
people.
and if I win, I get to play against everybody in every other state.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I can believe that. But you know what?
Yeah, motherfucker. And if I miss, it's a
Why
rare
are you so
thing.
angry, man? I'm being competitive with you. I'm not trying to
Why
fucking
am I
kill
angry?
you.
You're trying to say you play APA, but on a city level. No,
I didn't say I play APA. I say I play VNEA.
APA is interstate level.
Yes, I agree, but I play VNEA. I don't play APA.
Yeah, that's equal to AAA pool or A pool in America. That's just city bar leagues. That's it.
I'll tell you something though, straight up.
You play
besides
for a
all the
bar or-
competing and shit, because we
Do you play for a bar or club?
club.
All right then.
Okay, so hold on a second. Wait a second though.
Listen.
I just want to say something real quick. I really just want to say something. So I appreciate that you're competitive, and I do want to challenge you on that. And
Well, you cut me off. I was going to give you the same respect. You know,
Well, I didn't-
just because you're not at a state level doesn't mean you don't love pool. It
I love pool, dude, and you know what? I love debate, and I don't mean to cut you off. It's just my nature that I have to speak what I'm thinking before I forget
I
it.
can do the same thing, but
Because
I've
if I
learned
don't, then I'll forget it, and I'll be like, "What the
I've
fuck was
learned
I
to
talking
stop
about?"
that so as I can show respect for other people because I care about other people
I would
too.
like
That's
to
why
try to
you're
do
back
that
here.
too, man. I'm sorry, man, but
Listen, that's why you're back here because I know I'm not perfect.
I'm not perfect either, man. I never claimed to be.
So sometimes I try to. fix what's wrong with me so that
You know what? You're just like my
interact
dad,
with
and I know
other
exactly
people.
how that is. You do something wrong, or you do something that you perceive as wrong, and then you feel bad about it, and you try to correct it. And you know what? That's human, and that is very respectable. And you know what? Despite the fact that I don't agree with you on so many levels, I respect that you did that, and I'm not going to talk about it. I don't care that you banned me. I don't care. It's in the past.
Dude, all I wanted
Because
you
you
to
know what
do-
I see right now? I see a guy who likes to self-evaluate, and I see a guy who can recognize that he made a mistake, and I see a guy who's big enough to face up to that and fucking come to terms with that. And you know
Well, I'm
what?
a
I
man.
respect that.
Yeah,
I
I'll
respect
debate that guy thing.
so much, man. I do.
I'm a man, and I actually believe everything you just said is something you do if you are a man. If you don't do that, you're not a man.
I agree with you 100%. And you know what? I think that's the one thing that we'll agree with unconditionally. We're going to agree with that.
I wanted to finish what I was saying.
Okay.
I know I can tell you love pool, and instantly you get cocky over it. And just because you play, listen, there's many people at bar level, and I know because I did it. I played bar pool since I was a kid, okay? Before I went to the Marines when I came home. The only reason I went to state leagues is because my daughter said, hey, Grandpa's got state league fucking trophies, state tournament trophies for state pool. Grandpa was a state champion and an interstate champion for 9-ball pool.
So you saw it as a goal and an achievement to go and sought after.
My 16-year-old daughter says,
yeah,
this is going to be her house one day. She's going to inherit it, and she's going to inherit Grandpa's business too. And she says, I also want to inherit my dad's state trophy, so go get me one because I play pool with my daughter, and we got 9 pool tables out here. I live in the country.
You have 9 pool tables, dude. I can't. You know what? I have the money to buy one, but I'm not allowed.
I got my own bar built on the side of my barn. I got 3.
Well, good for you, man. I appreciate that. That's very nice of you.
One's an L table. You ever played on an L-shaped table?
Never. That'd be interesting, but I would understand it because I know angles and I know cushion and I know cloth. I know cloth.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 8 pockets on an L table.
That's interesting.
And because it goes down and
Are you sure there's not 7 pockets?
No, there's 8. Listen, you go down to on the right side of the pool table at the side pocket. That's where it starts to turn. So the side pocket becomes like a corner pocket. But you got the 3 pockets on the other side and 2 of the original table. So you got 5, and then there's 3 more pockets because
it should be 8 pockets is what you're describing.
There's 8 pockets, and there's so many more rails that you can do. Like consistently, I can shoot a 6-7 rail shot on a normal pool table.
Can't do that because the cloth condition and the rail condition doesn't allow more than fucking 6 fucking rails, and it's very shoddy.
Yeah, in most bar tables, but if you played at a state level, you'd find you can consistently do that at states.
Well, dude, if you get on a proper table on a Brunswick with proper Juan Simonis 480 cloth, you can do like 9 rails and shit, man. But I can't do that on my table because it's the impact is absorbed through all the rails and the cloth and the shitty bar situation. It's like you'll get like 5 or 6 rails if you're lucky.
You should come down to where do you live, dude? You live
Ottawa, Ontario. Trust me, I would fucking listen.
Where?
You're probably that guy that plays pool all the time and can't find anyone to actually play against because they all suck. I'm the guy that would give you the run for the money. I'm telling you.
Well, that's only if I miss.
Only if you miss, yeah. But I'm only gonna miss maybe once on a 7 run. I get EROs all the time, man.
Listen, if I give
you know what an ERO is, right? Because if you're not a pool player, if you don't know what an ERO is, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just testing you. I'm testing the waters. So go ahead.
I'm a run-out player. I don't play.
I'm not allowed in the States, just so you know. So if I was to play you...
I'm allowed in Canada. I have dual citizenship. Listen.
Yeah, but I don't have no mRNA shots, so they won't let me go in the bar, so we got to build our own table somewhere. in a storage facility for all I fucking know. I don't know.
My
I've got
grandfather
the money for it, but I don't have the access to it. You get what I'm saying?
Listen, I'm a First Nations person, and my grandfather's got a pool table that I keep perfectly maintained for him right there on the reservation, bro.
All right, well, let me get dressed real quick. I'll go on camera. I'll show you my cue. I'm using a Lucasi hybrid. Okay, it's about an $850 cue after taxes, Canadian. Give me a sec. I'll be right back. And the price, I know the price don't mean shit, but I'm just saying that's the caliber of it. Hold on just a sec.
I know. Dude says, do you know what run out terminology is? Yeah, I know what an earned run out is, but I'm a run out player. And that's only if I don't smash the 8 on the break, because I'm pretty damn good at that. My pool sticks, man. I don't like to brag, but I will about pool, motherfucker. Most of my pool sticks cost more than most people's used fucking car. But it's just I got a McDermott that costs $5,000 just because it's got ivory and diamond inlay. My dad, I got a pool stick. My dad won in the tournament. It's $4,000. It's an ivory inlaid McDermott. It's pretty nice. That's what I prefer to shoot with.
Just a second. Save that.
Daddy's pool stick.
Just a second.
Got a nice purple color to it.
I'd really like to listen to what you're saying, but I'm in the living room.
Oh, outer odor, eh? I was just talking shit, eh, about the Canadians, eh? How come you don't talk like how come you don't talk like that, eh?
It's a fucking stereotype, eh?
Hey, you know what's so fucked up? Is when I tried to ask you to quit being so disrespectful and cursing, eh? If you hadn't got offended, we could have realized we had a lot in common. And really, eh?
I think.
Really, eh? I thought I'd unban you when I seen your thing said pool shark.
Hey, listen, I appreciate that, and I'd like to say that we both have disagreements, and disagreements don't mean that you're enemies. Okay, we need to define the terms of what an enemy is, and we're not that. We're people that disagree but don't want to fuck with each other, and that should make us friends. So let's not fucking disagree.
Yeah,
like,
I can dig that.
who gives a shit what we think? And I do swear, but currently your sons and daughters are not on this because I know you're on it, and they might be in the background.
Oh no.
But I don't mean to disrespect your sons and daughters. No, I'm just a guy who's drinking whiskey on the internet who wants to fucking conversate with people.
Listen,
and I appreciate that you re-invited me. I appreciate that, and I commend that, and I respect that. So I'm not going to think about when you ban me. I'm going to think about when you unban me. That's what I'm gonna focus on.
My daughter does listen all the time. Listen, I got business class internet out here. We got like 10 devices on the internet at all times.
It won't let me stream I can't go on video in this channel. How do I do that? I would like to unblock.
No, we don't allow video in the live stream.
You know what? I'm allowing you to document me visually. If you would like to let me turn on my camera, that'd be perfect.
That's admin. The admin.
Yeah, that doesn't work like that.
I wanted to go on camera and show you my trophies. I wasn't talking shit. I want to show you my queue. I want to show you
in the chat. Just take a picture and put it in the chat.
Oh, see, like I'm a fucking listen, man. I was born in 1983, so taking a picture and putting it in chat is really difficult for me.
What are they?
Oh my gosh!
Listen, bro. I want to ask a serious question. So in Canada, in bar league pool, they give you a big trophy for the bar, and then everybody that plays gets a little trophy too.
No, there's no participation trophies. It's only a gold, and that's it. We don't have silver, bronze, all that.
Oh, so shit. Your club? No, I mean your club doesn't keep them. The club you play for? Or is
So
it
the
just
thing
a
is
pool club?
they have to have the inventory for it, and they were short on trophies. They used to have silver and bronze trophies, which were designed by an independent artist, which had their artistry rendered onto a solid object, which became the trophy. But
No,
those are
that's
not
not what I'm asking, bro.
infinitely available. There are no silver or
Listen,
bronze.
what I'm
Okay.
asking is City League Pool gives you a personal trophy for pool.
I have a license, and I'm also documented as I have my TRS is online. My TRS is 60, and my league handicap in VNEA is 9.5, which would translate in APA to a 5.5. At the max is 7, and the highest being the best caliber of pool player. And of course, there's people that are beyond the 7, which we're talking about, like Corey Deuel and fucking Shane Van Boning and Earl Strickland and Efren Reyes and fucking Chris Melling, and you know the list goes on. But those guys are obviously
Yeah,
above
I could
caliber.
be up there had I got to finish the motherfucking season.
Mm-hmm. You didn't finish?
The last,
I've done several seasons. Okay, there's one season where
I had 2, bro.
Are we on YouTube stream right now? Can I say what I like? No, we're still on 24/7. Okay, so let me try to say this so that
No,
you don't
we're
miss
on
it.
YouTube.
You're not right now?
No, we are.
Oh, you are? Okay, so let me try to say this PG-13 for you.
My daughter's laughing right now. She's like, yeah, my dad wants to get that guy a plane ticket or go to Canada.
That's totally fine. If she wants to say that, that's fine. I'll still beat you.
I'm a competitive pool player.
I'm very competitive. Actually, I'm not a narcissistic or a
no, we can lag.
self-centered type of person. But when it comes to pool and golf, I will kick your fucking ass. That's where like for real. I will.
Listen,
I don't have to try. I already know I'll beat you. You'll be lucky to have a turn at the table. You know what it is for you when I'm playing? It's a spectator sport. That's what it is.
Well, that's how it is when I'm playing, bro. So the only thing that matters is who gets a fucking break, because I don't miss.
Listen, buddy, my break is at least 2 ball every break. Every break I'm getting 2 ball, and I play league rules, no bar rules.
Listen,
so it's
you
ball
should
in hand.
assume any run-out player that says he never misses knows how to stack the break, too.
Stacking the break is a Corey Deuel type thing, and I don't condone it, but it is legal. As long as you have a solid and a stripe at each corner of the back of the triangle and an 8 in the middle, then it's
If
legal.
you want to play 8-ball, I'll put the 8 in every time.
I do. I want to play 8-ball because there's more obstruction. There's more traffic to weave around. It's not 9-ball is a very 3-rail oriented.
You know what the lag is, right?
Tell me I'm lying, okay? Battle Mod. Tell me I'm lying. Is 9-ball not a 3-rail sport? Because once you've actually known the sport, you get to understand that it's a very 3-rail friendly type of sport. You have to do 3 rails to get to where you're going next most of the time for a 9-ball type game. Am I right or am I wrong?
It is, but unless you're a good breakout player, if you have a solid... Listen,
I'm only 5'7" and 145 pounds, but I can break like a guy who's 250 pounds and fucking 6'2". And the reason is because I have something called mechanics. I understand that.
Yeah, mechanics, yeah. Listen,
Fucking right I do.
I shatter $1,000 sticks when I break. I hear you.
You know who Jerry Watson is or Alex Pagulayan? Because I've played with those guys. Do you know who they are? Jerry Watson or Alex Pagulayan. Now, Alex Pagulayan, you'd probably heard of more than Jerry Watson. Jerry Watson is more of a Canadian legend. Do you know who Jerry Watson is?
Does he play in America?
Yeah, he does. He does, but not. He's more known as like a Canadian territory type player. Have you ever heard of him?
Yeah. See, I don't keep up with Canadian pool players, but
that's fine.
But no, listen. I've played with professionals myself, dude. It's not impressive.
Who have you played with that's a professional? Because I probably would have heard of them.
That's like saying I know about mechanics because I've hung out with the best mechanics in that. I would laugh at you for that.
No, I wouldn't laugh at you because some people actually develop skill sets based on watching others do what they do. So I mean,
know my dad was a state champion. I know that's how I developed mine.
Champion at what?
Listen, my dad was a run out player. You say ERO, but I say run out. Why?
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, earned run out. ERO stands for earned run out. So
I know that. I know what it stands for.
Okay.
But you only have an earned run out percentage when you don't normally run. So if you have a percentage, that means you don't run out all the time.
Well, obviously, you would have to have a margin of failure to highlight a margin of success,
bro,
right?
I could put $1,000 on it and say, if you let me break from the get-go, I'll run 10 racks in a row.
I don't believe you, and I will challenge you.
I don't care if you don't believe me.
Not even the best players in the world can do 10 racks in a row.
Yeah, they can.
Because I've seen the best players in the world go against each other and do 9-2, 8-7, 6-3, all sorts of different combinations of shit that adds up to 9, but it's never a 9-0. Never.
It's not that hard to run 10 racks in a row, bro. There are world champions who can do it. There's state champions in my state who can do it.
Hey, listen, Battle Mod. No
when
offense,
I go play for
Pool
money,
is a game of...
it's not less than 20 grand we bet on, and it won't be one game.
Okay. But
It'll
listen,
be a series. Best
okay, that's fine. Can I say? Let me say something. Pool is a game of recovery, just like a game of golf, and can always be corrected for. The only shot that matters is the first and the last. The shit in between don't mean shit. You know why? Because it's correctable. It's a correctable.
Oh, it does. Listen, the shit.
Oh, listen, no, it doesn't. Because 275. Listen, a 285-yard drive and a 305-yard drive are in different places on the fairway, but the second shot makes the green. The second shot makes the green. So that means that a 285 and a 265 can still make the green on the second shot. So what does the drive matter? How far does it matter?
Not enough people run out consistently.
The only time it matters is when there's a dog leg left or a dog leg right. That's when the drive matters.
Shooting matters is when you don't run out, when you're not a run out player.
I am a run-out player, though, and I'll say that I run out about 45% of the time.
Yeah, all that,
and that's a decent number, man.
That you get a shot.
I might get two. Yeah.
Everything in between first and last shot matters when the other person doesn't do nothing but watch you break and run the table.
I like you, man. I'm gonna kick your ass in Pool someday. You know what? Like you're gonna learn your place, bud.
No, I've actually thought that. I do things every day. I can run a rack in my sleep, dude. I've been
mean shit to me because you're talking to somebody who's not a linguist. I said
I'm 49.
I'm mechanical. You're not gonna fucking beat me.
I thought that I started with state because I thought I should be going for a world title.
Well, you got to start somewhere.
Exactly, and I've already done A leagues and triple.
I wish I could go to the states, my friend, but I have federal charges and I'm not allowed in. So. And plus, there's this fucking C word, J word, fucking. Never mind. I don't even know what it is.
Or in America.
Mm-hmm.
You're not allowed into the state leagues in your country.
I didn't listen. I'm 38, and when I was 18, I did something that gave me federal charge.
So listen,
I did something stupid, and I'm sorry about it. But I can't change the past, and my life is clean now. I live straight. But
listen. So you can't play state pool in Canada, isn't it? Providential.
Oh, I'm allowed in Canada, but you have to have the double thing.
Yeah, isn't it providential pool in Canada though?
Provincial? Yes. It can be.
Providence?
Well, that's debatable because see, like the people from Montreal, they're in Quebec, right? They'll come into fucking Ottawa.
You're gonna go Newford and the Big Three on me and all that, eh?
Do you really think I say A every time? I'm okay. Man. I'm okay with that. That's just it's not true.
No, I said that when I started. I said A. You don't even talk like a Canadian, A.
I know I don't. That's because I'm an introvert and I live online, so I have a bit of everybody's dialect.
And I have dual citizenship. I'm a First Nations person.
Well, good for you, man. What tribe are you from? There's so many tribes. Ojibwe, that's a very famous one, man. I have a good friend who's actually Cree. What do you think of that?
That's cool. Cree is.
Yeah, he's very cool. He's actually you know what? He's the type of person that if he was your friend, listen to me, Battle Mod. If somebody insulted you for the hat you were wearing on your head, my friend Dennis would knock that guy's fucking ass out. That's how fucking solid he is, man. He's a fucking character, man. That guy's cool as fuck.
Special Forces operator. If somebody insulted my hat, I'd give him that. I live in Michigan.
I'm from a Navy background, and my best friend's from Michigan,
I would challenge you to
Northville. You know where Northville is?
Mutual combat the minute you started insulting me. Because here in Michigan...
Northville, Michigan. Have you ever heard of it?
Mutual combat is legal, and I'm just under you, bro. I'm right below you. I can go across the lake and be where you are. Or the river.
Fine.
Ottawa.
That doesn't bother me, okay? Let's veer away from this... dick measuring contest, and do you know anybody in Northville?
I'm just saying it. I wouldn't need your friend to back me up here in my own home state, because I'd challenge you the minute you started insulting me, because that's legal here.
Yeah, we're not talking about killing each other. We're talking about kicking each other's asses at the pool table, right?
If you kill somebody, that's not covered by mutual combat, bro.
Into killing people unless they're trying to kill me, then it's self-defense, and I'm okay with it. But I mean, like, I'm not.
Combat's just an ass whooping, dude. Combat doesn't end in murder. Murder is murder.
It can end in paralyzation or fucking crippled. But I get what you're saying. Yeah. I'm not into that unless it's in self-defense. If it's in self-defense, damn right, I'm gonna fucking say something. I am somebody. Battle Mod, check me out, okay? I have not worn a mask since this fucking shit happened. I have not worn a mask. I've gone into places, they've kicked me out. I've gone into places where I do my groceries and my regular commute to survive, and they've not kicked me out. You know why? Because they know me as the crazy guy who claims the fucking bylaw 2020 of 186-section 2 exemptions, subsection 28. Proof of medical exemption not required. I claim that, and they just go, oh, whatever. You know, like they don't. Now all of a sudden, it's like I don't have. They talk to me like I'm fucking unclean. Oh, he's the unclean, unvaccinated. It's like, yeah, okay.
We're in a server full of those kind of people right here.
I understand and I appreciate that. You know what? That's one thing I'll agree with everybody in here universally. I know we don't like to say it because we don't like to get banned, but we all think the same thing, and that's what it really is.
In my state, if I couldn't just openly challenge you in public, then I would tell you my medical issues are none of your fucking business.
Yeah. No bylaws required.
Sure.
Yeah, fuck bylaws. The law says that my medical
weird ass fucking laws up here, man. You wouldn't believe it.
Any medical procedure or medical illness or whether I did this or whether I did that, it's none of your fucking business by law.
Exactly it. Imagine that's what I tell them, Battle Mod, when I agree with that. So I'm in the fucking store, right? And I'm walking down the fucking aisle and some old dude who's like 80 years old who lived through like 60 fucking 8 years.
I don't fuck with those guys.
Exactly. Yeah, that guy, fuck him. He comes up to me and he goes, "Where's your mask?" I go, "Where the fuck is your business? Mind it." And he goes, and he shakes his head, and I go, "Listen, but if you want to fucking be a fucking slave for the rest of your life, go ahead. I'm living free, and if a boulder falls on my head,
old guy alone, bro.
Yeah,
if a virus falls in
with seniors, I just tell them, I get it. I've been tested. You don't have to worry about me killing you.
It's none of their business, right? Like imagine, fucking 5 years ago."
Listen,
guy, the 70-year-old guy's just scared. He thinks you're gonna fucking kill his old sick ass. That's it. He's not brainwashed.
Shopping cart
He's
at
just
him.
scared.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you 100%.
The people you stand up to is the pricks that are on the door that think they're because they wear a Batman suit. The Batman.
Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to save the world from shit that doesn't exist. Exactly, IGZ. I understand that. And it makes sense to me. I go to the grocery store, and these fucking assholes go, "Where's your this? Where's your that?" I say, you know what? Like fucking 5 years ago, if you asked me where this and that was, that would be considered rude. But now here you are asking me personal questions about my medical history. Go fuck yourself. Keep shopping for your cucumbers and your fucking strawberries and get the fuck out of my face.
Right. The first rule is you have the right to remain silent and keep that right. It's simple. You don't need to explain to them bylaws, whatever.
I agree with you, IGZ, and you know what? I think that people should try to strive to do better for themselves and for their immediate surrounding community, and anything that's bullshit or anything that's made up, like, imagine if I went up to somebody in the fucking grocery store and said, "Here, wear this fucking ball gag and strap on dildo because it makes me feel safe." Like, what would that be to you? That would be rude that'd be rude as fuck, right?
Yeah. You
like,
can't do
if
that.
you're scared, stay the fuck away. I'm shopping here to get food to sustain myself to stay alive. If you don't like this watering hole, go the fuck over there and hunt deer or something. Like, get the fuck out of my face, because I'm here living by the laws of the land, which I was told by God to live by. But if they were not following they were not in line with what God ordained as the laws, then I was not to follow them. So therefore, if someone tries to put dictatorship or draconian fucking measures over my head, I'm going to say, fuck you. Pound sand. Send me to the concentration camp, cut my head off, whatever. But regardless, when it comes to the bottom line, I'm not listening to you because you're a fucking asshole and a piece of shit. And I don't fucking want to... Exactly. I know. IGZ is right. And I subscribe to that.
That's what it is, bro. You can't... That poor old guy, he's just scared.
Yeah.
It's these other, rent-a-cops and these fucking so-called enforcers.
I fucking hate people telling me what to do and shit, you know what I mean? Like, unless it's like, okay, thou shalt not kill. Well, obviously that makes sense. Why would I want to kill that guy? I love that. I'm supposed to love my neighbor. If I love my neighbor, am I going to covet his wife? No, I'm not going to have anything to do with that. I'm going to live my own life. If I steal from my neighbor, is that right? No, it's not right. He worked for that. He deserves that. He earned that. He put in the effort, the blood, sweat, and tears to achieve that. That should be his. I should respect him. I should fucking honor him for doing what he did, even though it's the smallest. It doesn't make, it's not really, it doesn't mean anything in the everyday thing of life. Like, I go pick an apple from an apple tree to eat, who cares, right? But if I go pick an apple tree from the king's orchard to fucking eat, and I say, fuck the king because the king's an asshole and he has territory over these fucking apples, it's like, dude, I need to fucking eat apples to live. I want to live. I just want to live like you. Okay, I'm not trying to fucking orchestrate your life or fuck with your belief system, or if you want to believe Earth is flat, that's fine. Go ahead. You know what? Power to you, man. I respect that. That's okay. That's your version of the world. My version is this. And you know what? You know what we have in common? We don't like evil. We don't like people killing each other. We don't like people stealing from each other. We don't like people fucking each other over out of shit. And you know what? That's the thing that we need to agree upon as human beings. Not this other fucking shit that, like, it does matter to you guys. I get that it matters, and I respect that. But to me, it doesn't. But I love talking with you guys because, you're probably some of the most amazing people I fucking talk to. Yeah, I like talking to
you. There's an old saying, most people haven't heard of it. A normal man steals an apple and he's a thief. A king kills another king and he becomes a statesman. So how the fuck does that work? Like
cronyism and fucking bullshit agendas and shit. Probably.
It's a retarded point of view. How if you take something to feed yourself, you're a criminal. But if you kill a king or whatever, then you become a statesman, and that's cool. And then everybody will follow your stupidity. It's
everybody has these weird fucking made up rules to what's right and what's wrong, and yeah, I understand that. I agree. Yeah, it's fucked. Hmm. I'd be right back.
What we're here for. No worries, right.
I checked in this guy earlier, and Hank was here. Hank was here, and Roger, and he spoke about pool, and he was talking about pool and golf, and I was like, I can't wait until Batamo gets here and listen to this guy talking about pool. And look what happened.
I'm in my kitchen right now, and I'm pouring myself a glass. I will kick anybody's ass in pool. You're all fucked. I will kick your ass in pool, no problem. No problem.
All right, drink another one.
You know what's funny? I want to ask him how much coffee has he had, because he said he loves coffee from McDonald's, and I'm pretty sure since then he's had like a bunch of coffee. I can tell.
Oh my god! You know what? Coffee from McDonald's, even though I hate McDonald's, is actually pretty good.
Yeah, you told me.
Yeah.
Remember you spoke to me earlier, Jamesy? You told me about the coffee?
I did actually, yes.
Too much coffee.
Tell me, how much coffee have you had since a few hours that we spoke ago?
3 cups. 3 cups.
There you go. I knew it, because you can't stop talking.
Unfortunately, I am very interested in just arguing stuff and debating it. I don't know. I want to talk with people, man. That's all.
Batimo said he was gonna go. He's coming right back. He's getting coffee, so you're gonna get a dose of your own medicine.
Hold on.
Look, he knows what's up.
I want to go on camera though. I really do, but I don't know how to. It won't let me go. Like,
actually, since this dude isn't that bad, so since how I figured it was my bad, I was just gonna let him.
Listen, fuck it, yo, battle mod.
I just wanted to know I'm that guy that would kick his ass on the pool table no matter what he says.
Listen, that's not gonna happen. But as far as the other stuff, I agree with you.
Drop a number. I'll give you a call next time I'm up there visiting my grandparents.
If there's a place that we can go that doesn't deny me because I'm not double mRNA'd, then yes, we will definitely fucking decide that. And
Bro,
you're gonna get your ass kicked. You don't know what the fuck you're biting.
You're white, right? White people are
white.
out in the res, man. I'm a white bear. I'm
actually Acadian French and German and Roman combined.
Well, see, my dad was
He's confused.
My dad was full-blooded.
I guess so. Yeah, probably.
My dad was full-blooded Ojibwe, but and like you mentioned,
one of my best friends is Cree.
Listen, you mentioned Cree. Cree is just another form of Ojibwe or Chippewa. They're just
probably, Ontarian. You're probably from around my area.
Anishinaabe.
I haven't heard of that one. Nope.
Anishinaabe is all First Nations people. So it's one
that's
nation.
Kind of generalized, right?
Yeah, one nation, many tribes. Cree is Anishinaabe.
Oh, is that right?
Ojibwe is Anishinaabe.
I have to ask him that next time I talk to him.
Chippewa is Anishinaabe.
Yo, let me go on camera real quick. Is that possible? What?
Not allowed.
Let me.
Not on this channel.
Can you make it possible?
No, we got strict rules on that. It fucks.
I understand that.
Okay. We have demented people wanting to show their assholes and dicks.
I wanted to show you my dick. No, I'm just kidding. No, I wanted to show you my trophies, man.
No, it messes with our the guys' live streams. It doesn't come up properly on the live stream.
Bro, just share the images. Just share the pictures.
How about this? Yo, Battle Mod, is there a channel in this Discord I could show you on camera, or can I invite you to a different Discord maybe and then show you
photographs?
They've always given me these warnings of 8 megabytes, whatever, file size too big or something. Or
so listen, you take the photo and then you go to your files and take a screenshot of that photograph, and then you'll be able to share the screenshot.
Oh my god, man! Are you trying to give me homework? Like, dude, I finished high school like fucking 8 years ago. Like, can you please help me, please?
So listen, Anishinaabe are all the related tribes of Canada, or Great Lakes tribes.
There's actually like there's like 20 something different tribes across North America. Like, there's a lot of tribes.
And most of them are all related, you know.
They were the inventors of lacrosse, which is a pretty cool sport that I've never played.
My immediate family, which would be tribes, are like Ottawa, Potawatomi, Mississauga, Nipissing, Algonquin,
Okay.
These
Algonquin.
are
So you're from around here then? Okay.
Algonquin, yeah. Well, my people are, yeah. My grandparents live on a reservation up there, Ojibwe Reservation.
People tend to forget that America is a continent.
It's a fucking corporation, is what it actually is, but it is a continent. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, the territory is America, which is a so-called continent.
Mm-hmm.
But people, for some reason, go for the people in the USA, go, "You're American." For the people,
So
Yeah,
let me find a
they go
server where
Canadian.
I can invite you to
yeah.
go and see
So
my
it's
pool
just
trophy.
the Americas. That's
Yeah.
the American continent. Is Northern America all the way down to Southern America. So, in all natives that were from Northern all the way to Southern, by our creation history, they all started at one sacred fire, and they split out to 7 sacred fires, and then to 14 sacred fires. And each sacred fire is a family or a bloodline. So it's one nation, many tribes. I don't care if we're talking about the Mayans. The Mayans.
So wait, are the nations represented by the eternal flame in front of the Parliament building? Is that what the eternal flame's about, or is it about something else?
That's the sacred flame.
That's the one that I used to steal change out of with a magnet on a fishing line?
Yeah, that's a representative of the sacred flame, the original flame.
Okay. So wait, how do I go into
That
a
goes
channel? Oh wait, I want to show Battletoads. Battle mods. I thought of Battletoads for a second. Do you remember Battletoads from fucking Super Nintendo? Oh my god.
Well, there is a Battletoad in here.
You remember Battletoads? That was a good game. Oh, okay. Sorry. I'm getting sidetracked again. Battle mod. Where do we go that I can show you my trophies and my pool queue in a Discord channel? Is it in here? Hello?
Oh, we can go to one, but listen, it's no big thing.
I want to show you though, because like I said, I am competitive. I will.
I have some city. Yeah, listen, I have some city.
I'll show you my trophies, man. You want?
I've got
show me
some
your trophies.
trophies myself, but
So let me see them.
Because I'd have to go take pictures of them and put them on. I don't take pictures of them because
Pictures. We could just go to a Discord channel. I'll
I don't
go on
take
camera.
pictures of my bar league pool because they don't say anything other than I'm a bar league standard player. That's it.
Oh.
I don't care. I don't care even if you win. It doesn't say that you're state level competition.
Okay, well let's see. Let's say I go on camera and I take my.
It doesn't say you're the type of guy that goes spends $5,000 to get in the ESPN tournament that pays out $150,000. I play in intermediate tournaments, dude. I play where every stroke you're worried about losing $150,000, and I still shoot the same way, bro. I
see this.
There's no shake in my game.
I will show you my trophies.
When I bend over to shoot, there's no time. There's no next shot. There's only me, the table, and that shot right there.
You're right, actually, about that, because when people think about the game instead of the shot, that's where they lose. But I want to know. It is. The shot matters. Every shot is one shot on its own. It's the shot. The fucking rest of the table doesn't matter. The shot and the shape that you leave yourself for the next shot so that you can have shape on the next shot, which is thinking 2 shots ahead, that's the shot. I would like to see it, though. I want to show you my proof.
Oh, yeah, that's always, I hear you. Everybody
I want to show you, though. So what channel do you go to?
I don't need to see them because you just said, listen, you said all I need to hear. Everybody talks shit, but it don't mean nothing until I see it.
Though. I'm fucking for real. I want to show you.
It don't mean shit till I see it, right?
Well, I'm trying to show you, but you.
No,
I'm not. Channel do we go to?
Your bar league trophies don't mean shit. You can't beat me until you show me you can, and I got to miss for that to happen. So
how do I show them to you without?
I don't think other pool players beat me. I think I beat myself.
That's true. I agree with that.
giving
Because
you
you
a
know what?
fucking
When the mental game is actually about 70% of the game. 30% of the game is all the mechanics and shit.
I know
The
that's why
actual
my dad
game is
taught me so young.
the
to throw
actual
the mental
game's in
shit
your head
out.
because practice games you play well and you play in a tournament game and the pressure's on. Oh my god, is that ever a different game? That's a different game, man. I want to
I'm
show you.
so far beyond that, bro. I'm 49. This has been
49. Oh my gosh, man.
Yeah, this has been a love of my life since I was fucking 7.
I love
my
pool,
dad
too.
My dad built me a footstool so I could shoot pool with him when I
Oh
was
my god. Fuck out of here, man. You know what my dad used to put me on to fucking practice over the table so I didn't hit the lamp above when I fucking put the cue through my bridge hand? You know what it was? A fucking a milk crate. You remember the milk crate from the gas station? The fucking cubes? Yeah, I used to stand on that when I was about 3.5 to fucking play. And you know what? I still hit the fucking lights because my right wrist, I'm right-handed, was so
I beat
loose. It was
down
so
some
tight.
of my dad's best
It's supposed to be
friends.
loose, right?
Some
But
of
it was
the
so
best
tight that I
friends
hit
we
the light.
played with in bar leagues when I was 12.
But I want to...
I've been doing no-look 3-rail shots since I was 13.
No-look 3 rails. I mean, yeah, at a certain point, you do get the muscle memory. You don't... But the thing is what you're seeing is not as impressive as you think it is because 2 rails and 1 rails are way more impressive than 3 rails. And the reason why is because after 2... let me tell you, because you know that I know when I'm talking... Listen...
I know. I just wondered if you was going to point it out or not.
And the reason for that is because of self-correcting angles, and you know about those if you play.
Yes. 3 rails is not as impressive as 2 in the side. You're exactly right.
Because fucking 1 rail even is way more precise than 3 rails. 3 rails self-correct themselves. There's so many spots on the table you can shoot a 3 rail.
I do 1 rail without even thinking about it.
Yeah, it's a self-correcting angle. It's like the anomaly of physics. You know, it just comes together.
Or listen, or you can make up for the lack of angle with English. So yeah.
Yeah, you can. You can have running English. You can have catch side. You can. Well, I mean, like, there's all sorts of different things you can do.
Yeah, you can retard the angle with reverse, or you can increase the angle with forward, or right, or left.
Okay, so now you're making me think that you actually know somewhat what you're talking about. Let's go a little bit further. Where are your trophies?
My bar pool trophies.
Yeah, I want to go on camera. I'm trying to show you my trophies.
I already told you bar pool trophies don't. Show me a state league trophy. Show me your APA trophy.
Okay, hold on. Let me go on camera. Is that possible?
Well, VPN is an APA, bro.
VPN. I've heard of APA and VNEA. I've never heard of VPN. That sounds like.
Well, listen, APA
that sounds like an internet
in
hiding.
America.
Whatever.
Listen, APA in America, they host the local bar leagues, same as they do the state leagues. But to say, because I'm APA at a city level makes me equal to a state level is a fucking joke. The difference is...
I've noticed that there's like a lot of leagues where some people are like an 8, but they give them a 6, and it's like, what the fuck? Why are you letting these people sandbag the tournament? Like, you guys are sandbaggers. You're better than you say you are, and you're getting more out of the handicap than you're supposed to get. It's unfair.
Trophy in city leagues, they told me to go to state leagues and get the fuck out of their league.
Yeah, I've been told that before. There's some people in some of the leagues that I've been in who said, you can play in your sleep. You need to fucking go to the Gold League. I said, well, I'd love to go to the Gold League. But the Gold League is 2 fucking iron doors that don't swing my way.
Listen,
you know what I mean? I can't get in.
My dad was a state champion 10 years running, dude, for 5 different things. Okay? And when I played the first pool leagues, in the bar, I was 17 because I was a part bar owner. My dad owned the bar, okay?
Yeah.
So they couldn't tell me I couldn't play on the bar leagues because I wasn't 18. And people were mad because me and my dad, you can play 4 games. It's partner pool. He plays 2. He can play 4. I can play 4. So we play the first 2 and the last 2, not together. Either I get the first 2 or I get the last 2, or he gets the first 2 and I get the last 2. But if he gets the first 2, I take the second 2. There's 4 games. Because we are run-out players, and it's not shit to run 2 racks in a row.
You playing
give me the
Scotch
break,
or regular?
I'm telling you, if I got the break, you're just going to sit there, or you're going to be my rack boy for the night.
Are you playing Scotch or regular?
Be my rack boy for the night.
Are you
I do
playing-
5 rails on a 9-footer and don't even think about it.
I get it, but are you playing Scotch or are you playing regular?
I play Scotch doubles.
You play Scotch doubles, okay.
I can do Scotch doubles on a
Scotch doubles is good, but you have to have some synergy with your partner. Like you got to be like on the same level.
I do Scotch doubles in the state league. Shit, I played with Eva Mattia. She was state champion for 5 years running. Her old man hurt his back. He couldn't play. He said, Mike, because I grew up with these people. He said, Mike, play with my wife this year. I said, okay, that was the first year my daughter asked me to try. And we were winning Scotch doubles. Nobody beat us for fucking 4 months. But then COVID came up and they shut it down because they didn't want people interacting in this 6-foot
please
area.
don't talk about that because you know what happened is with these people that fucking were on the last place in the roster and we were first place and I was the top player in the league and we were set to win $1,250 each, 4,000. So 1,250. So it was a $5,000 prize pool between 4 people. So $1,250 each, right? And the people in the last place fucking column were saying talking on Facebook, and then we're going, "Oh, we need to shut down the league because of COVID and fucking it's a liability, and we might get sick." And it's like, yo, shut the fuck up. And you know what happened? Those people, hold on a second, Battle. Those people ended up showing up in the pool hall that I was playing like 1.5 years later before the vaccine fucking passports came around, and these guys were showing up, and I'm like, what the fuck are you here for? I thought you were scared of fucking COVID and shit.
I can't show trophies.
I was like, they can't fucking tell me. They didn't have an answer for me. You know why? Because they were the last place players, and they were set to fucking lose their $150 investment in the league that took place over like 8 weeks, and they didn't want to lose. So they're like, oh, I'll just use COVID as an excuse to get a refund. But then they show up in the pool hall like a year and a half later under the Omicron Delta shit. Like, get the fuck out of here, you fucking liars. You guys were only trying to fucking bitch and complain because your team sucked and you were going to lose and you were fucking last place.
If you could come to Michigan, I'd take you to a place in Lansing. We'd need cash to go there, but hey, I got
get
cash.
pretty close to Michigan sometimes. Do you know where Seaforth, Ontario is? That's where I was born. Between Clinton and Stratford. You ever been there?
We can't even get in this place and play on the pool table unless we got 10 grand a person. Okay.
I mean, I got that, but I don't think I want to play that against people. That's kind of stupid. You never know, you know?
It's not a 1 game. You'll never get in a 1 game tournament. If you're playing 1 game for 10 grand, you're a dumbass.
We'll play a game for $100, but I don't know about
You're not a good pool player. You're hoping for a fluke.
No, what I am is somebody who's just not really into.
I played 3-ball.
I know that there's chance to the game, and I don't want to.
I played 3-ball for $25,000 and shot 40 balls in.
25,000. No, Are you serious?
Yeah, man. Listen,
I'll pay you. Listen, I said 50. I'll say $100 a game against you. I will play you, and I will beat you. No, I'm not looking to spend thousands. I'm not looking to destroy my life if I lose. I'm just saying that I'm good enough that on average I'm going to beat you. So therefore, I'll play you 50 to 100.
And you just don't want to play pool with me.
I do want to play pool with you, just not fucking $10,000. Oh my gosh,
I wasn't talking about you playing me for 10 grand. I was talking about taking you with me and giving you 10 grand to play against me and my friends. You can play my friends first if you want.
I don't want to lose your money against your friends potentially.
It doesn't matter.
It's not like nobody's ever fucking scratched on an 8, and it's not like nobody's ever lost. So
listen, these people get mad when I show up.
That's fine. If they knew who I was, they get really mad when I show up. You know what?
It just means I could probably sucker them into a $25,000 game
The
straight.
people in my pool hall don't want to play against me. They fucking bitch about me. They say I shouldn't be in the division I'm in, and they say all sorts of fucking stupid shit because they don't want me to be as good as I am.
Listen, first time I ever gambled, we was in a.
I don't like gambling.
I went up north with my dad. Right, we're in Baldwin, Michigan. So we went to a sportsman's.
It's not very north to me though, but go ahead.
We went to a sportsman's club in Baldwin. They were paying for $3,000 a rack, right? Well, my uncle won money off them, but then this other dude started running them out. Okay. So my uncle says, well, we done lost 7 to you. I bet you 14 you can't beat the kid best out of 5. And they were like, oh, that kid over there? And I said, I don't want to play these motherfuckers, Uncle Bernie. He said, look, I'm drunk. I know you can beat these motherfuckers. Get up here and get my money back or I'm going to beat your ass. I said, really? He said, and my uncle, listen, my uncle was 7'2", 5 foot wide, big motherfucker, right? Could flip a pool table, no problem. I said, really? You going to beat my ass?
Those are heavy.
He said, no, I really don't even care about the money, boy, but I just want to see you get up there and pop your cherry betting. Because I always play with them.
People have been trying to do that to me forever.
So I said, fuck it. How much do I get if I win? He said, you can keep 2 G's. So I got up there and he said, I'll give you the break. He fucked up. All he did was watch me run the table from the break 3 times at 17. And my dad said, you really going to make your uncle give you $2,000? I was like, fuck yeah. Listen, is he a man of his word? That's all I laid it on, because these old men were men of their words. That's the generation I grew up with. I said, is he a man of his word? And my dad said, well, I won't be able to get any money from him, and I done lost a G. I said, well, I'll give you a G if he gives me my 2, motherfuckers. All I wanted was 1,000 for playing shit. I'm gonna go. This old dude in a deer camp next to us was selling a 30-06 pump. I'd never seen a 30-06 pump in my life. Been deer hunting up here forever. My dad wanted it, but he didn't have the money. But then he had money to lose on the fucking pool table. I didn't get it. But I just wanted to go back and buy this fucking gun for my dad. And I finally told my uncle, give my dad a G and buy that gun off that old man. He's like, all right. I said, don't go betting and lose your fucking money again and then tell me, no, you're fucked. I told him, put that in your fucking wallet, fold it and hide it, motherfucker. And then he ended up, dig this here. Then he played with these guys some more. But this guy played fucking bullshit pool on him. So he said, fuck. He said, fuck you, just keep the money. I ain't even going to shoot, because he tied him up. You know, he played lead pool on him, which really isn't, you know, so he didn't run it out. He left you a shitty leave. That's pool, motherfucker. Deal with it. That's what I would have said. Leave him shitty. But he got mad. So the little guy pulled a knife out on him, and he's like, are you serious? And he said, yeah. And when he folded this little dude, the little dude swung the knife at him, and my uncle just dropped a fist on him, on the top of his head, and buckled his fucking legs. And I said, damn, Bernie, you probably broke his fucking neck. And then they're all drunk. They're like, you got to drive. And I was like, what? They said, drive. It was a big 78 Ford, 4-wheel drive. My dad's 6'1", big fucking engine. My uncles are all big motherfuckers, right? Like, literally, these guys, there's 2 bench seats in the back. My uncle takes up one. My other uncle takes up the other. One's short and fat. He's wider than he is fucking tall. One's tall as fucking wide as hell. My dad's big as hell. The state trooper pulls me over, and they're all leaning over in their seats because they're so big they can't sit up all the way. State trooper comes up to the door bitching. Then he looks at these dudes all drunk, and they all said, what the fuck did you say? All at once, because he cursed me out. And the state trooper's like, what the fuck? He said, kid, get out the van and come here for a minute. I said, dude, are you going to try to take these old motherfuckers to jail? Because that dude pulled a knife on him. He said, did he? I said, yeah. So he told me to tell him what happened. And he said, you know what? Just get in the van and take these motherfuckers back to the deer camp. I don't want to do the police report. He said, I need 4 pair of handcuffs to cuff each one of them. I ain't even going to fuck with it. Just take them back to deer camp. He said, you ain't been drinking, have you, boy? I said, fuck no. Every one of them big motherfuckers would beat my ass if I was drinking at 16. He's like, oh, okay. At least they got morals. I was like, that's my dad. So you probably drink when you're at your home. You know, I'm 16. I got a driver's license. Yeah, he's my dad. I was just there, so I was the designated driver. You know what I mean? I just thought, yeah, I'll go hang out at the bar if I can hang out with you guys. We're hunting. I get to hunt, use a rifle. We're up north. I even got to rapping. I was 16 and there was some old native women rapping on me. Like, I like white boys. I said, that's my daddy over there. They was like, oh, you a white Indian? I was even sexier to him then. My dad was like, better quit rapping on them old Navajos. I was like, Dad, she ain't a hoe, she's an Ojibwe. He said, oh, that's a tainted squaw, boy. Ain't you got a girlfriend?
What the fuck is that?
Yeah, my dad was a dick. He's like, ain't you got a girlfriend at home, boy? You better quit rap. That bitch is probably 30 years old. I was like, you just mad because she ain't hitting on you, old man. Shit. Then I hit him with what they told me. What happens in deer camp stays in deer camp. You know when that shit,
what
listen,
the fuck? Band camp? Fuck.
Deer camp.
Deer camp.
Deer camp. Deer hunting. Listen, these guys said that. They all said what happens in deer camp stays in deer camp. You can't tell your mama shit. So when that state trooper let me leave, I started rolling up a hooter going down the road. My dad's like, what the fuck are you doing? And my uncle's like, yeah, pay attention to the road. I said, well, I'm trying to roll hooters. So my uncle says, what are you doing? I said, hey, what happens in deer camp stays in deer camp, motherfucker. I bought this weed. I'm going to smoke it. He said, give it here. Your uncle roll it. I lean back. Here you go. He rolls it up. Big sumbitch smoked half my fucking joint, then handed it back to me. It says,
oh, what the fuck is that?
He said, don't you plan on going in the Marines, Mike? You know you can't drop a dirty. I said, hey, I got 2 years, motherfucker. I'm an ROTC. You smoked half my fucking joint, you fat motherfucker. He's like, what? He got all offended quick, and I said, say you're not. Bitch, you're 6'2", 500 fucking pounds, 5 foot wide. Tell me you're not a big fat I'm not fat, Mike. I'm just big boned. I'm bigger than you. Not fat. I was like, whatever, Bernie. But really, if you looked at the scale, you know how big he was? He was big like Andre the Giant big, dude. He wasn't really fat. He was just fucking big. I took him when he came. They live in Lansing. He come down one time. He said he was going to hang out with me for my birthday. I said, okay, I want to go to wrestling at Cobo Arena. And he said, all right, take your dad. So I got tickets for Cobo Arena, and I took my dad and my uncle to Cobo Arena. Now, we had front row seats. They got mad when my uncle and my dad showed up because they had to give them 2 chairs. That's how big they were, you know? And then the wrestlers kept looking over the damn thing at them, you know? They kept staring at them the whole time, you know? Because they thought they were in on the show and nobody told them. And my uncle's like, this ain't fucking funny, kid. I was like, what? He said, everybody's fucking looking at me and they think I'm in on this. I feel like a big fucking fish in a small fucking pond. I said, I'm sorry, Uncle Bernie, but I bet we get some. I'm gonna get some autographs. Bet we get to talk to the wrestlers. He's like, I bet we do too. And then we ended up talking to him. I got pictures with Hulk Hogan and one of the fucking Arn Anderson. Olin Arn Anderson. I gotta.
What the fuck? You got a picture with Hulk Hogan? That's pretty cool, man.
Yeah, his name's Terry Hogan. I met him, and then
I'd be surprised, man. Like,
a cooler thing.
Change their names up and shit.
A cooler thing. When I was 17, I met him, and then when I was 21, I was stationed in Florida for a minute in the Corps, and I seen him in a park. Like on my time off, I went to see my mom. My mom bought a vacation house in Florida to live down there while I was stationed there. My mom was a proud Marine Corps parent, but that was part of the brainwashing. But I don't want to get into that, But I seen him in a park, and I said, "Look, Mom, there's Terry Hogan." And he turned and looked at me, and he said, "Hey, I remember you." I said, "Do you?" He said, "Yeah, you're that kid from the Cobo Arena, man, in Michigan." I said, "Yes, me and my mom are both Michiganders." He said, "You're them big fucking guys." This is Hulk Hogan. He said, "You're that big fucking guy with you." I said, "Yeah, that." My mom said, "Your cousin Bernie?" I was like, "Yeah." He wasn't really my uncle. He was my dad's brother's son. He's actually passed away right now. Somebody cut him off on the highway. He was riding a Gold Wing. This man made a Gold Wing look like a moped. Him and his wife, but they cut him off. And when he changed lanes, he had a brand new tire on the motorcycle, and it was a defaulty tire. It blew out, and he started going all squirrely and shit. And when he realized he wasn't going to be able to stop it, he turned around, grabbed his wife, and threw her on his chest and just laid down backwards on the highway, and slid for 120 foot and broke his neck as soon as he hit. But he saved my aunt, and my aunt sued the motorcycle manufacturer of the tire because she had specialists proved it was defaulty. The steel belting failed on it, and then the wall wrinkled out too. It failed, so neither one of them two should have failed. Not brand new.
Okay.
Tread should fail before a sidewall or a steel belt, and so she sued him for a few million. But
did that work out?
Her lawsuit, yeah, she won. She won a couple million, yeah, but that's one good thing out of it. Another good thing I could say, my uncle went out as a hero.
Okay.
Well, he could have let all things play out, and he might have lived, and she might have died. You know what I mean? But instead, his first reaction was to save his fucking wife.
It's good for him, man.
You too, Iggs, man. You can speak up now if you want, bro. Is Iggs still in here?
Iggs?
Iggy. I want to call him Iggy Pop.
Yo, Iggy.
No, he's not here.
Who was that other one? Iggy Star or something like
that? I didn't even see that name in here, to be honest.
The singer?
Ziggy Stardust was David Bowie.
Yeah, it was.
I don't know. Iggy Pop, and then there's... dude, I just don't know.
Iggy Pop makes me think of like a lizard.
Yeah, Iggy Pop was yeah.
Iggy Pop has never been human. That's correct. Never.
He's never been human. He's always been a lizard. Confirmed.
Yeah, girls don't care what you look like.
As long as you're a lizard.
If you got money, if you know how to do the right things in the bedroom.
Hey, you gotta be a lizard and money.
He's a punk. God damn it, what the hell is this shit?
No, it's probably like 5 in the morning where Iggy is. 6 in the morning, maybe.
Where is Iggy?
Australia.
Shit, that's where my sister is, man. Unfortunately, I mean, that's some crazy ass place to go right now, Australia, where I ended up. So